The group of adventurers was fighting against the high-difficulty dungeon master, Saberamus the Wingless Dragon, a gigantic level 67 red dragon. It was a true beast, and was about to annihilate the entire party with its concentrated fire sphere. The party's tank said he wasn't sure whether his defensive skill would be able to block that attack this time. However, before he could do anything, he noticed something strange and asked what that thing was, dancing in front of the dragon. It was a goblin. The goblin was licking its wooden club while staring down the dragon's fire breath, and it didn't just withstand the attack, it cut the skill in half using nothing but that piece of wood. The party's knight was shocked and asked how that was even possible. Had the goblin defeated the dragon with a single strike? When the smoke cleared, everyone realized it hadn't just cut the skill. With a single attack, it had destroyed the entire upper half of the dragon's body. A flood of questions filled the adventurers' minds. Why was a monster attacking another monster? Was that goblin a summoned creature? And more importantly, why was a summoned monster so absurdly strong? Then the tank pointed toward the top of a hill. Someone was watching the battle from there. According to him, that was the person who had summoned the goblin. And to be honest, the guy also looked like a goblin. That man worked hard every day and considered himself a goblin. In his own mind, he was obviously a weakling and believed his place was in low-level dungeons. That was what he believed. While many people seem to win the lottery and become rich overnight, he remained stuck in the same reality. After all, a goblin would always be a goblin, no matter how much XP it gained. One day, during a break at a construction site, he sat down to rest and overheard two workers talking. They said that Mr. Cha had become so busy playing Heaven's Gate that he no longer even showed up for work. From what they heard, he had obtained a hidden class or something like that. The other worker replied that the guy had really hit the jackpot, because that kind of thing made a lot of money these days. Heaven's Gate was an extremely popular full-immersion virtual reality game at the time. The experience was so realistic that it made people forget reality itself. The machines required to play were very expensive, but countless internet cafes across the country offered access to the game to maintain its popularity. Thanks to that, even poor people like him could play from time to time. With rising demand, real-world money began circulating inside the game. Virtual items started to be worth real money, and Heaven's Gate became a historical phenomenon. At first, he even enjoyed the game, or rather he did, until he discovered that his class was minor. To him, it was ridiculous. After working hard in real life, he still had to enter a game just to mine. Where was the part about becoming a legendary hero? Where was meeting a beautiful girl? Where was a happy marriage? He definitely wasn't seeing any heaven in this Heaven's Gate. But then something happened. He suddenly obtained an advanced healing crystal. If he sold that item, he would earn at least 300,000 won. Immediately, he licked the crystal and declared that this was exactly why he kept mining. At that moment, a group of players approached. At the front of them was a very beautiful woman. She asked whether he mined in that place every day. If so, his mining skill must be quite high. The group was traversing the dungeon, but a massive rock was blocking the path. Although they were strong in combat, none of them understood mining, so they wanted the help of a skilled miner. Kim Chol-soo replied that he was indeed skilled, but his level was too low to safely enter that dungeon. The dwarf in the group assured him they would handle the monsters. All he had to do was follow them and collect the ores. Then the dwarf suddenly got irritated and asked if he had assumed he was good at mining just because he was a dwarf. Did he think all dwarves only knew mining and forging? Was that what he meant? Kim Chol-soo said nothing, but thought that if he joined the group he could gain experience and maybe obtain rare ores. It didn't seem like a bad idea. On the other hand, he wasn't sure he would come back alive. It was true that he could respawn inside the game, but even so, the experience of dying didn't seem pleasant. However, when the beautiful girl came closer and grabbed his arm, his decision was made instantly. Of course he accepted. The regret came shortly after. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he found himself face to face with a level 7 Grey Wolf. It was a monster considered low level for most players, maybe intermediate for some, but for Kim Chol-soo, who was a complete weakling, that creature looked terrifyingly powerful. When the wolves rushed in to attack him, he was saved by the group's fire mage, who cast a powerful spell and incinerated all the monsters in a matter of seconds. That was Catherine Lee, a level 39 mage specialized in firepower. Kim Chol-soo thanked her for the help while thinking she had annihilated all those wolves with just one strike. Catherine Lee admitted she had been frightened by the situation and asked him to stay close to her, as the place was very dangerous. Hearing that, Kim Chol-soo started imagining things. Had he finally found his romance? Poor guy, he was way too delusional. Meanwhile, the monk in the group commented that there was no need to be so impressed. After all, no one entered a dungeon like this unprepared. As he spoke, he easily dodged monsters and counterattacked with his nunchaku. With his wheel swing skill, he eliminated enemies without difficulty. Shortly after, he explained that a suspicious ore had appeared along their path. It was an ore that could only be broken by someone with extremely high mining skill. Because of that, they had ended up entering this area earlier than planned. According to him, investing points into skills like mining seemed like a waste to most players. However, in situations like this, specialists became indispensable. Hearing that, Kim Chul-soo felt uncomfortable. People like him? What exactly did that guy mean by that? Was he treating him like an idiot? He thought about replying that he also had combat skills and could prove it, but the truth was very different. He didn't actually have any relevant combat ability, so all he could do was strike the massive rock with his pickaxe. While he worked, the dwarf asked the monk if he was sure the information they bought was correct. If nothing existed inside that strange ore, the loss would be enormous. The monk replied that it had better be there, otherwise, someone would pay for wasting his precious time. Kim Chul-soo listened in silence. Being undervalued and risking his life for almost nothing was something he was already used to, and that was exactly what irritated him. He just wanted to finish his job, get paid, and leave. Like always, it seemed like just another ordinary day. But everything changed when he finally destroyed the massive rock. Behind it was not a simple mineral deposit. It was a hidden dungeon. As soon as the passage was revealed, the group members became ecstatic. Hidden dungeons were extremely rare. Inside them, one could find unique treasures, hidden classes, or even more valuable rewards. They had just won the lottery, or at least that's what they thought. The problem was that the group wasn't including Kim Chul-soo in that luck. As soon as PvP mode was activated, the monk attacked without warning and delivered a brutal strike to his back. Kim Chul-soo collapsed immediately. He could barely breathe. While staring at the secret entrance, Catherine Lee commented that it was unbelievable to find something of that level in such a weak area. All they needed to access it was a simple mining skill. She also asked Kim Chul-soo not to take it personally. According to her, the group had done all the hard work while he had simply followed them. At that moment, Kim Chul-soo finally understood everything. Those cowards had known about the hidden dungeon from the very beginning. The monk confirmed it without any shame. They had always known. They would never have wasted time in such a miserable place if not for the secret dungeon. And right after that, he decided to put an end to it once and for all. And that was the end of Kim Chul-soo as well. His body was crushed and destroyed until there was no strength left to resist. However, sometime later, he opened his eyes again. He was still inside the dungeon. Confused, he tried to understand what had happened. Then he realized his advanced healing crystal had activated automatically. The item restored 100% of the player's HP when it reached 0. The first thing that crossed his mind wasn't betrayal or the attempt on his life. It was money. Those bastards had just destroyed his 300,000 won, his fortune. Still furious, he noticed that the entrance to the hidden dungeon was still open. That meant the group hadn't finished exploring yet. They were probably still inside. Screw it. Even injured, he began crawling toward the passage. Maybe he couldn't get revenge, but at least he could grab some treasure to make up for the loss. Without thinking too much, he threw himself into the dungeon. Soon he found a long staircase. Or rather, he found it for a few seconds, because he ended up tripping, rolling down the stairs, and landing headfirst at the bottom. Still, he had made it inside. The place was known as the Goblin Sanctuary. It was enormous. In the center stood a gigantic statue of a goblin, seated on a throne with an arrogant expression, as if it were the king of the world. At the sight of it, Kim Chul-soo felt confused. Was this really a goblin sanctuary? He had never seen anything like it. A hidden dungeon should be much more terrifying. In fact, if the only enemies were goblins, it almost felt disappointing. But something was strange. The place was too quiet. As he walked through the empty corridors, all he could hear were his own footsteps echoing off the walls. That was when he found the dwarf from the group, dead. As he approached the body, a message appeared in the chat. The dwarf asked if he had any resurrection skill. Unfortunately, Kim Chul-soo had nothing like that. Surprised, he asked why the monks still hadn't respawned in the village. Were they really so obsessed with the hidden dungeon that they refused to leave it? That group's greed truly had no limits. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him. It warned that this was a high difficulty dungeon, far beyond the recommended level for any of them. Right after that, a scream echoed through the sanctuary. It was the monk. When Kim Chul-soo ran to see what was happening, he found a terrifying scene. The monk was being crushed. Catherine Lee was already dead, and the one responsible for it was a gigantic monster, a level Aktsi Geiger. The creature had a massive leech-like trunk covered in sharp teeth. Before the monk could react, it grabbed him, pierced his body, and sucked out all his blood. Kim Chul-soo nearly threw up at that bullshit. There had been many games trying to achieve maximum realism, but Heaven's Gate had gone too far by implementing a full sense of touch. That included pain. Of course, there were safety systems that made monsters at the same level or lower cause less suffering, but players still felt real pain. The mage asked for help, but Kim Chul-soo replied that there was no way in hell he was going to save her. Had she lost her mind or something? What the hell could he do against a monster that size? He knew very well that pain and trauma didn't disappear just because a character respawned. It directly affected players' brains and, in extreme cases, could even cause brain death. So why did people keep playing that crap? Money. It was as simple as that. People were willing to risk everything for money. Thinking that, Kim Chul-soo tried to sneak away. He couldn't let that thing kill him. Besides, it wasn't his fault. They had abandoned him first. He was weak, so it was obvious he couldn't help anyone. That's why he took off. He would survive at any cost. It was precisely because of that cowardice and weakness that the Goblin Lord felt a strange sense of affinity toward him. Hearing that, Kim Chol-soo stared at the gigantic goblin statue and asked how exactly he was supposed to be weak and cowardly. Did they think he wanted to be like that? He hadn't chosen to be a weakling. If he had even a little more strength, he wouldn't have run away. While he was venting, the mage ended up being crushed by the Geiger. Even so, Kim Chol-soo kept talking to the goblin. He said he wanted a job where nobody looked down on him. He wanted to fight monsters, become a legendary hero, and live adventures. He didn't want to spend his life mining because of debts his unknown parents had left behind. He had grown up being treated as incapable, and now he was still being called a weakling. He insisted he hadn't done anything wrong. Then he asked who that goblin thought it was. Just because it was sitting on a throne, did it think it was someone important? Kim Chol-soo was already looked down on in real life, looked down on inside the game, and now even a goblin was doing the same. Then he lost his temper and said fine, it was a goblin. For might, so what? At that moment, the system informed him that he had become an honorary goblin. From now on, goblins would help him at any cost. In addition, he had met the requirements to unlock a hidden class. The class was Goblin Summoner. Kim Chol-soo asked if that hidden class was really Goblin Summoner. He didn't want that crap, but the system kept insisting that now he was a goblin. He tried to deny it, but he was so busy complaining that he didn't even notice the Geiger was already behind him, sniffing and tracking his scent. It was too late. With no other option, he decided to use the skill he had just received, Goblin Summoning. The description was simple. It summoned a goblin that would fight for its master. Kim Chol-soo just prayed that no over-the-top summoning effect would appear. Naturally, the exact opposite happened. A huge magic circle appeared on the ground, lightning struck everywhere, and in the middle of that spectacle, a goblin was summoned. Seeing it, Kim Chol-soo thought he'd been unlucky. It looked like just a skinny, weak goblin. In his mind, that thing wouldn't save anyone, so he already prepared to run away and abandon it too. Still, he told the goblin to go ahead and save his life. When the Geiger extended its giant arm to crush the small creature, Kim Chol-soo thought about running, obviously, but when he looked again, he saw something impossible. The goblin had split the Geiger in half with a single strike. The damage dealt was 99,999,999. For a few seconds, Kim Chol-soo simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Shortly after, his experience skyrocketed. He gained several levels at once, and even learned new skills called feeding and going for walks with the goblin. The summoned monster's experience also increased, but the goblin simply laughed after killing an 80-level creature as if it were nothing. Seeing that, Kim Chol-soo could only think that that skinny bastard was probably max level or something. Meanwhile, in the real world, Catherine Lee suffered the consequences of her death inside the game. The moment she was defeated, her body went into shock. Her attendant removed the VR headset and immediately realized she wasn't recovering. The impact had been too severe. Because of that, Catherine Lee would be forced to retire from the game. But while one star fell, another was rising. Kim Chol-soo now hunted alongside his goblin. The creature was practically indestructible, invincible, and defeated any monster in a single hit. Meanwhile, he collected everything he found along the way to sell later. Thanks to the goblin, he managed to conquer a hidden dungeon and obtain the Geiger. The problem was that all the party members who had protected him were dead. As a result, there was no way out of that dungeon except clearing it or dying. Even so, something was strange. Up to that point, the small goblin hadn't gained a single level. Meanwhile, Kim Chol-soo had reached level 31. The most absurd part was that he still couldn't even see the stats of his own summoned monster. Kim Chol-soo knew it made absolutely no sense for a low-rank monster like a goblin to be that strong, but he didn't care. He just wanted to sell everything and move on. Without worrying about anything else, he logged out of the game and went to the bank to sell everything he had obtained. As soon as he received the money, he transferred part of it to the debt account he needed to pay. After that, he informed the clerk that he also had some items to sell, including a Geiger heart and membrane. The clerk was surprised and asked for a moment. Then she went to speak with the bank manager. Shortly after, Kim Chol-soo was received by the manager, a man with a shiny bald head who was drinking tea that for some reason was cold. Apparently, he had forgotten to boil the water. Not understanding the situation, Kim Chol-soo asked why he was negotiating directly with the manager. After all, he just wanted to convert his items into cash. The Nara bank manager replied that it was nothing serious. He simply believed there were better options for storing that money and thought they could talk. According to him, it would be a waste to leave everything sitting in a checking account, since the bank had excellent investment options. Confused, Kim Chol-soo asked if he really had enough money to even consider investments. In his mind, he only had about 1 million. The manager then explained that he assumed Kim Chol-soo already knew the value of the items he had brought. The Geiger heart and membrane, according to that day's market price, were valued at 230 million. Hearing that, Kim Chol-soo even took a sip of the cold tea. He simply couldn't believe it. Shortly after, he returned to the game and picked up his small goblin, mentally thanking it for the help. Thanks to that creature, he had already managed to pay 10% of his debt. He even tried calling it handsome, but even he didn't believe it. The goblin was just too ugly. Since they they were already in town, Kim Chol-soo even wanted to unsummon it, but discovered he couldn't. Apparently, the goblin remained permanently summoned. That made him uncomfortable, especially because everyone was staring. Adventurers began commenting that there was a goblin walking through the city. Some asked who had summoned such a horrible creature. Others said Kim Chol-soo himself wasn't much better looking either. Meanwhile, the goblin just walked calmly, tongue hanging out and its huge nose pointed forward. Then a massive adventurer appeared and asked why a goblin was freely walking the streets. That was Patton the Annihilator, a famous and extremely powerful player from the Evitan Guild. Hearing that title, Kim Chol-soo already imagined nothing good would come of it. After all, someone calling themselves Annihilator was unlikely to be reasonable. He tried to explain that the goblin wasn't an ordinary monster, but Patton didn't even listen. The moment he charged with his blade, he was immediately counterattacked and died on the spot. Fortunately, the PK system limited pain to unconsciousness to prevent strong players from intimidating weaker ones. Because of that, Patton only passed out in the real world. Still, the situation was absurd. Patton the Annihilator had been annihilated in front of everyone by a goblin. Kim Chol-soo panicked. If people found out that creature was his, he would definitely be in trouble, so he stayed silent. Soon after, a group from the Evitan Guild arrived to deal with the goblin. There was a tank, an archer, and 2 assassins. Things were starting to get complicated. Of course, there was no chance the goblin would lose, but the real problem was that Kim Chol-soo might end up being held responsible. He tried asking one of the assassins to wait and said he could handle the goblin himself. The man replied that he shouldn't interfere and threatened to kill him too if he got involved. Quickly, Kim Chol-soo explained that he didn't want to interfere. He just thought attacking the goblin as a group might give a bad impression. But before the conversation could continue, the goblin used stone throw. The rock flew through the air and instantly killed the assassin known for his speed. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo realized he needed to run. Now everyone was chasing the goblin, and he was dragged into the chaos. While running, he couldn't help but wonder how things had come to this. He had a max-level goblin. His future should have been bright. Instead, he was being chased like a criminal. During the escape, an old man appeared and told Kim Chol-soo to hide inside a shop. However, it was a trap. The man also wanted to kill him. The old man's title was Seung Yura, and that explained a lot. Without wasting time, Kim Chol-soo ran again. While fleeing, a system window appeared in front of him, but he was too busy to pay attention. Later, he discovered that the Goblin Lord had granted him a reward for acting stealthily and making enemies lower their guard before striking. As a reward, he received 1 goblin point. That made Kim Chol-soo furious. First, he had been called weak and cowardly. Now he was being called sneaky. He hadn't done anything wrong. So why was he being labeled weak, cowardly, and sneaky? Thinking about it more carefully, he realized it was those adventurers' fault. They were the ones who started the whole mess, betrayed him, and attacked him without reason. Then he remembered something important. That group belonged to the Evitan Guild. If that was the case, since they had managed to anger him so much, it was time to destroy the Evitan Guild. The goblin seemed to like that idea. While they ran across rooftops, the archer asked the assassin if they really needed to deal with that guy in such a way. She said she could handle the goblin alone, but the assassin told her not to let her guard down. According to him, Patton the Annihilator might have been the weakest among them, but he had still been killed in a single strike. There was something very strange about that goblin. At that moment, they heard the old man's screams, and shortly after, he was flung away. Enro was completely destroyed, and the goblin appeared behind the assassin with its tongue out and that annoying little laugh. The assassin slashed directly at the goblin's neck, but dealt 0 damage. In that instant, he realized his eyes weren't deceiving him. The goblin was truly powerful. At the last moment, the goblin's attack was deflected by an arrow from the archer. The assassin refocused and thought it made no sense. He was fighting a goblin. It was impossible for a basic rank monster to deal tens of millions of damage. It had to be some kind of trick. So he activated his skill Extreme Malice. The skill reduced his speed by 90%, but made all his attacks critical hits. The archer asked what he was doing using that skill against a simple goblin. The assassin replied that he wanted to finish it in 1 blow. Then he also switched to a reverse grip stance, increasing damage even further while reducing critical chance. The archer said that in that case, fine. The faster they ended this, the better. Before anyone else saw this humiliation, she then used windstorm arrows, increasing allies' movement speed in the area. The assassin charged with his ultimate strike. It was time to end it, but the result was 0 damage. The goblin gave a little laugh and destroyed the assassin with a single attack. The archer was completely shocked. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo approached and asked who exactly was going to kill whom. According to him, people should only say things like that after reaching max level. The archer replied that the goblin wasn't an ordinary monster. Kim Chol-soo then revealed that he had been the one who summoned it. She simply couldn't believe the goblin's power. She said that Yoonhyuk of Darkness was one of the strongest people in the Evitan Guild, and yet he had been defeated in a single blow. Kim Chol-soo replied that it was none of her business how the goblin was so strong. What mattered was that he was very angry. The archer asked what he wanted. After all, they hadn't done anything to him. Kim Chol-soo replied that it was her fault for being so irresistible. The archer immediately called him a crazy pervert. But that wasn't what Kim Chol-soo meant. He tried to explain that they hadn't held held back when attacking him, and had messed with something precious to him. His explanation became so confusing that it only made things worse. The archer asked what that precious thing even was, and called him crazy again. Realizing anyone could misunderstand everything, Kim Chol-soo ordered the goblin to make her stop shouting. The problem was that everyone had already seen it. When they looked again, several people were staring at the goblin covering the archer's mouth in a highly suspicious situation. Some people were frightened. Others immediately wanted to kill the goblin, calling it a filthy goblin. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo realized he was completely screwed. He had only wanted to take revenge on the Eviton Guild, but now he was trapped in an even worse situation. So he shouted like a hero, ordering the goblin to let the woman go. People below were surprised. They asked if that guy wearing beginner equipment was really fighting a monster that not even the Eviton Guild had been able to defeat. Of course, the goblin obeyed. After all, it was Kim Chol-soo's goblin. With crocodile tears, Kim Chol-soo announced that everything was already over. The crowd immediately began to cheer. Everyone believed he was trying to save the damsel in distress. Some even encouraged him to defeat the goblin once and for all. That was when Kim Chol-soo realized an interesting twist. Apparently, those people didn't know that the goblin had been summoned by him earlier. Since he himself had asked for them to handle the goblin, everyone had concluded he was some kind of hero. Now he was the savior of the damsel in distress. Taking advantage of the situation, he leaned toward the archer and quietly asked if she wanted to end up agonizing like her friends. He promised he wouldn't kill her if she kept her mouth shut about him and the goblin. The archer immediately agreed and promised not to say anything. Then Kim Chol-soo raised his voice and declared for everyone to hear that the mere monster had dared to invade the village and cause suffering to the people. Therefore, he would not forgive it. Right after that, he used his skill going for a walk with the goblin. He grabbed the goblin by the neck and dragged it across the ground. The other players were impressed. Some even said it looked like a high-tier skill, like a light chain capable of restraining monsters. To them, it was impossible that a beginner player possessed something like that. The goblin looked completely helpless. But in reality, Kim Chol-soo knew it had nothing to do with imprisonment. It was just his going for a walk with the goblin skill. In fact, the goblin was enjoying the walk and seemed increasingly excited. Meanwhile, the archer stayed silent, keeping her promise. The surrounding players began speculating that Kim Chol-soo must be at least level 50. After all, the Eviton Guild was no weak group, yet he had achieved something far beyond them. Finally, Kim Chol-soo declared that he couldn't defeat the goblin directly, but he could still send it far away. So he summoned a sausage using his feeding goblin skill and threw it into the distance. The goblin ran after the sausage without hesitation. As soon as it left, the village gates were closed behind it. And that was it. The goblin was out of the village. Kim Chol-soo asked if everyone was alright. They said he was a hero. After all, he had driven the goblin away. Hearing that, he felt a little relieved. He had narrowly avoided being seen as a psychopath who wiped out an entire guild and, well, almost did inappropriate things to the girl. Ji-hun explained that the other guild members had died and been transported back to the Resurrection Sanctuary. She was the only one who knew about his relationship with the goblin, but she promised to keep it secret. Kim Chol-soo then commented that he had heard players in that sanctuary had infinite HP, making them immune to monsters and other players. That's why it was called the Sacred Ground. Still, he asked if she would really keep her promise. He said that if she told anyone, he would stay outside the Sacred Ground, endlessly killing everyone. Ji-hun replied that he was truly evil. Later, Kim Chol-soo was lying on a luxurious inn bed. The bed was huge and comfortable, and he felt quite proud of himself. Thanks to his good deed of taking the goblin away, he had earned a great reputation among the people. Before, he had no power to do anything, but if he could, he would have saved that mage when she was crushed. After all, she was kind of cute. Then he remembered something important. He had received a goblin point from that strange goblin god. That point could be used to buy skills in the goblin shop. The advanced skills were still locked, so he could only choose one for now. He chose regroup. As soon as he learned the skill and used it, the goblin appeared inside his room. Kim Chol-soo nearly had a heart attack and realized it was basically a summoning skill. If people found out the goblin was inside, they would both be doomed. The noise caught the attention of a servant passing in the hallway, who asked if everything was alright. Kim Chol-soo quickly replied that it was fine. After that, he apologized to the goblin for what happened earlier. The goblin also apologized and admitted it had been too loud. That night, the two lay down together like Patty and Tudor. While resting, Kim Chol-soo commented that they were the same. That world was full of bastards. Later, when he went down to the tavern in the inn, he encountered members of the Eviton Guild. The place was crowded. In truth, Kim Chol-soo became much more nervous and insecure when he was away from the goblin. Yoon-hyuk of Darkness commented that there was no reason to help them after they had made it clear they considered him an enemy. Then he told Ji-hyun to stop being so suspicious, since it was obvious that Kim Chol-soo had no intention of starting a fight there. Hearing that, Kim Chol-soo thought it was easy to say that when the goblin wasn't present. At least Hey Danger had actually kept their promise. When asked why he helped the group even after they tried to kill him. Kim Chul-soo explained that he needed something from them. The assassin replied that, regardless of what it was, they were now indebted to him. The Everton Guild did not leave debts unpaid. Kim Chul-soo explained that he could no longer progress much in that starting area, since he was above level 30. His goal was to reach the next region as quickly as possible. When Kim Chul-soo asked how to do that, Yoon-hyuk mentioned Furandel and said that only one person knew the way. That person was the old man Sungjul, the cunning one. The old man claimed he knew how to get there. Upon seeing him, Kim Chul-soo immediately recognized that damn bastard and almost went after him. However, Singyeon apologized and explained that, considering he had defeated the goblin alone, he was probably stronger than everyone there. Patton became furious upon hearing that. Kim Chul-soo, on the other hand, thought it was nonsense. In reality, if Yoon-hyuk had attacked directly the day before, he would probably have died. Then Sungjul began explaining how the starting area known as Lev worked. It was composed of 5 normal dungeons, including the grass zone where slimes appeared, the mining zone, the dark forest, and other similar areas. These dungeons were open and could be accessed at any time. However, to leave Lev, it was necessary to complete a raid dungeon. Unlike normal dungeons, raids had gates that opened and closed at specific intervals. They also had time limits and attempt limits. Since they were the final challenges of the region, they should only be attempted after players reached an appropriate level. Yoon-hyuk stood up and explained that the Lev raid only opened once a month. Because of that, the guild had established itself there, waiting for the opportunity to complete it. Kim Chul-soo asked if that meant the raid had recently opened. The assassin confirmed it. It had opened the day before, but that damn goblin had ruined everything. Now everyone was trapped in Lev until the next opening. Hearing that, Kim Chul-soo asked if he would really have to stay trapped there for an entire month. He had made a lot of money thanks to the rewards from a level 80 monster. In addition, his goblin was strong enough to easily destroy the most difficult dungeons in that region. Thinking about wasting an entire month there was unbearable. He insisted there had to be another way. He couldn't waste such precious time. Yoon-hyuk replied that everyone was stressed about it. The conversation ended. The debt was considered paid, and the group left. After all, the raid had already ended. But at that very moment, the goblin was up to something. With its huge nose pointed in the right direction, it seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, the raid portal opened again. Everyone was shocked. There were still about 30 days left until the next opening, but the raid had reappeared. The Everton Guild group rushed to check it personally and confirmed it was true. The portal had indeed opened again just one day later. There was no one inside yet, since those who were prepared had already completed the raid the day before and moved on to the next region. Seeing this, Yoon-hyuk declared that their turn had finally come. But then Kim Chul-soo appeared. With a dark expression, he said they had lied to him. He should have been suspicious the moment they said he would have to wait a full month. In his view, they had all betrayed him. And worst of all, he had been stupid enough to trust that damn guild. Ji-hyun replied that it wasn't like that it was all just a misunderstanding. However, Yoon-hyuk asked whether he was coming or not, calling him an idiot. Kim Chul-soo replied that of course he would go. He wasn't going to stand by and watch everyone else leave while he remained trapped. Before entering, the assassin quickly explained the situation. According to their information, there was only one chamber leading to the raid boss of Heavy. In other words, they would encounter the boss as soon as they entered, so they needed to prepare well. It wouldn't be too dangerous, since the boss was lower level than them, but they could still get hurt if they weren't careful. Patton commented that the guild master might not be there, but everyone else was. Then everyone jumped into the portal, saying it would only take about 10 minutes. Kim Chul-soo stayed behind on purpose. He thought that without the goblin it would be much harder. However, if they found out the goblin belonged to him, he would be in trouble. Any one of them could betray him in the future, and he had no intention of letting that happen again. Besides, he had an advanced healing stone, so it didn't really matter. Shortly after, he jumped into the portal as well. But instead of finding an apparently weaker boss than themselves, they came face to face with a level 40 iron giant. Everyone from the Everton Guild was running away in desperation. This wasn't a normal raid dungeon, but a hidden dungeon. That was why it had suddenly appeared. Everyone was completely freaking out. The archer shouted at Kim Chul-soo not to stand there and told him to run back to the portal. However, he asked whether they were really ignoring a hidden dungeon. Didn't they know what kind of rewards a place like that could offer? Ji-hyun replied that everyone knew that very well, but the problem was that the monster was level 40. Still, Kim Chul-soo insisted that dying wasn't the end of the world, since this was just a game. The difference was only 10 levels. It wasn't something so terrible that it would make someone quit. At worst, they'd cough up a bit of blood and pass out. For God's sake, good rewards weren't easy to get. He even said they could all run away. He would take everything by himself. Then he tried to use the goblin's regroup skill, but nothing happened. The portal had already closed. Kim Chul-soo tried calling it again, only to get punched by the iron giant and die instantly, after taking 4,879 damage. Patton asked if that wasn't the same guy who had fought the goblin the day before, and said this had to be a joke. The others replied that it didn't matter what happened to him. What mattered was that no one had expected the portal to close so quickly. Sungjul explained that they had underestimated the place. Just as normal dungeons could change over time, a raid dungeon could also manifest a hidden dungeon. That was why they were now facing a hidden dungeon boss raid. They had no choice but to fight. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kim Chul-soo was coughing up blood and feeling a slight pain. He had truly died in a single hit, even though he was above level 30. The reason was simple. He had forgotten to distribute his attribute points. Rookie mistake. His stats were Strength 4, Stamina 2, Agility 0, Intelligence 1, and Luck 0. In any case, he couldn't summon the goblin because the portal had closed. The treasure was right in front of him. So close. All because of that damn goblin. Meanwhile, Yoonhyuk told Everton not to give up, because it was time to start the hunt. Jihoon used the wind arrow skill, increasing the assassin's speed. Singjul stayed in the rear, coordinating everything as the veteran of the group. The assassins climbed the Iron Giant's body and attacked its joints and weak points. 16 consecutive slashes landed, totaling 32 hits across the creature's entire body. However, nothing happened. All attacks dealt 0 damage. One of the assassins commented that while such attacks were usually meant to find weaknesses, they normally still dealt at least some damage. Yoonhyuk agreed and said there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the creature's defense was extremely high. At that moment, he dodged the Iron Giant's fist and used the unstoppable sword on its neck, dealing 1,800 damage. Then he explained the second possibility. Weak attacks simply didn't work on that monster. It had the passive skill Hatred of the Weak. The ability worked as follows. Attacks dealing less than 5% of the target's max HP were nullified. The giant currently had 28,200 GP out of 30,000. In other words, any attack dealing 1,500 damage or less had no effect. Patan said Yoonhyuk was the only one capable of dealing that kind of damage to a level 40 monster, but Singirl replied that wasn't true. He wasn't the one with the highest raw attack power in the group, just someone who performed better depending on the situation. Their real ace was Jihoon, who was preparing her supreme dark arrow of portent. God, that skill name was ridiculous. She used her own HP to draw the bowstring. The more HP she consumed, the stronger the arrow became. The problem was that she became extremely vulnerable during the preparation, since she was losing health and had to remain completely still. Because of that, Patton decided to buy time. He used his war cry to provoke the monster. Kim Chul-soo thought he was an idiot. He had pulled the monster's aggro and was about to die. But to his surprise, the strike Patton blocked only dealt 1,038 damage. This happened because the damage was shared with Sungrel, who had a skill called Shared Pain. The damage was split between them, and the one with higher HP received the larger portion. Kim Chul-soo observed the situation and realized they didn't even have high enough levels or hidden classes. Still, they were facing the boss head-on. Meanwhile, the assassin group led by Yoonhyuk of Darkness activated the weakness elimination skill. Each hit reduced the monster's defense. That impressed Kim Chul-soo. He wondered why they were so strong. So this was what a real guild could do, but it was also a problem. If they defeated the boss, he would lose all the experience and rewards. Suddenly, the Iron Giant stopped focusing on Patton, even under the effect of taunt. Instead, it chose another target, Kim Chul-soo, who had just stood up using a healing stone. As soon as he revived, he announced that he would help them. After all, he was the highest level player there. The protagonist had arrived a little late, but his appearance ended up causing a disaster. Thanks to him, the Iron Giant activated an innate skill called Surface Pulverization. The attack wiped out all the assassins at once. Before disappearing, they still cursed Kim Chul-soo, calling him a son of a bitch. Patton became furious upon seeing his allies being taken down by the creature. As expected, he lost his mind and charged straight at the boss like an idiot, completely ignoring the veteran's warning. His giant slash didn't even come close to hitting the boss. He was annihilated instantly. When he took 3,890 damage, the shared pain effect activated again. Sunkril ended up receiving all the damage he could still endure. He took another 2,456 damage and died along with Patton. Kim Chul-soo complained that it wasn't his fault. All he had done was revive. Meanwhile, Yoonhyuk was still standing. He knew that monsters usually prioritized healers and ranged attackers over melee fighters. However, thanks to Patton's war cry, the tank had been chosen as the main target. The problem was that when Kim Chul-soo revived, the monster's aggro reset. The assassins didn't even have time to react. Neither did the tanks. Jihoon asked what she should do now, wanting to know if she could fire already. She still had 46% HP left, which meant she could continue charging the skill. Yoonhyuk replied no, she needed to control herself. Firing now would ruin the entire plan. She needed to charge longer. He was still trying to break the boss's defense, and needed more hits to reduce its armor. So he continued attacking the creature while Jihoon held her charged arrow. Not knowing how to help, Kim Chul-soo asked if he could do anything. Jihoon replied that without the goblin, he was useless. He should just stay quiet, because at that moment he was nothing but a burden. That irritated Kim Chul-soo. He wondered why she was looking at him like that. Just because he didn't have the goblin? Either way, it was their fault. Even though they considered him weak, they were acting like they completely depended on him. Fine, then he would let them all die, one by one. At that moment, the Iron Giant chose Jihoon as its target. Yoonhyuk had already expected this. He activated a trap and struck a weak point on the boss, dealing 1,920 damage. Then he continued stacking attacks to further reduce the enemy's armor. Another strike dealt another 1,900 damage. Immediately after, he used Twin Blade Fury, unleashing a continuous sequence of attacks. Only then did the boss finally recognize Yoon-hyuk as a real threat. Now the Iron Giant was at 22,460 GP. Yoon-hyuk thought the last attack had worked. All that was left was to buy time. Right in front of the boss, he prepared to use his quick evasion and escape physical attacks. But he ran out of mana. Unable to activate the skill, he was hit directly and died. Seeing this, Kim Chol-soo commented that they really were idiots. For God's sake, he thought they were a powerful guild. Yoon-hyuk could probably have stayed dead and wouldn't even have needed to bother reviving. Ji-hyun asked if he was serious. Did he really think she was stupid for staying there charging the bow? He was the one who ruined everything. Revised passage. Kim Chol-soo asked whether they wouldn't have already defeated the boss if he hadn't revived. He kept saying huh, until Ji-hyun replied that yes, of course they would have. But while the two of them argued, the boss roared at them. Immediately, both of them got annoyed at the Iron Giant for interrupting their argument. Only then did they realize there was still a massive Iron Giant rushing toward them. Ji-hyun said this wasn't the time to assign blame. She still hadn't finished charging her skill, but this might be their only chance to fire it. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo distributed his attribute points and asked if she could move while charging the bow. Ji-hyun didn't understand. She asked what he meant, but quickly panicked and told him to stay away. But it was too late. Kim Chol-soo lifted the archer onto his shoulders and started running. He asked if she only needed a few more seconds, then took off at full speed. Run if you can. He sprinted across the battlefield, dodging the giant's attacks. Ji-hyun was shocked and asked how he could run so fast. It was even faster than Yoon-hyuk. In Kim Chol-soo's mind, the answer was simple. He had spent almost all his points on agility. No assassin could pull off something like that. Of course, he wasn't even an assassin. Either way, the situation ended up granting him another goblin point, probably because his behavior had been extremely cowardly. That made Kim Chol-soo wonder why he only gained those kinds of points when doing something completely absurd. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun finally finished charging her skill. The problem was that she couldn't aim properly while moving. If she missed that shot, everything would be over. Kim Chol-soo said it was fine, but that he would later charge everything he spent back with 100 times interest. The blood he lost and the healing stone hadn't come free, so he ran around the boss at such an absurd speed that the Iron Giant simply lost sight of him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he placed Ji-hyun directly behind the monster and told her to fire. It was at that moment that the giant activated the World Demolisher skill. The explosion raised a huge curtain of smoke and debris, completely blocking the archer's vision. Ji-hyun wouldn't be able to hit anything like that. But Kim Chol-soo said he was feeling something strange, a memory from the times he used to play with his friends. Ji-hyun replied that it wasn't the time to have your life flash before your eyes. Then something impossible happened. A rift opened in reality. The goblin appeared, tearing through space-time after dealing 99 million damage to the portal itself, and entered the dungeon. Seeing him, Kim Chol-soo asked why he had taken so long and told him to finish off the boss already. Ji-hyun was completely stunned. She didn't even know it was possible to damage a portal, but it wasn't the time to think about that. The goblin used the debris as a shield and protected the two of them. When the boss roared again, Kim Chol-soo commented that those were beautiful last words, but it was time to die. With Ji-hyun riding on his shoulders, the goblin gave her the perfect opportunity. The archer fired. The attack dealt 22,524 damage and opened a huge hole in the Iron Titan's chest. The creature fell heavily to the ground. Finally, the boss was dead. The hidden dungeon had been cleared. Ji-hyun went from level 27 to 31, while Kim Chol-soo reached level 34. But he wasn't interested in celebrating. He immediately ran after the reward. As soon as the raid ended, all the players who had died were revived. They were sore, with the taste of blood in their mouths, but alive. Scene Girl returned looking completely dazed. Some even joked that the old man had suffered a system crash. Others said you just needed to hit him and he'd start working again, like a CRT television. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyuk wanted to know exactly what had happened. On the other side of the room, Kim Chol-soo was clutching a pile of rewards and warning everyone not to come near him. Not understanding anything, the group asked Ji-hyun why he was acting like that. She explained that when she ran to grab the treasures, she realized something important. Even though they had cleared the dungeon, she still hadn't fulfilled the hidden class conditions. Apparently, simply completing the dungeon wasn't enough. Even though they had gained the favor of the Goblin Lord, there was still a specific condition inside that hidden dungeon that needed to be fulfilled. In fact, whoever met the requirements could advance without even defeating the boss. It actually made more sense to defeat the boss after obtaining the hidden class. But Kim Chol-soo didn't care about any of that. All he wanted at that moment was his reward. When he approached the treasure, Ji-hyun reminded him that everyone had participated in the battle and that the rewards should be distributed first. Kim Chol-soo's response was simply to hug the chest and refuse to leave its side. Now everyone understood why he was acting like that. He really looked like a goblin. Yoon-hyuk commented that the hidden boss was already dead, and that it was true Kim Chol-soo had helped twice that day. They had already achieved the main objective, so they didn't intend to take the rewards by force. But Sungjeol stepped forward holding his hammer, clearly ready to crush someone. Kim Chol-soo replied that he had expected that. After all, they had betrayed him twice that same day. Yoon-hyuk explained explained that defeating him now wouldn't be difficult. If they wanted to solve things by force, they would have done it long ago. Finally, he said Kim Chul-soo could keep the rewards, but there was something he wanted to understand. The great bow of the Iron Giant was a unique item. What exactly did Kim Chul-soo intend to do with it? He wasn't even an archer. Kim Chul-soo knew that unique items couldn't normally be sold or used by just any class. Still, he insisted on keeping the bow. Yoon-hyuk told him to stop being so greedy and hand the item over to Ji-hyun. After thinking for a moment, Kim Chul-soo agreed. However, he wanted something in return. Since the bow was a unique item and practically priceless, someone would have to buy it from him. At that moment, everyone realized the truth. The reason he had held on until everyone revived was precisely so he could sell the item afterward. The guy really looked like a goblin. Meanwhile, the goblin summoned by Kim Chul-soo was hiding somewhere out of sight. Later, Ji-hyun was already equipped with her new great bow of the Iron Giant, which was heavy even for her. Kim Chul-soo, meanwhile, thanked them for the trade with a satisfied smile. Yoon-hyuk said he had thought about it and reached a conclusion. Kim Chul-soo had an impressive talent for making people hate him. Then he asked where he would go next after that. Kim Chul-soo replied that he would go somewhere far away from them. The farther away from those idiots, the better. Yoon-hyuk laughed and said that, although he was completely crazy, it actually sounded like a great idea. With that, everyone prepared to leave. And that was how the Evitan Guild and Kim Chul-soo concluded the hidden boss raid. It was sad for Kim Chul-soo to lose that unique bow, but he couldn't even use it anyway. In exchange, he gained something much better. He obtained the thief's gloves, an item capable of stealing anything, but only once. In addition, it couldn't steal from characters of a higher level than his, and it also didn't work against users. Even so, he thought pure iron was even more valuable. After all, not long ago he had been just a miner. Those idiots were so focused on the unique item that they didn't even notice the true value of the ore. Now that he had both in his hands, he was already thinking about something very interesting to do. Finally, he arrived in Fiorendel. There were so many high-level players there, wearing armor and equipment he had never seen before, that he could practically smell the money. But first of all, he needed to pay his debts. Only after that could he think about improving his equipment. Speaking of which, he was still wearing that old excellent outfit, along with that terrible armor he had been carrying since level 3. That was when he realized something absurd. The armor reduced his defense instead of increasing it. What kind of equipment did that? Suddenly, a shadow covered him and the goblin. The little monster started drawing attention, and Kim Chul-soo immediately told him not to cause trouble inside the village. When he turned around, he almost had a heart attack. In front of him stood a gigantic feline, so large it looked like a boss monster. The goblin reacted aggressively, but Kim Chul-soo soon realized there was a woman riding the creature. It was Irene, a level 76 summoner from Fiorendel. She asked if that was his summon. Only then did he realize the massive feline was also a summon. Irene explained that there was no need to be afraid. Michelle was gentle while inside the village. The enormous saber-toothed tigress was practically drooling over Kim Chul-soo, but that wasn't what stood out the most. Without even fighting her, he could feel her strength, even including the Evitan Guild. Most guilds would stand no chance against that woman. Then she asked if she could have the honor of knowing the name of that cute little child. Kim Chul-soo immediately introduced himself, but soon realized she was talking about the goblin, not him. Then she asked if the summon still didn't have a name. Confused, Kim Chul-soo asked who in their right mind would give a monster a name, and also asked why she was calling that goblin a cute child. Irene explained that one-sided relationships tended to be stable. According to her, his summon had taken on an aggressive stance to protect its master, even without having been given a name, all because it heard the phrase, "protect me." She sincerely hoped Kim Chul-soo wouldn't be that stupid the next time they met. He politely thanked her for the advice. Even so, he insisted there was no need to name the goblin, and simply called his companion to leave. Later, Kim Chul-soo was speaking with Humphrey, the foul-mouthed blacksmith in town. The old man bluntly said that his armor was garbage, and that even a trash bag would be better. Since he needed to improve his defense, Kim Chul-soo decided to buy a hard iron chest plate. The item cost 350 gold coins, equivalent to about $40. Even though he possessed a powerful summon, everything would end the moment he died. Because of that, investing in defense seemed like the most sensible choice. After the purchase, Humphrey commented that at least he had good taste in equipment, and told him to use that plate properly. After all, the blacksmith used the finest iron to craft gear for idiots like him. Kim Chul-soo thought the name really suited the man, but the problem appeared as soon as he put on the armor. It was so heavy he could barely move. The chest plate required 24 strength points to use normally. He only had 4. Not missing the opportunity, Humphrey said that people like him were better off just standing still anyway. Annoyed, Kim Chul-soo tried to sell the item back. The blacksmith replied that he would buy that piece of junk for only 30 gold coins. It was a blatant scam. He had just paid 350. At that moment, an exclamation mark appeared above Humphrey's head. The old man explained that he had lost his hammer. Without it, he couldn't forge anything at all. Kim Chul-soo pointed out that there were several other hammers scattered around the workshop, but Humphrey insisted it wasn't the same thing. He specifically needed his own hammer. According to the blacksmith, it had been lost in the underground canal dungeon, located at the village entrance. It was a quest. quest. Now Kim Chol-soo needed to find Humphrey's lost hammer. As a reward, the blacksmith would allow him to process special materials to create armor. Everything finally made sense. He possessed extremely valuable materials, and now he would finally have a way to turn them into equipment. Without hesitation, he accepted the quest and headed to the underground canal alongside the goblin. And honestly, he was sure he would never get used to that appearance. The goblin was just too ugly. Kim Chol-soo was convinced he would finish it in under 30 minutes. Since he only had his goblin, a group would only get in the way. The problem was that the quest had a special condition. Humphrey would be going with him. The old man was only level 13, and if he died, the quest would immediately fail. In other words, Kim Chol-soo would have to escort him all the way to the hammer. Thinking about ignoring the quest's pace, he used his high agility and dashed through the dungeon. But a few seconds later, he already heard chaos behind him. Humphrey was being attacked. In reality, he had provoked the monsters himself. Among slimes and monster rats, the old man shouted that none of them would be able to defeat the fearsome Humphrey. With no choice, Kim Chol-soo ordered the goblin to crush the creatures. It was a ridiculously easy task. Even so, Humphrey celebrated as if he had done everything himself, saying it was exactly what he expected, and that those monsters were no match for him. By some miracle, Kim Chol-soo still wasn't angry. Soon after, the old man sensed a strange presence and ran straight toward the back of the dungeon. Kim Chol-soo tried to stop him, but he was already seriously considering killing that old man with his own hands. He considered leaving the goblin to protect Humphrey while he dealt with the boss alone, but quickly realized that would be a disaster. If he left the goblin behind, it would probably be the old man who ended up dying. There was no choice. Before he could eliminate all the monsters in their path, Humphrey had already managed to attract the largest horde of rats Kim Chol-soo had ever seen. However, the blacksmith practically did nothing. He tried to attack the monsters, but never landed a single hit, because the goblin eliminated everything before he had the chance. It was true that this would take much longer than expected, but Kim Chol-soo concluded that, as annoying as it was still the safest method. The problem started when that damn Humphrey decided to use Warcry, provoking every monster in the area at once. Because of that, several undead skeletons began to rise. Even the Skeleton King awakened because of his skill. Meanwhile, Humphrey seemed excited and commented that things were finally getting interesting. Kim Chol-soo, on the other hand, couldn't believe what he was seeing. What was the point of this game? How could a level 13 guy's skill raise a monster like that? Was this the kind of quest he had to complete now? He was furious. This had to be the last stupidity that old man pulled. Without wasting time, he ordered the goblin to wipe out all the monsters. With a single thrown stone, the creature destroyed almost the entire skeleton army. The problem was that 3 hours later, they were still stuck inside that damn underground canal. Humphrey kept getting in the way. Just by escorting that old man, Kim Chol-soo had already faced more problems than he normally would in a high-difficulty dungeon. As they walked, he heard a click. Humphrey immediately shouted for him to dodge because it was a trap. 3 arrows were fired. Kim Chol-soo managed to block 2 using the goblin as a shield, and commented that it had actually scared him. Then he asked why the trap had been triggered when he hadn't done anything. The answer was obvious. It was Humphrey who had stepped on the trap. Worse still, there was an arrow lodged right in the old man's heart. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo almost had an aneurysm from rage. His head felt like it was about to explode. As if that wasn't enough, the arrow was poisoned, and then Humphrey died. With no other option, Kim Chol-soo ran back to the forge while cursing the old man out in every way possible. But along the way, he had the feeling he was being watched. Someone seemed to be observing every one of his movements, waiting for the right moment to appear. When he arrived at the forge, the first thing Humphrey did was insult him, as always. But shortly after, he thanked him for finding his hammer. Kim Chol-soo was completely confused. Apparently, the quest was already completed. According to Humphrey, the hammer had dropped right after they defeated the first rat in the dungeon. The old man even made sure to call him an animal for not noticing it. Outraged, Kim Chol-soo asked why he hadn't said anything earlier. The answer was exactly what one would expect from Humphrey. He said the only thing he needed to say was that Kim Chol-soo was a piece of shit. Despite that, sometime later, the old man was forging a set of armor for him. While he worked, he explained that the quality of equipment depended on the sweat and skill of the blacksmith. Because of that, it was better to watch the process carefully. He used the high-quality materials Kim Chol-soo possessed and began to remodel them. According to the blacksmith himself, it was like giving pearls to pigs. Even while ignoring the insults, Kim Chol-soo was impressed by the result. The equipment created was a rare piece of armor, a light blue iron armor. It required 24 agility points to be properly used, something he had. In addition, it granted a passive 1% chance of activating destruction of heaven and earth whenever he was hit. This time, Humphrey did not charge anything for the service. Still, he warned that Kim did not need to be overly grateful because it was disgusting. Kim Chol-soo replied that he had no intention of thanking him anyway. But at that exact moment, he had to dodge a sudden thrust from a rapier to avoid dying. Startled, he asked where that attack had come from. When he looked more closely, he realized the attacker was a butler. The man commented that he was indeed strong enough to injure the young lady, since he had managed to evade a stealth attack. Kim Chol-soo explained that he had invested many points into agility, but that did not answer the main question. Why was he being attacked? And who was this young lady? The butler asked if he truly intended to pretend to be ignorant. According to him, there was no doubt that this was Kim Chul-soo, the last person seen with the young lady. He then asked why he was acting as if he did not know the name Catherine Lee. Upon hearing that name, Kim Chul-soo immediately remembered the fire mage who had tried to betray him. In his view, he was the real victim. After all, it was Catherine who had tried to stab him in the back. The butler then asked if he truly believed that, while Kim Chul-soo was alive and perfectly healthy, Catherine Lee was in a coma. That shocked him. He asked if the girl was really in a coma in the real world, and if it could have been caused by damage suffered inside the game. It was a terrible situation, but he still could not believe it had gone that far. Moreover, it was not his fault. The fault lay with Geiger. The butler replied that it was not for him to decide who was to blame. The fact was that, after the incident, the heir to the Brilliant World Group was in a coma. When he heard this, Kim Chul-soo froze. The Brilliant World Group was a gigantic conglomerate. It produced cars, phones, semiconductors, and countless other things. It was a famous company not only in Korea but worldwide. Working for that group was already considered a major success. And now he was sitting in the hospital room of the daughter of the director of that business empire. The butler then asked if he was really claiming that the young lady had been attacked by an level 80 monster inside a dungeon. Kim Chul-soo confirmed it. In his opinion, she might have suffered some kind of post-traumatic stress disorder from the attack. But the butler did not seem convinced. He wanted to know how a level 3 player had managed to escape unscathed from that situation, while a player close to level 40 had ended up in a coma. He replied that he had changed to a hidden class and barely managed to escape. In truth, it had been pure luck, but even he thought it sounded like a joke. Countless doctors had treated her using all their knowledge, but Catherine Lee was still in that state. If it had been him, he would have died long ago. The butler asked if he was saying that a level 3 player obtained a hidden class and still escaped unscathed. As far as he knew, miracles did not exist. Even so, Kim Chul-soo insisted she might still recover. The butler told him to shut his mouth. She was alive, just unconscious. All the best doctors had given the same answer. No one knew why she would not wake up. Then Kim Chul-soo asked if he was waiting for a miracle. After all, if the injury had happened inside the game, maybe it would be possible to heal her inside the game itself. The butler told him to continue explaining. With no choice, Kim Chul-soo began to make up a story. He said he had once read an article in the United States about a person who fell unconscious, and just when the family was about to give up, they regained consciousness after logging into the game. Even he did not believe it. He was desperately lying so he would not end up dead. Approaching the butler, he said it was worth trying any possibility. Deep down, he thought he was only lying because Catherine Lee had also lied to him. Later, she actually entered the game unconsciously, but her character remained completely immobile. Kim Chul-soo muttered to himself that the director must be truly desperate. Still, if they found out he had lied, they would probably make him disappear from the face of the earth. Regaining consciousness inside the game was something impossible. He had never even heard of a single case. At least he would be remembered as someone who tried to save her. In a company as large as that one, saving the heir everyone had already given up on would likely earn a considerable reward. And if, by some miracle, she actually woke up, even better. For now, he could pretend he was trying to help her, and then simply report what happened. It was genius. Either way, he would have to drag her around from place to place. But she couldn't walk on her own. That was when he had a brilliant idea. He took the leash the goblin used for walking, put it around her neck, and started leading her through the city. Before he realized it, he was in the middle of a crowd, with everyone staring at him and Catherine Lee. Only then did he understand that it was a terrible idea. It looked like he was kidnapping the girl to do something horrible. There was nothing normal about that scene. He tried to explain the situation, but every word only made things worse. He ended up cornered in a situation very similar to the one in the last city. It was at that moment that someone called him into an alley. It was Sunjel the Cunning, the old knight from the Evaton Guild. Entering the alley, Kim Chul-soo commented that he didn't expect to see him again. Sunjel replied that the goblin really was his summon. Kim Chul-soo confirmed it, but made it clear that helping him once did not mean he trusted him, or the Evaton Guild. Then he asked what they were planning this time. Sengirl replied that he shouldn't take it the wrong way. They had only gathered last time because it was a raid. They weren't always together. Still, Kim Chul-soo remained convinced that he was some kind of guild scout, and asked if he had any information to share, since he knew nothing about the region. Sengirl explained that to talk about the Fiorindel region, they would need to go somewhere else. There were too many ears around, so he asked him to step through the alley. However, right in the middle of the path, there was a ridiculously obvious trap. After giving the old man a proper beating for trying to make him fall for it, Sengirl decided to speak seriously. He said he didn't know much about Fiorindel, but he did know an important detail. The raid boss of that region did not appear once a month like in other places. It only emerged when certain specific conditions were met. Then he asked why why Kim Chul-soo was so obsessed with dungeons. He seemed to get irritated when he couldn't enter one. Kim Chul-soo replied that it was obviously for money. Why else would anyone raid dungeons? Of course, he wasn't going to admit he was abusing a bug. Singurul explained that even when facing stronger dungeons, there was a natural order. He had just arrived in Fiorendel, and fortunately the city they were in, Phoenixel Bazaar, was an important city where the main quest of the game could be started. Even high-level players passed through there daily. Upon hearing that, Kim Chul-soo realized it was true. He had completely forgotten about the main quest. If he kept completing story missions, he would naturally gain access to higher-level areas. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it before. Excited, he declared that this would be his next destination. That was when he noticed Catherine Lee had disappeared. Only the goblin remained beside him, with a calm expression that was far too composed for something that had clearly just caused trouble. Meanwhile, several extremely suspicious men were already approaching Catherine Lee, commenting that she must have entered the game and gone AFK. Kim Chul-soo immediately ran off. He was completely screwed. If she took damage while unconscious, she could really die. And in that case, no lie in the world would be able to save him. As if the situation wasn't bad enough, he received a video call from the butler. As soon as he answered, he heard the question. The butler asked whether Catherine Lee was safe. If she was, then he should show her on camera. Kim Chul-soo hurriedly replied that they were in the middle of a mission and tried to stall, but the words simply wouldn't come out properly. The butler asked why Kim Chul-soo was running like that, completely out of breath. Without thinking twice, he replied that he was a bit busy, gave a rushed goodbye, and ended the call immediately. But the butler's superior, Han Gi-moon Doryung, the company director and a level 76 knight, said to let it go. Nothing too serious could happen. An ordinary person would not be able to do anything to Catherine Lee. The butler replied that he would never entrust the young lady to someone like Kim Chul-soo. If there really was a way to cure her inside the game, it would be better if they handled it themselves. Han Gi-moon Doryung replied that they no longer had hope. If Catherine Lee ended up not surviving, it would make no difference. She was born into the brilliant world lineage and had spent her entire life living up to others' expectations. The only choice she ever made for herself was entering the gate of paradise. That was where she escaped to, the only place where she was free. If that truly was her end, it would be better that the last thing she saw was that world, rather than the lifeless ceiling of some hospital. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo kept running through the city, complaining that the game was far too realistic. He was out of breath and had no idea how he was supposed to find Catherine Lee in such an absurdly large city. That was when he remembered something important. He still had one goblin point available. After the argument he had with Ji-hun, he had unlocked some new skills. One of them was life sharing, which made no sense to him since the goblin almost never took damage. The other was goblin throw. That one, on the other hand, looked very useful. Without hesitation, he grabbed the goblin by the head and hurled it into the sky. The goblin was launched nearly into the stratosphere, and from up there it managed to locate Catherine Lee, pointing out her position. Kim Chul-soo immediately ran to get her and declared that now they would stay together forever. But when he arrived, he once again found the two strange knights approaching her. One of them commented that this was the ugly guy who had been with the girl before and asked if he still hadn't given up on her. Kim Chul-soo replied that he wasn't dragging the girl around for perverted reasons like those idiots imagined. One of the knights was offended and said they weren't perverts. They were just a duo of handsome men who saved girls in distress for fun. Kim Chul-soo replied that they were clearly the real danger. Tired of the argument, the two charged at him. A few seconds later, they were being beaten by the goblin. As expected, they were completely crushed. The problem was that, while he was celebrating the victory, Kim Chul-soo attracted the attention of a guard who had witnessed the entire scene. Worse still, the guard also saw Catherine Lee being led around on a leash. Now he was truly screwed. The guard immediately concluded that he had murdered two people in order to kidnap a woman and declared that he would not go unpunished. With little success, Kim Chul-soo tried to explain the situation, although he knew it already sounded far too suspicious to convince anyone. If he was arrested by an NPC guard, he could end up spending a very long time behind bars. Fortunately, there was only one guard. The goblin was already quietly moving in to solve the problem in the simplest way possible when Sungrul appeared. He said he had been looking for Kim Chul-soo and warned that killing an NPC guard would trigger chaos that would be impossible to resolve, so he decided to help him so he wouldn't be endlessly pursued. Sungrul approached the guard and started a friendly conversation. The guard asked what he was hiding behind his back. At that moment, Sungrul used his NPC gift-giving skill and asked if he would accept a bag full of gold and pretend he hadn't seen anything. The guard was outraged. He said Sungrul was a despicable man and asked how he dared try to bribe an honest officer like him. Shortly afterward, Sungrul was arrested. Watching the scene, Kim Chul-soo asked if the old man had just been arrested in his place. Thinking about it, maybe Sungrul was a better person than he looked. Later, he tried to enter the castle tied to the main quest but was blocked. The NPC guarding the entrance warned him not to waste energy trying to get in, because the gate would remain closed for a long time. The NPC then introduced himself as God. Above his head was a huge exclamation mark. It was a quest. Following his program script, the NPC explained that he couldn't solve anything in that chaotic situation, but that he liked Kim Chul-soo's eyes. He said this while looking at that famous dead fish stare fire he always had. The NPC claimed he had the eyes of a true adventurer and decided to help him. All he had to do was go to the lost ruins, but Kim Chol-soo completely ignored the rest of the dialogue and accepted the quest immediately. The quest was part of the main storyline and was called Prove Your Ability. The objective was simple: obtain a golem core in the lost ruins and deliver it to God as proof of his capability. Sometime later, he was already inside a dungeon-like area filled with traps and rivers of lava. With his agility-focused build, crossing it alone was easy. The problem was that he had to bring Catherine Lee along. He commented that he didn't particularly like her, but he also had no intention of letting her take damage, so he told the goblin he would go ahead and then summon it using his summon skill. Kim Chol-soo crossed all the traps at high speed without any difficulty. However, when he used the summon skill to bring the goblin to him, he realized Catherine Lee did not come along. In fact, the rope attached to her leash had been pulled hard, dragging the girl through the entire course. Desperate, Kim Chol-soo told the goblin to do something. The goblin responded in its own way and simply began pulling her through the traps. Even after passing through giant saw blades in the ceiling, being slammed into walls, rolling across the ground, and even falling into lava, Catherine Lee somehow still seemed surprisingly intact. Still, Kim Chol-soo became worried and started calling out to her, telling her to respond. Meanwhile, inside her mind, old memories began to surface. She remembered a morning when Han Gimun Doryong woke her up, complaining that she had come home late the night before. He constantly criticized her friends, calling them useless drifters. He criticized her short school uniforms, the makeup she wore, and said he didn't want his daughter becoming like those kinds of girls. Then he would say he needed to correct her behavior. While disciplining her in the worst way possible, her mother remained silent and refused to help. For years, Han Gimun Doryong repeated the same cruel sentence over and over, that the only mistake in his life was her. Unaware of all that, Kim Chol-soo looked at the goblin and asked what exactly they were supposed to do now. He wondered how something like this was even possible. So that meant he would never kiss a girl unless it was for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? But this was just a game. Simulating touch was possible, but breathing wasn't. Maybe she was actually dead. Damn it. Still, he tried mouth-to-mouth resuscitation anyway. But right at that moment, the butler's video call appeared. The man asked if that was what he intended to show, and said he would kill him immediately. Kim Chol-soo quickly replied that it wasn't like that at all, and assured him she was fine. The butler explained that he hadn't called to check on that because he already knew she was safe. He was still at work, but the medical staff was monitoring Catherine Lee in real time. According to him, her armor was excellent for their current level. It was a white spider magic dress, whose defense was far superior to ordinary metal armor. The butler also stated that, unless she entered a hidden dungeon, it was practically impossible for her to die. He added that he kept appearing because he even worried about the possibility of a single strand of Kim Chol-soo's hair touching her. But Kim Chol-soo simply ignored all of that, ended the call, and asked the goblin if it had hurt him. They were going straight to the boss of this damn place. In the next trap, they dodged giant rolling boulders. In practice, they were using Catherine Lee as a surfboard. It was absurd. Kim Chol-soo was literally sliding over the rocks using her body. Then they crossed broken bridges. She was thrown to the other side, and the rope tied to her neck ended up functioning as a bridge. When they encountered the golems, things got even worse. Kim Chol-soo started using Catherine Lee as a weapon. He got carried away, but one of the golems responded with a single slap and sent her flying. That earned him another goblin point. Meanwhile, she lay sprawled on the ground, completely ignored. Kim Chol-soo only focused on finishing the monster. Even when the creature began firing explosive fists, there was no tension at all. The goblin handled everything with a single strike. It looked too easy, but then the golem revealed a second phase, growing much larger and more powerful. Even so, its punch was blocked by the goblin's wooden club, and it was destroyed. The problem was that the monster had a third life. One of its fists regenerated and charged directly at Kim Chol-soo, who shouted at it to stop cheating. He then summoned the goblin again and gave a new order. Don't destroy the enemy. They needed the core, but the goblin ended up taking the hit on purpose and exploding. Not because the golem was strong enough to defeat it, but because its explosive punches were destroying the entire structure of the ruins. That was when Kim Chol-soo realized that as long as the core wasn't destroyed, the monster would keep getting stronger. He then remembered the hidden dungeon he had explored with the Everton Guild. Apparently, every creature had a weak point. The problem was that, unlike the others, he had no way to identify it, so he ran around the golem, dodging attacks while trying to find a solution. But one of the punches was launched directly toward Catherine Lee. At that moment, she woke up, remembering Geiger. The trauma was so intense that she screamed in panic and regained consciousness. When she saw the attack coming toward her, she was hit directly. For the first time, Kim Chol-soo felt a bit of fear. Still, he thought she would be fine. A hit like that shouldn't be fatal. But she was hit by another explosive attack right after. This time, she managed to escape using the escape skill. Confused, Kim Chol-soo asked how she got out of there. Catherine Lee replied that a beautiful mage like her obviously had at least one emergency escape skill. Then she demanded an immediate explanation. After all, she had almost died, you idiot. Seeing her conscious, Kim Chol-soo felt relieved. His only hope was that she wouldn't remember everything he had done. But then again, it didn't really matter. The important thing was that she had had woken up, the company would surely reward him. After all, he had just saved the heir of the Semyoung group and would probably receive an absurd reward. Meanwhile, Catherine Lee kept demanding answers. Kim Chol-soo tried to quickly summarize everything, but got punched right in the middle of the conversation by the golem. After the blow, he asked why she hadn't warned him, but she was too busy running away in pure panic. The curious thing was that she wasn't afraid of the golem. The real reason was Kim Chol-soo's explanation. It seemed her father already knew she was using the Heaven's Gate. That alone was enough to throw her into complete despair. In the hospital, while the doctors monitored her, the butler watched everything and wondered what that bastard Kim Chol-soo had done to her. One of the doctors suggested disconnecting her immediately by cutting the power. Another disagreed, pointing out that she had just regained consciousness and that they couldn't waste that opportunity. The butler then explained that the pain experienced in the game was synchronized with reality. Forcing a disconnection could be dangerous. Besides, no one could log out in the middle of a raid. If Kim Chol-soo was truly participating in one, they would need to finish the situation first. Back in the battle, the golem launched its missile-like arms again. This time, Catherine Lee was protected by the Goblin. Kim Chol-soo commented that she simply wasn't fast enough to react on her own and asked if she was okay. She wasn't. In fact, she was completely terrified. Observing her reaction, Kim Chol-soo thought it might be the result of post-traumatic stress. Because of that, he even told the Goblin to knock her out with its club. Before that could happen, however, Catherine Lee asked for his help. She said she needed him to help her. She didn't know exactly what his relationship was with her father's company, but she promised to pay more, much more than her father himself. Kim Chol-soo replied that he would help her. The two of them would get out of there safely. But Catherine Lee made it clear that that wasn't what she meant. She didn't care about the method. If necessary, she wanted him to kill anyone. What she truly wanted was to escape the Semyoung group, stay away from those disgusting employees, and never be beaten again. The butler called again via video call and immediately accused Kim Chol-soo of lying. He said that if he didn't show the young lady right then, things would become very complicated. Kim Chol-soo replied that everything was fine and that he would show her, but he also complained that the man was far too persistent. After all, what did he think he would do to her? How could anyone work under such distrust? With no real choice, he showed Catherine Lee. She was intact, though wearing a somewhat strange smile. Still, she didn't appear to have suffered any serious injury. The butler observed the scene and commented that she didn't even look conscious. Perhaps she had suffered some kind of seizure in the game. Kim Chol-soo agreed and said it was probably all just a misunderstanding. Even so, he admitted she was not doing well at all. The butler then ordered that if they were still inside a dungeon, they should exit immediately. That way they could end everything at once and bring her back safely. But Kim Chol-soo refused. According to him, they couldn't just stop at that moment. They were right in the most important part of the mission. Before he could hear any more complaints, he ended the call. As soon as he hung up, he was almost scared to death. He turned to Catherine Lee and told her she'd better fulfill the promise she had made, but she replied that it was all a lie. Unfazed, Kim Chol-soo explained that he needed the money. If she didn't pay, he would tell everyone she had already regained consciousness and request a reward directly from the Semyoung group. Desperate, Catherine Lee promised she would find a way. If necessary, she would even sell all her equipment. All she wanted was for that secret to stay hidden. That was when Kim Chol-soo noticed her absurd equipment and asked how much it was worth. He assumed it couldn't be that much. The answer left him in shock. 100 million. After hearing that amount, he immediately stood up and went back to work, calling his goblin. When he found the golem again, he realized the situation had completely spiraled out of control. The creature was already level 170, in its 5th enhanced phase, and now had 4 arms. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Kim Chol-soo asked the goblin what the hell it had done. The order had been only to hold the monster back while he negotiated, not to kill it repeatedly and make it evolve like that. The argument ended when the golem launched another attack capable of crushing them instantly. Fortunately, Catherine Lee froze the creature for a few seconds, allowing them both to escape. The problem was that the freeze didn't last long. During their escape, the rope attached to Catherine Lee's leash tripped her to the ground. She was left behind as the golem drew closer and closer. When she called for help, Kim Chol-soo hesitated. In his mind, the situation felt different from before. The last time, he ran because he was weak. This time, he should save her. But he also knew she would likely die to a monster of that level. And unlike him, she had doctors, wealth, and resources to survive. He had none of that. Once again, Catherine Lee realized she was being abandoned. Once again, no one would come to save her. But at the very last moment, an NPC appeared before them. It was God. The NPC appeared saying they had endured bravely until that point, and that he would take over the rest of the battle. Seeing this, Kim Chol-soo was confused. Had that cutscene always existed and he had never noticed it? Then everything made sense. From the beginning, that mission had been a forced defeat. The golem was truly meant to be impossible to defeat. The players were destined to lose. There probably wasn't even a core to destroy. When a player faced the enemy without knowing this and was naturally defeated, the story would continue through a cinematic scene in which the NPC God appeared and defeated the monster. It was a simple way to demonstrate the strength of an important character within the narrative. Then Kim Chol-soo also realized something else. Earlier, he had been hit by the golem, but the pain hadn't been as intense as it should have been. The game system had safety mechanisms to prevent serious serious accidents. Meanwhile, the NPC god pointed at the golem and asked how it dared to do that to his subordinate. The problem was that, with the very first strike, God was sent flying far away. In reality, he was getting beaten, and badly. This happened because God was only level 70. Players who normally received this quest were around level 35, so the golem rarely went beyond its second phase. Under those conditions, the NPC could easily defeat it, but the goblin had strengthened the monster to an absurd level. Now God was being completely overwhelmed. Even so, the NPC kept getting back up after every blow, insisting it was just a warm-up. At that moment, Kim Chul-soo realized something important. God would keep getting up forever. He simply hadn't been programmed to die. Following that logic, if the NPC god had appeared, then the golem's core must also exist somewhere. This was the perfect opportunity to solve the problem. Completely battered and covered in wounds, God charged at the enemy once more. But the one who actually defeated the golem was the goblin, who struck the creature with a massive thrown rock. The monster was destroyed, while God sincerely believed he had won the battle all by himself. In the end, everyone was safe. Or maybe not, because there was still a much bigger problem called Catherine Lee. After the battle, they followed God back to the city. The NPC walked around all swollen but continued acting as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo was in panic. In his opinion, the situation now felt even worse than the betrayal he had experienced before. He practically ignored all of God's final lines. The NPC said goodbye, mentioning they would meet again someday, and that they shouldn't think too much about him since he lived above the clouds. But seconds later, he returned to his usual post, and appeared with an exclamation mark over his head, ready to give another quest. Without wasting time, Kim Chul-soo turned to Catherine Lee, and tried to say that everything that had happened was his fault. However, before he could continue, a gigantic figure appeared before them. It was Han Gi-moon Doryong, her father. His mere presence made Kim Chul-soo freeze. The man wore equipment that seemed to exist on another level of reality. His aura was completely different from anything Kim Chul-soo had ever seen. At the same time, Catherine Lee became terrified upon seeing him inside the game. Han Gi-moon Doryong explained that he had immediately noticed when she regained consciousness, especially after that small heart attack she had suffered. He said he had been worried the entire time and had waited years for her recovery. He believed that when she became an adult, she would leave behind those childish games. Apparently, he had been wrong. Then he thanked Kim Chul-soo for taking care of his precious daughter. He said that the hope of seeing her wake up had finally been fulfilled, and assured him that he would receive all the deserved rewards. After that, he called Catherine Lee to leave with him. Hearing those words, Kim Chul-soo felt a strange sense of defeat. He knew he had no power to save her. In fact, it would have been easier to handle the situation if she had been arguing or yelling at him, but that wasn't the case. She looked like someone about to die. She wasn't asking for help. She wasn't begging to be rescued. And maybe that was exactly why he felt the urge to act. So Kim Chul-soo stepped forward and asked Han Gi-moon Doryong to wait. He said that everyone knew the president's reputation. A kind, loving, gentlemanly, admirable man. At least that's what everyone said. Then he looked at Catherine Lee and asked if that was true. But if all of that was true, then why did she look like she would die inside if she went back with him? He pulled Catherine Lee closer, saying he couldn't let her leave like that, but it was only imagination. Deep down, he thought he couldn't save her. He really was just a weakling, a coward. It was no surprise he had been chosen by the Goblin King. He would always end up among goblins. When Han Gi-moon Doryong passed through the city center, people cheered him as the great king of knights, the one who completed the Duke's Grand Archive. He was praised from all sides, and soon people began asking who the beautiful young woman beside him was. With a fake smile on his face, he waved to the crowd and told Catherine Lee to remember this moment, how people saw him, and how they saw her. If they discovered he had a daughter like her, it would cause a huge scandal. No one could ever know she was his daughter. Meanwhile, everyone was passing by Kim Chul-soo, asking for autographs from the great knight Han Gi-moon Doryong. He thought that girl was the precious daughter of the president of the Semyeong group. No matter how bad her life might have been, it couldn't have been worse than his. He shouldn't feel guilty. He had been paid, so it should end there. However, when he looked down, he saw Sungirl trapped inside an underground cell. Kim Chul-soo asked if he had been stuck in a place like that the whole time. Sungirl replied that it didn't really matter, although locking someone up in the sewer was a bit excessive. When Kim Chul-soo commented that it was clearly a sewer, Sungirl answered that, all things considered, he had managed to survive. He said the place wasn't that bad, and that there were things there one would never see outside. Then he mentioned the woman standing beside Han Gi-moon Doryong. According to him, they had said she was just a member of the group, but she looked far more injured than he did. Kim Chul-soo replied that she must have been injured fighting monsters. However, Sungirl explained that the pain experienced in the Heaven's Gate was transmitted only as brain signals and did not leave physical marks on the body. The marks she carried were from real abuse. Hearing that, Kim Chul-soo finally decided to act. He pushed through the crowd, shouting at Han Gi-moon Doryong to stop immediately. He asked how he could dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight, in front of so many witnesses, and still act as if nothing was happening. Han Doryong replied that he had no idea what he was talking about, and told him to avoid spreading ridiculous accusations. Kim Chol-soo mocked him, saying it was unbelievable that the president of a major corporation couldn't even handle an argument in front of an audience. Then he loudly declared that the woman was his girlfriend. He went further, claiming the two of them had done everything together, although most of it was censored. Hearing this, Catherine Lee became completely terrified. People around them began murmuring that, if it were true, it would be a huge scandal. Others argued that there was no evidence, and that large corporations were constantly targeted by rumors and fake news. Still, Kim Chol-soo insisted that everyone look at Han Doryong's face. According to him, there was no emotion at all. Han Doryong replied that he must be confusing her with someone else. Immediately, Kim Chol-soo shot back, asking what she was to him then. After all, he was standing alone with a woman wearing revealing clothes. He started calling him a pervert and a weirdo, and part of the crowd began agreeing, commenting that he looked like an old man surrounded by a much younger girl. Han Doryong stated that this didn't even deserve a response. At that moment, however, Sang-yeol, disguised as a butler, appeared and introduced himself as the elite butler of the Semyeon group. He declared that he had rushed over after hearing that Lady Catherine Lee, candidate for succession of the Semyeon group, had awakened. Then he bowed and called her the future of the company. Confused, Catherine Lee began wondering if all of this was part of some plan by Kim Chol-soo. Around them, people were shocked. Everyone was asking whether she was really Han Doryong's daughter. It was breaking news. Many said a company of that scale could not simply be left in her hands, while others said they had not even known he had a daughter. As the rumor spread, Han Doryong's situation became increasingly dire. Taking advantage of the moment, Kim Chol-soo approached him and said it would be much easier to simply admit the truth. He just had to confess in front of everyone that he had failed in raising his daughter. There would be chaos, but it would still be manageable. After that, he could clarify that he had mistaken Catherine Lee for someone else and claim he had no relation to her. If he refused, however, the fact that he had been abusing his own daughter would be exposed to everyone. Furious, Han Doryong replied that he was just a commoner with no credibility. He shouted to the crowd not to believe a single word from him. His voice became so powerful that everyone felt its pressure. He claimed Sung-jeol was not a butler at all, that he had just met that woman, and that everyone was conspiring to frame him. He also said he would not give up and would execute them all on the spot. However, when he activated PvP mode, he was immediately hit by a goblin and disintegrated on the spot. Kim Chol-soo found the scene hilarious, but soon realized the goblin was now charging toward him. Panicking, he complained that this wasn't part of the plan. When the creature got close, he used goblin throw and sent it flying far away. Then he pretended innocence, saying he had never seen that guy before in his life, and that he was just a lunatic who tried to attack him. Afterwards, Kim Chol-soo approached Catherine Lee. She immediately asked to be let go and looked completely traumatized. Seeing this, he thought the plan was working. Then he moved closer and told her she couldn't just give him orders like that. Whether he would help her or abandon her was his decision. He continued, saying he didn't know if she was still waiting for some shining knight in armor, but the real world was full of miserable people like him. He didn't know exactly what atrocities her father had committed, but by coincidence, he had just been punished for his own crimes. Now it was her turn to take the opportunity. The hyenas had already smelled blood. She couldn't just sit on the ground lamenting her fate. She needed to strike from behind, take everything that was his, and act like a true goblin. Right after that, Kim Chol-soo looked back at the crowd and, pretending to be embarrassed, said that after taking a closer look, that woman really wasn't his girlfriend. He commented that he was dying of shame and needed to log out immediately because he had left food on the stove. Without giving anyone time to react, he left. Meanwhile, Sang-yeol continued perfectly playing the role of a butler. Here is the revised passage in the same style as the previous ones. After that incident, Catherine Lee left, and shortly afterward, her story took over the entire world. The news made front-page headlines and dominated every breaking news segment. She publicly revealed that she was the daughter of Han Doryong, and also exposed all the domestic abuse she had suffered throughout her life. At first, some people suspected she was lying about her identity. However, once she published DNA tests and various pieces of evidence on social media, any doubt disappeared. As a result, the Semyeon group's image was destroyed and its stock value plummeted. Meanwhile, Han Doryong claimed he had suddenly fallen ill, but Kim Chol-soo knew very well that it had nothing to do with illness. He had been purged by the goblin. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo was sitting with Sung-yeol in a restaurant, complaining that he was so worried he couldn't even sleep. What if Han Doryong hired an assassin to kill him in the middle of the night? Sung-yeol asked him to speak more quietly, reminding him that they were in a public place and that he was being far from discreet. He also explained that videos of their battle had already spread all over the internet. With public opinion turned against the Semyeon group, anything that happened to Kim Chol-soo would immediately make everyone suspect Han Doryong. In practice, he couldn't do anything. Still, Kim Chol-soo kept complaining. He said he never should have messed with a mega corporation and that he was terrified. To make matters worse, he still hadn't received his payment. Sung-yeol replied that he had gained something far more more valuable than easy money. Completely ignoring the compliment, Kim Chul-soo asked how he had managed to get a butler outfit so quickly. Without hesitation, Sungirl replied that he had stolen it. The problem was that a guard overheard the confession. Shortly afterward, he was taken away and arrested. Meanwhile, Catherine Lee's real butler called Kim Chul-soo to thank him for helping her regain consciousness. He admitted that, despite serving her for so many years, he had never realized the horrific situation she had been living in. Kim Chul-soo's only concern, however, was different. He directly asked where the money was. The butler apologized and explained that he was no longer part of the Semyeon group. After everything that had happened, he could not continue working for a company like that. He said he had barely been able to sleep in recent days, and that Lady Catherine Lee also no longer felt safe. Because of that, he decided to protect her and help her build a new life. Then he showed what they were doing. The two of them had started live streaming together. At that very moment, Catherine Lee was thanking subscribers during a live broadcast. The butler explained that he had used the remainder of his own money to set up a studio for her. He looked extremely proud of the result. The idea was to take advantage of all the fame she had gained, and the numbers were absurd. By the second day of streaming, she already had over 360,000 concurrent viewers. Seeing that, Kim Chul-soo was impressed. He couldn't understand why she hadn't started doing this earlier. The success was enormous. The butler replied that he knew it was too late for many things, but he wanted to help her live the life she had never had the chance to live. All thanks to Kim Chul-soo's help. Then he sincerely thanked him, but Kim Chul-soo didn't want gratitude. He wanted money. The butler replied that the reward was already in his account, or rather, not exactly money. It was something Catherine Lee had prepared especially for him. After that, he hung up. As he put his phone away, the butler thought that perhaps Catherine Lee had never been meant to inherit a mega corporation. Maybe her true talent was something else. Maybe she had been born to become a mega streamer. Shortly afterward, Kim Chul-soo went to the post office to pick up a package. When Rachel the courier grabbed the parcel, she pulled a whip out of the cabinet and asked who he thought he was to deserve that delivery. The system informed him that the item was cursed. Simply touching it was enough to affect a person's sanity. Because of that, Rachel was clearly suffering the effects of the curse. Still, Kim Chul-soo replied that he obviously deserved the package, since his name was on it. Inside was a rare cursed item called the Leech Whip. The object had a powerful ability, but also a major drawback. If used without removing the curse, the user would suffer a random negative effect, while their minion would automatically enter a berserker state. After reading the description, Kim Chul-soo concluded that the item was complete garbage. Soon after, he went to meet the NPC known as God, to receive his next quest. The task seemed simple: destroy a goblin village. After hearing that, Kim Chul-soo summoned his own goblin and asked the NPC to repeat the quest in front of him. Without realizing the problem, God explained again that it was just a normal mission to exterminate some evil goblins that were causing trouble for people. According to him, they were weak creatures and easy to defeat. Then Kim Chul-soo looked at his goblin, expecting some reaction. What he got was something completely unexpected. The goblin started huffing in irritation. That was new. Kim Chul-soo had never seen his summon act like that before. Later, inside the carriage that would take them to the village, the goblin kept completely ignoring its master. It was clearly offended. Kim Chul-soo then remembered Irene's advice. She had said that a true bond needed to be built with a summon. One-sided relationships were fragile. Still, he decided to ignore the problem. That was when an enemy goblin invaded the carriage. Without thinking twice, Kim Chul-soo ordered his goblin to destroy the intruder. However, the attack missed completely. Taking advantage of the opening, the enemy goblin jumped straight onto Kim Chul-soo's head and started biting him. When he tried to give another order, he realized the problem. The enemy was clinging to his head. If the attack hit, both of them would be destroyed together. At that moment, the driver, who was actually an experienced hunter, pointed his weapon at the goblin, confirming it really was a hostile monster. He pulled the trigger. The shot hit Kim Chul-soo right in the head. He fell immediately, covered in blood. Only then did they discover the truth. The invading goblin wasn't attacking anyone. In reality, it was asking for help. It believed one of its companions had been kidnapped and tried to rescue them. Completely confused, Kim Chul-soo asked since when goblins could speak. Later, the captured goblin was tied to the back of the carriage and dragged along the road. While complaining that it only wanted to save its companion, the driver announced that they had finally reached the road leading to the goblin village. Kim Chul-soo asked if from then on he would have to continue on foot. The driver replied that he could take him further, but it wasn't worth it, so he left. With no other option, Kim Chul-soo continued on, dragging the enemy goblin tied up. Since he was heading to a monster village, he imagined the place would be full of traps and thought it was a good idea to keep the goblin alive. During the journey, the goblin said that if someone had to die, it should be him. The other goblins had done nothing wrong, and the blame for the conflict was his for attacking first. Then he asked if it had been a human in that situation, Kim Chul-soo wouldn't have saved them without hesitation. Kim Chul-soo replied that of course he wouldn't. The goblin explained that they didn't hate humans and were actually a very kind race. While hearing that, Kim Chul-soo reflected that he was only going there to complete a mission. He held no grudge against goblins. He had simply assumed they were evil because they were goblins, and killing them seemed normal. After all, who would feel sad about a goblin's death? That was when the goblin's wife and children appeared. Desperate, he told his family to run away. Kim Chul-soo, however, told him to shut up and ordered his summon to throw a stone toward them. The moment he was released, the goblin ran and threw himself in front of the stone to protect his family, but the stone had deliberately missed them. Kim Chul-soo had only done it to test him. He commented that there were humans willing to sacrifice their own children to save themselves, but that goblin had put himself in danger for his family. Because of that, he couldn't kill him. When they arrived at the village, Kim Chul-soo thought that the goblin lord calling him a goblin was ridiculous, because the residents there seemed much better than him. Their reception was warm. Several goblins approached and said he was one ugly goblin. Kim Chul-soo insisted he was human, but the goblin who received him told him to relax. Before even getting on the carriage, that goblin had thought the same thing. He was so ugly that no one would believe he was human. Still, Kim Chul-soo was worried. He didn't want to stay there for long. The goblin who had previously attacked his head said that at least he should repay him with a meal. Later, at his house, they served poisonous goblin soup, which looked like the most horrible and disgusting thing in the world. While the goblin mother tried to control the children and reminded them they had a guest, Kim Chul-soo comforted himself by thinking that at least you couldn't taste anything inside the game. But one of the goblin children bumped into him, causing the soup to splash directly into his eyes. The result was immediate: 169 damage points. His summon started laughing non-stop at the situation. Meanwhile, the goblin father asked how he and the summon had ended up traveling together. He had never seen a human and a goblin getting along so well. Kim Chul-soo explained that the guy was just a summon. The goblin father admitted he didn't really know what that was, but said that if he could travel the world as an adventurer, he would be the most famous goblin in history. He confessed he felt jealous, just like his family and everyone in the village, who would probably never be able to leave that place. When Kim Chul-soo heard that, he thought it was obvious. To them, who were seen as trash trapped forever inside a low-level dungeon, escape felt impossible. The goblin's wife tried to cheer her husband up, telling him not to be so depressed. Then Kim Chul-soo commented that there was no reason to look down on himself like that. Even though he was a goblin, he had a beautiful wife and a family. Meanwhile, he himself, despite being human, didn't even have friends. He also lacked the courage and determination that Goblin had to face danger. He saw himself as someone pathetic, someone who even doubted his own race. Because of that, he said that Goblin wasn't such a bad person and needed to stay strong. In the end, he believed they were similar. While the goblin father thanked him emotionally for the words, the wife tried to strike Kim Chul-soo in the head with a scythe. However, he dodged it without even realizing it. His evasion rate was influenced by agility, and he had 32 points in that stat. Both goblins became extremely nervous, but Kim Chul-soo simply commented that there was a cockroach on the table, and he was trying to save it from the pest. At the same time, one of the goblin children tried to stab him under the table. Fortunately, his summon had already noticed everything and solved the problem by throwing a stone at the boy's head. The second child also rushed in, while Kim Chul-soo kept trying to hit the supposed cockroach and missing every time. Then he commented that he had felt something strange under the table. Shortly after, he said he needed to leave. He would have liked to stay longer, but he had urgent matters to deal with. Meanwhile, both goblin children were already dead. Since the parents realized that Kim Chul-soo hadn't even noticed the assassination attempts, they simply wished him a good trip and politely said goodbye. Leaving the village, Kim Chul-soo went on convinced that goblins were truly kind monsters. However, it didn't take long before he encountered another player on the road, someone who was exterminating goblins from the village. When he saw a dead goblin, Kim Chul-soo commented that he looked like a nice guy. The other player then asked if he was also a player and what he was doing there. He assumed Kim Chul-soo was there to farm those monsters as well, since they were scattered everywhere, and asked if he needed any help. Following your revised section in the same style, Kim Chul-soo became furious when he saw what was happening and asked how that guy dared to touch his friends. Without wasting time, he activated PvP mode and ordered his summon to take him down. However, before anything could happen, the summon kicked the goblin father who had tried to assassinate Kim Chul-soo. The poor goblin was launched straight into Minchul and died instantly with a kick. Confused, Kim Chul-soo asked why he had done that, but the summon just burst out laughing. It had clearly been intentional. Minchul then asked if he was seriously calling goblins his friends. On top of that, he had randomly activated PvP. Had he gone insane? Kim Chul-soo replied that of course he had. After all, that guy had killed his friends. Then he charged forward and landed a punch that only dealt 78 damage. When the fight truly began, Zeros, Minchul's companion, commented to the rest of the group that he seemed to be enjoying himself. Meanwhile, High Danger complained that the mission was extremely boring, since there were no strong goblins in that area. They all died in a single hit. At least, she said, it was nice to see someone having a bit of fun. It was exactly then that Kim Chul-soo was thrown far away by Minchul. The swordsman ordered the others to quickly deal with the situation, since the guy was claiming goblins were his friends and had even attacked them. High Danger asked if they really intended to kill someone over something like that, pointing out that the man clearly had mental issues. Minchul replied that he hadn't even started it. Kim Chul-soo himself had activated PvP, and he hadn't even managed to defeat him. On top of that, the guy seemed to have very good equipment. In fact, he had apparently fallen on his own while trying to escape. The other two members of the group commented that they wouldn't be surprised if they had to kill him to complete the quest. If necessary, they would do it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Minchul continued the massacre of the Goblin village, while Kim Chul-soo's summon simply watched everything, laughing at them. Not understanding the creature's reaction, Minchul said he couldn't believe that Goblin was so disturbed that he was laughing while members of his own race were being exterminated. He didn't even seem shaken when he saw the Goblin bodies hidden under the table. Maybe they were all the same. However, when he tried to attack the summon, something happened. Minchul's companions started shouting at him to stop messing around, while Kim Chul-soo, lying on the ground, commented that the mission was getting kind of boring. Then he suggested that they try fighting his Goblin. When they looked again, they realized the summon was holding Minchul by the head. It was the strongest Goblin that existed. High Danger tried to kick it, but the Goblin simply blocked the attack with its teeth and even bit her foot. Then the group's warrior used his explosive crushing skill directly on the creature's head, but it caused absolutely no damage. Shocked, High Danger asked if the others had seen that. The Goblin had stopped a kick using only its teeth. Zeros didn't miss the chance to tease her, reminding her that she had been complaining about the lack of strong goblins just moments before. Now she seemed scared. She replied that she wasn't afraid of goblins. She was just surprised because that one was absurdly strong. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo was holding Minchul's unconscious body and mocking the situation. He asked if they really believed they could win. He also said it would be hilarious when they found out a player had lost to a goblin. High Danger told him to shut up, but he kept talking. He said goblins never betrayed each other and that they were being massacred for no reason, just because of a quest. Zeros chose to ignore the conversation and focused all his power on defeating the summon. The problem was that the goblin didn't even seem interested in the fight. It simply flopped onto the ground, scratched its belly, and started playing around as if nothing was happening. At that moment, Kim Chul-soo realized his summon was completely ignoring his orders. It was probably still upset. With no other choice, he knelt down in front of it and started begging. He asked the majestic Goblin King to save him this time. He said he would die if it didn't fight and pleaded for help. While doing so, he thought about how humiliating it was to bow before a goblin, but his dignity had never helped him anyway, and without the summon, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Then he apologized for all the times he had given orders to the great goblin. He promised he would never throw it away again, or treat it badly. He also swore he would start offering much better meals. The players around him watched the scene completely speechless. Everyone agreed that Kim Chul-soo was really strange. Then the group's warrior took a stone to the head and received 99,999,999 damage. Seeing that, Kim Chul-soo smiled and said it looked like his prayers had been answered. He thanked the Goblin God and even made an improvised prayer. The Goblin Lord, on the other hand, was extremely pleased with Kim Chul-soo's complete lack of dignity, earning him another Goblin point. High Danger called out to her teammate, thinking he was joking, but he didn't get up. Confused, she started wondering how two players could have been killed by a single Goblin strike. Realizing things had completely spiraled out of control, she tried to escape. However, Kim Chul-soo asked if she really thought she could run away after invading the village and trying to kill all those goblins. Immediately after, one of the goblins grabbed her leg and knocked her to the ground. Then Kim Chul-soo gave a speech to all the goblins present. He said they would never be oppressed by humans again. They would never again receive absurd quests that encourage the genocide of their race, and they would no longer have to spend eternity trapped in that cramped hole. Sometime later, in the city of Phoenix El Bazaar, guards spotted something impossible on the horizon. A gigantic army of goblins was advancing toward the walls. There were thousands, maybe millions of them. At the front of that mass marched Kim Chul-soo, announcing to his great companions that it was time to conquer the human city. 3 hours earlier, after finishing his speech, he had given a specific order. No one was allowed to kill High Danger. When players died, they were sent to the Resurrection Temple. He didn't intend to let a murderer escape so easily. Her companions, who had died earlier, were unconscious in the real world and wouldn't be able to use the revive function anytime soon. Because of that, he asked if she also wanted to experience the same pain. Then he noticed she had a very athletic build. The result was humiliating. Later, High Danger literally became his mount. Kim Chul-soo sat on her back while warning her not to even think about disconnecting. All her money and equipment were now in his hands. With no choice, she said she just wanted everything back later. Meanwhile, a messenger ran into the Adventurers Guild warning that goblins were invading the city. The players present laughed, asking who would take a goblin invasion seriously. Irene, who was there, questioned what exactly they meant by goblins invading. Other adventurers assumed it might be some kind of special event and said it could even be fun, but the joke ended the moment a goblin flew through a window. A blonde player drew his pistol and blew its head off, saying there really were goblins there. But that was far from a joke. A few seconds later, the entire guild was invaded by a swarm of goblins. Despite the sudden attack, they were quickly massacred. The main responsible for that was the Flame Knight, the powerful master of the infernal Infernal Fire Guild. Jaimini, a level 52 professor and vice master of Infernal Fire, was worried. Using his X-ray vision, he realized there were tens of thousands of goblins approaching, maybe even more. The monsters had already surrounded the Flame Knight, as well as almost everyone inside the guild. Meanwhile, the blonde gun user, Horace Philiver, asked the vice master if she wasn't going to do anything. He was referring to Charlotte Stone, who didn't seem very excited to help but now had no choice. At the same time, Irene observed that unlike that child earlier, these goblins were not cute at all. Without wasting time, she summoned Michelle, who appeared by destroying the guild's roof. Then Kim Chul-soo stated that he would give everyone there a taste of goblins. The weaker players began to run in fear, but the situation quickly changed when a mage ended up killing a goblin with a simple smack to the head. They were ridiculously weak. Realizing this, the adventurers began to face the monsters without fear, and soon the goblins started getting obliterated by fireballs and attacks from all sides. Seeing this, Kim Chul-soo became indignant and asked how humans dared to counterattack. Then he summoned the Great Goblin, stating that his companion's morale was dropping and that it was time to show its true power. Meanwhile, High Danger began to seriously think she should stop playing that game. The summoned goblin raised its bloodstained club and charged at the humans who had dared resist the invasion. With a single blow, it knocked down 3 adventurers at once. Satisfied, Kim Chul-soo declared that this was what foolish humans got for underestimating goblins. The monsters resumed their advance but stopped to destroy bodies that were already dead. The scene was so strange that even Kim Chul-soo had to order them to attack the living. Even so, the goblins continued acting completely insane. At one point, they dragged a girl into one of the city alleys. When Kim Chul-soo tried to help her, he ended up getting bitten. Since he took no damage at all, he realized those damn little pests really had something wrong with them. That's when the NPC god appeared and beheaded all the goblins attacking the girl. He commented that this was very strange, since goblins should never have reached that area, and asked if Kim Chul-soo knew anything about it. The young man replied that he had no idea what was going on. God then explained that the adventurers were doing well, but the goblins were too numerous. Even though they dealt little damage, they would eventually win through sheer numbers if the battle dragged on too long. The longer the fight continued, the worse it would be for humans, so he intended to end it immediately. However, Kim Chul-soo asked him to consider another possibility. Perhaps the goblins were no longer able to endure the situation. After all, adventurers constantly received missions to destroy their villages, but they were still a race that thought and lived as well. According to him, no one had even tried to talk to the goblins. God replied that talking to goblins was a waste of time, since their minds were driven only by greed, but Kim Chul-soo insisted, saying they had families and cared for one another. In response, the NPC explained that it wasn't like that. Goblins were not a normal race. They were monsters born from the abyss, creatures made to deceive adventurers. They had no real families or children. Still, he said he did not wish for their extinction. The problem was that when their numbers grew too much, they became a plague capable of destabilizing the world. That's why they needed to be eliminated. Kim Chul-soo argued that the goblins had even offered him food. Immediately, God asked whether that food might have been poisoned. The young man realized that made sense, but then he began connecting several strange events. At that moment, he was almost struck by a scythe. A goblin hiding under a table was trying to kill him. That made everything click in his mind. It was just a game. Monsters spawned. They had no families, no children, and did not truly live. They were only pretending. They had fooled him all along. After reaching that conclusion, he returned to the goblin army. Meanwhile, High Danger apparently only realized at that moment that she had gotten herself into a huge mess and tried to flee. However, Kim Chul-soo appeared floating on his mount and announced that plans had changed. Using the goblin summoner skill called Attention, he shouted that the Messiah had said this was enough and that all goblins must stop immediately. The problem was that no one obeyed. The monsters kept hitting corpses as if nothing had happened. Realizing his command was not working, Kim Chul-soo was interrupted by an adventurer who approached, asking what he was doing with that goblin. The young man was just preparing to act when the adventurer performed a monumental suplex on the summon. Then he praised the move and said that for a moment he thought Kim Chul-soo was responsible for the incident. Wishing the adventurer a good goblin hunt, Kim Chul-soo continued on his way. However, as soon as the man left, the summon turned against him. As expected, the goblin picked up a rock and threw it with enough force to kill him instantly. Without thinking twice, Kim Chul-soo grabbed High Danger and used her as a human shield. The girl took the stone to the head and died instantly. With complete seriousness, he declared that he would never forget the sacrifice of Goblin number 2. Immediately after, outraged, he asked whether that bastard had really just thrown a rock at him. If he could not control the goblin through his power, then he would have to teach it another way. In the distance, Irene saw a stone crossing the sky and found the two in complete chaos. She realized the idiot was trying to use a leech whip without removing the curse first. The moment Kim Chul-soo attacked, she rushed in to try to stop him. Meanwhile, in the center of the city near the guild, the Flame Knight continued piling up goblin bodies as if he were enjoying himself. Jarmeni called his attention, reminding him that this was not the time for games, especially since he was almost out of HP. In addition, many adventurers and guild members had already been killed during the attack. However, the knight replied that anyone who died to creatures of that level simply wasn't strong enough. On the other hand, Horace Philliver continued blowing up goblins with his pistols. Proudly, he claimed he had taken down 100 of them with 100 perfect headshots. Charlotte Stone immediately disproved his story, saying he had only killed 99 monsters with 100 shots. Without losing confidence, Horace Philliver asked if she was sure she hadn't forgotten to count a bullet. At that exact moment, a goblin tried to attack Charlotte Stone, but a bullet fell from the sky directly onto the monster's head, creating a literal fountain of blood. It was Horace Philliver's gift to her. Little by little, the adventurers were regaining control of the city. The Flame Knight decided to use his ultimate skill. However, when a specific goblin approached, Jaimini noticed something strange. That goblin looked different from the others, and drew his attention. Even so, the knight ignored the warning and activated Meteoric Explosion, crashing into the horde and obliterating nearly all the goblins. The only one that remained standing was that strange goblin, which walked through the flames as if they meant nothing. At that moment, Irene tried to stop it from getting near the goblin, but she wasn't fast enough. The goblin ended up being affected by the curse, while Kim Chelsu fell unconscious, unable to control his own summon. Without the master's control, the goblin entered berserker mode. Now it could no longer control itself, and its attributes had increased drastically. Irene narrowly avoided being hit. She had to dodge a sudden bite and realized the monster was absurdly fast. The only luck was that its main target was still Kim Chelsu. To protect him, Michelle, one of Irene's summons, threw Kim Chelsu onto the bluebird Romeo. Then Irene tried to attack directly using Michelle, but the creature was defeated with a single punch to the face. When the goblin advanced again, Irene summoned another entity, Gigas, but the result was the same. The golem was destroyed with a single strike before it even fully emerged from the ground. Irene used the summons only as a distraction to reach Romeo and escape. At that moment, she realized the damage notification wasn't wrong. If Kim Chelsu didn't dismiss that goblin summon, many people would end up getting hurt, so she ordered Romeo to fly as fast as possible. The goblin chased after them, constantly throwing stones. Romeo accelerated to maximum speed, but the monster used Takapi to deflect one of the stones directly into the bird. Romeo died instantly, sending Irene and Kim Chelsu into a free fall. Just barely, Irene managed to grab Kim Chelsu before impact, and they crashed together. That was exactly why the goblin ended up appearing in the middle of that chaos, calmly walking through the Flame Knight's fire. It had been chasing its master from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the leader of the Infernal Fire Guild activated his Eternal Flame skill. Jaimini then pointed out that the goblin had survived the meteoric explosion unscathed, and explained that it was completely different from the other enemies. In his opinion, it was time to use his own ability. The Flame Knight, however, replied that accepting help from others was the same as admitting defeat. With no choice, Jaimini had to keep watching once again. In his mind, that had always been the problem. Even though he was a genius with an IQ of 160, he had never been able to do anything because the knight always told him to stand back, and the result appeared right after. As soon as the knight attacked the goblin, he was counterattacked and thrown away as if it meant nothing. The guild members were shocked. Horace Philliver asked Charlotte Stone if she had seen that. While Jaimini tried to understand what had happened, he wondered if the goblin had dealt maximum damage. When someone receives a hit far above their HP, they usually pass out from being unable to endure the pain. Worried, he imagined the worst for the guild leader, but to his surprise, the Flame Knight appeared beside him completely fine and told him to stop crying. Disbelieving, Jaimini asked how he was still alive. The knight replied that they were talking about strategy and plans, and asked whether the professor had any idea to defeat that monster that dealt maximum damage with every attack. Jaimini answered that under normal conditions, there was no way to win. The best option would be to flee, because the chances of victory were literally 0%. Even so, there might be a possibility of defeating the monster with a single fatal blow. The knight heard that and concluded that then, it wasn't impossible. He promised to finish the goblin in a single attack. Jaimini asked him to wait for his signal. No matter what happened, no one could attack first. The leader's attacks weren't dealing any damage, while every strike from the goblin resulted in maximum damage. That creature was completely broken. Still, Jaimini had prepared a trap across the field and believed Eternal Flame could be the key to victory, since the skill ignored defenses and dealt direct damage. The problem was creating an opening. When the goblin advanced again, Jaimini admitted to himself that fighting that monster was absurd, but he knew the Flame Knight's pride well and knew he would never retreat, so he activated his professor skill, Domain Expansion. The professor's laboratory. The structures he had scattered across the ground weren't just traps, they also functioned as antennas antennas capable of amplifying his power. Inside the laboratory, everything was under his control. Thanks to that, he managed to completely interrupt the goblin's movements, creating the perfect opening. The Flame Knight immediately advanced. He admitted the goblin was strong, but declared that he was even more powerful. He possessed the Perumtress ability, which allowed him to survive a fatal blow while remaining at only 1 GP. In addition, he also had a berserker skill that drastically increased his attack power as his health decreased. The combination worked. He struck the goblin with a blow, dealing 347,000 damage. Even so, the creature kept moving. Before the counterattack could land, Jaimini used his laboratory to instantly reposition the knight. Within the skill's range, he could freely move players. Even so, Jaimini warned that the level gap was enormous. Continuing like this would only lead to death. It made no sense to risk their lives inside a game. The other players agreed. After all, the goblin had survived a hit of more than 300,000 damage. The event seemed completely unbalanced. Because of this, almost everyone decided to leave the game. Horace Philliver told Charlotte Stone that they should also log out, since that creature seemed impossible to defeat. Charlotte replied that, for the first time, he was right. Even if he wanted to keep fighting, she wouldn't allow it. However, while disconnecting, she noticed something strange. Horace wasn't leaving the game. The problem was that to prevent server overload, any player who disconnected had to wait 10 minutes before logging back in. She became furious, but there was nothing she could do to stop him. Horace remained on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Flame Knight questioned Jaimini again. After dealing all that damage, the goblin should have already lost at least half its health. The professor asked if he really intended to continue. His realignment skill needed a full minute to recharge. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to save him again. Moreover, they still hadn't understood the monster's attack patterns. As if to prove the point, the goblin threw a stone. The knight nearly died on the spot, but was saved by Horace Philliver's shots, which deflected the projectile at the last moment. Horace commented that it was lucky, and that he had fired on instinct because it looked dangerous. He also made it clear he wasn't interfering to steal rewards. The knight replied that this wasn't just a matter of pride. As long as Horace didn't interfere, everything was fine. Then the two advanced together against the goblin. Horace fired several times, but his shots, no matter how powerful, dealt exactly 0 damage. Still, when the goblin turned to counterattack, the Flame Knight seized the opening and struck it from behind. This time, the attack dealt 412,000 damage. Watching from afar, Jaimini couldn't understand what was happening. The chances of dying there were infinitely higher than surviving, yet those two madmen kept fighting without showing any fear. And, as expected, the goblin emerged from the flames even more enraged. At that exact moment, Kim Chul-soo finally woke up with a splitting headache. Confused, he realized he was squeezing the heads of 2 dead goblins for some reason. Seeing him awake, Irene remembered that idiot had fallen right on top of her, and commented, with obvious irritation, that unfortunately it seemed he had woken up. Kim Chul-soo replied that she was the woman who was with the Cat King. Without wasting time, Irene asked where the goblin child that traveled with him was, and told him to immediately unsummon it. Confused, Kim Chul-soo asked why. Irene then asked if he really had no idea what had happened. She explained that she had hit the goblin with the leech whip and couldn't remove the curse. Since Kim Chul-soo had blacked out, he probably didn't remember anything, but now the goblin was in a berserk state, destroying everything in its path. Irene also commented that he should imagine how much the goblin was suffering, being forced to hurt people against its will. For his sake and everyone else's, he needed to unsummon it. The problem was that Kim Chul-soo didn't know how to do that. He explained that there was no button to unsummon the goblin. In fact, there never had been one. Irene was surprised and asked if he wasn't a summoner. Kim Chul-soo replied that if he could unsummon that maniac, he would have done it long ago. Irene commented that he was so insensitive that his words were hurtful. However, Kim Chul-soo fired back, saying she was the one who insisted he name the goblin and kept interfering in his problems. In his view, the fact that other people were getting hurt unintentionally changed nothing. It would be much worse if they were doing it on purpose. To him, those people were simply getting what they deserved. Irene should mind her own business. Besides, the best part was that he wasn't taking any physical or mental damage. At that moment, he saw his goblin being launched through the sky after receiving an impressive 780,000 damage. Even after that absurd hit, the goblin remained alive and immediately returned to the fight. Meanwhile, the Flame Knight intended to respond with Eternal Flame, but he was completely out of mana. At the last moment, he dropped his sword, but was saved by Jaimini's realignment, which repositioned him inside the professor's laboratory. Irritated, Jaimini asked what he was doing. The knight replied that he was going to win. Jaimini then questioned why he had dropped his sword. If he wanted to win, he needed to keep fighting until the end, like he always did. At the very least, he needed to survive. He also asked why they simply didn't leave. It made no sense to risk their lives inside a game. The Flame Knight simply told him to shut up. He had already asked him not to shout like that, because it made it sound like they had already lost. Then he looked at Horace Philliver and asked if he really intended to fight alongside them. If he planned to stay, then he should actually help. Horace replied that he also wanted to resolve the situation, although everything felt far more troublesome than fun. That was when the knight noticed something alarming. Kim Chul-soo was running toward them, followed by a massive horde of goblins. When he saw his companion taking taking more than 700,000 damage, Kim Chul-soo concluded that the situation was truly dangerous. If the goblin died, his life would go back to how it used to be. He would have to return to eating rats or bread mixed with mud. Because of that, he needed to bring it back no matter what. Noticing his intention, Irene ordered him not to bring the goblin near them. In that state, it would only end up harming even more people. Before anything else, they needed to take it out of berserk mode. She explained that unsummoning wasn't the only available method. The explosion they had seen earlier could only have been caused by the Infernal Fire Guild Master. When a summon's HP reaches 0, it is automatically unsummoned and all negative effects, including berserk, disappear. Kim Chul-soo immediately asked if she was suggesting letting the goblin die at that man's hands. If it disappeared, he wasn't even sure he could bring it back. Irene replied that summons normally don't die. They simply enter a dormant state and later awaken again. At least, that was how it worked in most cases. The problem was that Kim Chul-soo couldn't unsummon his goblin, so no one knew whether the normal rules applied to it. Kim Chul-soo asked if she really wanted him to risk the goblin's life based on a hypothesis. That goblin was everything he had. He couldn't even imagine a reality where it didn't exist. He would rather die than live without it. Hearing that, Irene remembered her life outside the game. She had always liked pets and mascots. Because of that, she found herself wondering how someone could love another life so deeply, not their own, but another being's, to the point of crying like that. She then stepped forward and apologized. She realized she had misunderstood Kim Chul-soo. She promised she wouldn't let his beloved companion die, no matter what happened. She would do everything in her power to help. Kim Chul-soo, on the other hand, thought all this talk about a beloved companion was nonsense. Still, he told her not to get in his way. If there was no other way to bring the goblin back, he would handle it himself. Irene replied that, after analyzing the creature, she had thought of a solution. Since the goblin only had one life, she compared its berserk state to a pet that had spent too long living in the wild. According to her, the easiest way to approach such a creature was with food. It might not be simple, but she was certain it would work. While she talked about emotions and feelings, Kim Chul-soo could only think it was all nonsense. Still, something caught his attention. Last time, he had lured the goblin using the feeding skill. The monster had run toward him like an idiot. The problem was that after that day, he had practically forgotten to feed it. Without wasting time, he summoned a special goblin sausage. In his mind, that would definitely return the monster to normal. As soon as he started running toward the goblin, Irene tried to stop him, saying he only needed to call it with the food, but it was already too late. The moment he started running, all the goblins in the area began chasing him. The item in his hands was a legendary special goblin sausage. It was said to be so irresistible that it could even make a divorced goblin's wife come back to him. The only problem was that it could only be used once per day, and so Kim Chul-soo ran desperately while being chased by a full herd of goblins. That was how the story returned to the present. Still unable to understand what was happening, the Flame Knight asked why this was happening right now. Horace Philliver, who wasn't foolish, simply disconnected from the game. Meanwhile, the knight threw Jaimini away in an attempt to save him, and ended up being trampled by the goblin horde. Finally, Kim Chul-soo managed to reach his summon. Looking at it, he mentally complained that the goblin had gone off on its own without permission. Then he showed it its favorite sausage, and thought there was no time for discussion. It was better for it to eat quickly. He noticed that the goblin was acting really strange because of the berserker effect, and ended up commenting that it should eat its own sausage. The goblin took a light bite, but other goblins started trying to steal it, and the sausage ended up rolling across the ground, being tossed from side to side until it almost flew away. In the meantime, Kim Chul-soo was being trampled by the goblin horde, taking several hits and dodging some thanks to his agility, but it was already clear that at that pace he wouldn't survive much longer. He eventually thought it would be fine if a few damn goblins died anyway. When one of them finally managed to grab the sausage from the top of a pile, something suddenly pulverized the ground, creating a gigantic crater and blasting the goblins in every direction. At that moment, he remembered the lightweight blue steel armor he was wearing, which had a 1% chance of activating Heaven and Earth Crusher when struck, and that's exactly what happened, opening a massive hole and knocking everyone nearby down. The Goblin Lord was pleased with the situation, while a summoning ended up rescuing Kim Chul-soo from the fall, and he returned to normal, much calmer and even somewhat happy. He mentally complained that the goblin should have said it was hungry instead of causing all that chaos, and then allowed it to finally eat the sausage. In the end, he completed the mission, but instead of killing only 30 goblins from that village, he ended up eliminating 18,783. At that moment, Irene approached, saying that the berserker effect had worn off, and questioning everything that had happened, while Kim Chul-soo asked if she had come to fight him again, and whether she was his mother. She replied that she wasn't there for him, but was worried about the goblin cub, and asked if he had caused the attack. He denied it and said even he couldn't believe what had happened. Irene then explained that even with hundreds or thousands of goblins, they didn't cause significant damage to city players, since they could respawn without penalty, yet she still insisted the blame seemed to be his, demanding some compensation. He agreed and said he would handle it. Later, when everyone lost logged back in, they found a huge crater filled with gold as a goblin reward, and Kim Chol-soo even left a sign saying it was just a gift and they could take it for free. Meanwhile, executives from Gate of Paradise were discussing experiments, stating that G67 had been confirmed as capable of producing the maximum possible damage in the game, something impressive even for criminals. They explained that human kindness made summons weak or hard to control, but G67 didn't have that limitation and could be the perfect vessel, considering the experiment a success despite the need for sacrifices and multiple restarts. They also debated whether this meant G67 was more similar to goblins themselves among summoners, and the risk of someone inside the game having enough power to destabilize everything. One executive linked to Scariot argued that it needed to be controlled at any cost, and the issue eventually leaked into the news, reporting the goblin attack on Phoenix and the Bazaar, which caused no major damage due to the monster's weakness. After that, Kim Chol-soo thought he had done well to listen to the Catwoman, since he might have kept the gold and ended up being chased by other players. A bald mage gave an interview saying the culprit had partially redeemed himself with the reward left behind, and Kim Chol-soo realized it had been risky to trust monsters, since the goblin only caused all that mess because it was hungry. He also started to distrust Irene's help, finding her behavior strange from the beginning, as well as the presence of Sungdrul, who had appeared suddenly and seemed to know more than he should. Sungyul explained that there was a bug involving summoning classes, and that they planned to fix it soon, suggesting that his goblin might be strong precisely because of that. At the same time, an update from Gate of Paradise was announced, stating that several bugs would be fixed within a week, which annoyed Kim Chol-soo, since his goblin was strong precisely during this period. He then decided he needed to make the most of that week, because he couldn't return to his normal life and needed to earn $2 million, no matter how. When he returned to the NPC god, he heard that his achievement of 30 goblins was shameful, while he had already eliminated nearly 19,000, but the NPC was locked and required level 40 for new quests. At level 38, he still couldn't progress, so he decided to go to the Adventurers Guild to pick up another, more efficient mission, preferably with a bonus. Among the remaining options, he found a quest called Demon Mask, which offered a reward of 10,000 gold, about $1,000, and decided that would be his next step. The highest level mission among those left was level 36. The moment Kim Chol-soo grabbed the poster, High Danger also grabbed it at the same time, and upon realizing it was him, she immediately panicked, calling him a crazy pervert. He told her to speak quietly because otherwise people would really start believing it, and within seconds the crowd around them became outraged, agreeing that he really did look suspicious. In that atmosphere, an elderly mage took the poster and asked them not to get upset, saying he could go with her since she was the grandma, introduced as Okray, a level 32 mage. Kim Chol-soo asked if she was stealing his quest since he saw it first, but she explained that it required at least 3 people. He replied that he could handle it alone, and complained that he didn't need to carry anyone, even saying the old lady might be useful, though she simply said she couldn't do anything if he didn't want to bring her. The crowd disliked him and no one else wanted to join, so he eventually agreed to take the grandma and High Danger, who panicked at the idea of having to go with him again. Inside the dungeon, High Danger avoided even looking at Kim Chol-soo, complaining mentally about being with him again, while he said that at this pace they would never get out, since she was only killing one monster every 10 minutes. She replied that she couldn't go faster because there were many level 35 and 36 bears in the area. He dismissed them as normal monsters and said he didn't care about reports anymore, summoning his goblin anyway. The elderly mage Okray tried to attack the goblin with a fireball, and then Kim Chol-soo told everyone to stop bothering his goblin. Naturally, the goblin beat the bear down with his fists, dealing 99 million damage. High Danger asked if that was the same goblin as before and why he was there. Kim Chol-soo replied that it was his summon. He was the master of that ridiculously powerful monster that one-shot everything, so everyone should stay out of its way. Later, they walked through an almost empty dungeon because the goblin had already cleared everything. Along the way, High Danger asked Okray how she had started playing the game. She said it was because of her husband. High Danger thought that was very romantic and wanted to know more, asking what he was like and what class he played. But before she could explain, the group finally found the boss, the mission target. Even so, Okray asked everyone not to come any closer. At that moment, she remembered the reason she had started playing in the first place. Her retired husband spent hours playing the game, and she would always ask whether it was really that fun. She used to say that all those electromagnetic waves had to be bad for his brain, since he spent all day inside the game, but he would answer that he was bored. He could no longer go out like he used to, so he at least wanted to have fun that way. She would then say it was nice of the government to provide something like that for the elderly to help them pass the time. Back when his warrior was only level 17, Okray decided to enter the game to keep him company. At the time, he even complained that she had not gotten his name right and was acting like an old lady lost on the internet. But when she realized what his character's name actually was, she felt embarrassed. Back in the present, standing before them was a player possessed by the demon mask. The creature was level 36, but the warrior's name was I Love Park Ray, and he was a level 39 warrior. It was her husband. Okray said it was time to help the elderly, and used her darkness bomb to separate the mask from him. High Danger Danger immediately realized what had happened, but when she turned around, she came face to face with Kim Chol-soo, level 38, possessed by a level 36 mask. She declared that she hated that bastard even more now. She was chased for quite a while, practically all the way back to the dungeon entrance. When he finally managed to touch her, she responded with a kick to the face, so powerful that it ripped the mask right off him. That was when she realized something. If the mask received enough real damage, it could be forcibly removed. There was just one problem. The mask's next target was always the person closest to its previous host. This time, the one who got possessed was High Danger herself. Kim Chol-soo got back up, still feeling nauseous, complaining that the mask was a complete nightmare. He even started telling that damn woman that he had seen everything, but then realized she was possessed too. She was completely buffed up and ready to beat him into the ground. He ended up cornered and took so many punches to the stomach that he started coughing up blood. Naturally, he summoned his goblin beside him to act as a shield. Every punch she threw dealt 0 damage to the goblin, so Kim Chol-soo ordered it to attack the mask. But the instant the goblin struck, the mask abandoned High Danger and fled. She ended up taking a direct hit to the head. Then the mask flew straight toward the goblin's face, only to pass right through its body and continue chasing Kim Chol-soo. He ran like a man possessed until he reached the elderly couple. The moment he got close, the old lady immediately yelled at him not to come any closer, calling him a damned brat. Honestly, after all that chaos, he had been considering letting the whole thing go, but now that she had insulted him, that was when he realized the old man was the very same player who had previously been possessed by the demon mask. The retired warrior insisted he could endure it, but Kim Chol-soo replied that it sounded suspiciously like someone trying to dump the entire problem on him, simply because he did not want to go through it again. Calling him a stubborn old geezer, he said nobody had told him to play a game like that at his age. It was only a little mind control from a mask, and the man was acting as if it were the end of the world. He had no idea how much worse things could get in that game. What if he had a heart attack while alone? Who would he blame then? The game company? Since when could only young people handle danger? It was a dangerous game for everyone. That was when his trusty steeds number 1 and 2 appeared, also known as the Goblin and High Danger. Kim Chol-soo asked if she was still alive after getting hit by the goblin. She replied that party members could not kill each other unless PvP mode was activated, and called him an idiot. Then she asked how he could run so fast. Had he put all his stat points into agility? He answered that, actually he had. Then he took the opportunity to say that that damned old lady had tried to fool everyone by passing the mask onto them instead of letting her husband deal with it. She had tried to escape first to get revenge, only to end up becoming the mask's target herself. But High Danger completely ignored the subject and asked whether he had ever secretly wished to be a goblin. Kim Chol-soo said no, goblins were weaklings, and he had never wanted to be one, but she pointed out that the goblin he summoned was absurdly powerful. Kim Chol-soo replied that the creature barely listened to him these days. Soon, whatever. The point was that it really was strong. Sometimes he even thought maybe it would be better to be a goblin after all. Then High Danger asked why she had turned into that version of herself while wearing the mask. Kim Chol-soo explained that she had become incredibly muscular and intimidating. She said she already knew that. The mask transformed people into the version of themselves they most wished to be. She liked working out, but her body did not build muscle easily, so she constantly wished she were stronger. The short old man, on the other hand, had always been deeply insecure about his height, which explained why he had become gigantic while possessed. That was when everyone finally understood what had happened to the old lady. The old man had been trying to save her because she had also been possessed. Except, apparently she was pregnant, not in reality, but because her greatest dream had always been to have a child. During their married life, they tried for a long time to have children, but the doctor said it was practically impossible. They never succeeded, and she was the one who took it the hardest. Even so, he asked her not to worry. There are people who have difficulty getting pregnant, and it isn't their fault. It was okay. They could still live happily, just the two of them. They would keep taking care of each other, just as they always had. That was why he was standing there in front of her. Even after she had turned into a demon, Kim Chol-soo said it was the perfect opportunity to get out of there. That thing was far too fast to defeat. High Danger asked if he really intended to abandon those two. When she had been possessed by the mask, she could feel her body being controlled, but she remained conscious, watching everything as if trapped in sleep paralysis. The old woman was going through the same thing right now, which meant there was still something they could do to help her. But Kim Chol-soo was already thinking about leaving. He asked whether High Danger would put the mask on her own face in their place. She replied that wasn't the point. They needed to get rid of the creature. He argued that it would be extremely difficult, and that if she wanted to gain levels, they could simply hunt other monsters. She then declared that she would handle everything herself and keep the monster's unique reward as well. That immediately caught Kim Chol-soo's attention, and he asked what she was talking about. High Danger explained that this monster appeared very rarely, and there was a reason for that. All he had to do was look at the color of its name. She was willing to bet that the XP and loot would be ridiculous. Instantly interested, Kim Chol-soo summoned the goblin. Already gripping the whip, he announced that they would go with that strategy. High Danger asked why. He explained that it was the only way to obtain the cursed mask. As he prepared the cursed whip, he thought about the berserker effect, which massively increased stats. The problem was that the goblin goblin would go insane because of it. Even so, he believed he could handle the situation. His main concern was the random effects and status ailments, but everything would be fine as long as he didn't pass out. After whipping the goblin, he received only the weakness status effect, which increased the damage he took for a short period. Considering all the possibilities, he had been extremely lucky. However, when he ordered the goblin to attack, it turned on Kim Chul-soo instead. Even so, he managed to grab it and throw it toward the old woman. The goblin flew in with a flying kick, but the elderly woman merely felt dizzy, since members of the same party could not harm each other. At that moment, the mask leaped toward the old man. High Danger saved him and told him to grab his wife and run. Despite their weakened condition, the two of them began to flee. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo remarked that this really did seem like a unique monster, but that this time it would die. Snorting and drooling, the goblin charged at High Danger, who was in her enhanced form. She simply dodged and tried to break its spine with a knee strike. Kim Chul-soo was impressed. Not only had she avoided the goblin's attack, but she had also counterattacked. Before it could even get back up, it was struck by another kick. At least she wasn't taking any damage. At first, he thought she had become absurdly strong, but soon he realized something else. The berserk goblin wasn't landing a single hit. High Danger's attacks were so powerful that they cracked the walls of the cave. It wasn't that she was weak. The problem was that the goblin was simply too durable. Even though it remained standing as always, the impacts began to destroy the cave. OK Ray's husband shielded her body with his own and said he had promised to take care of her. He also wondered how lonely she must have felt to follow him into a place like this. Then he apologized. When the cave finally collapsed, Kim Chul-soo ended up buried under the rubble. High Danger asked if he could hear her and whether he was okay. She could see his hand sticking out from the debris and asked if he could move it. In response, he raised only his middle finger. Even so, she informed him that the mask was right beneath his hand. Since it was trapped under the rubble, it couldn't move. Kim Chul-soo could barely move his body either, but he managed to flick the mask on the forehead. To everyone's surprise, it shattered. High Danger asked whether that had really been enough to defeat it. In the end, it seemed like a monster designed solely for a game of tag. With the creature's defeat, she rose from level 36 to level 39, while Kim Chul-soo advanced from level 38 to level 41. While searching for the long-awaited reward, Kim Chul-soo found the demon mask itself, a summoning item. However, before he could grab it, the goblin got there first. He had completely forgotten about that damned goblin. The berserker effect still hadn't worn off. Even while buried, he was holding onto the goblin's sausage, but he couldn't hand it over. Then he noticed something strange coming out of the goblin's eyes. Maybe it was a side effect of the berserker state. It reminded him of Geiger. It looked exactly the same. Panicking, he shouted for his little devil minions to stay away. High Danger approached to ask what had happened, but then she saw Kim Chul-soo take a punch, dealing 99 million damage. The impact blasted through all the rocks, burying him, pierced the cave walls, and even freed the elderly couple. When High Danger realized that the goblin was approaching the mask, she concluded that it was time to grab the item and get out of there. Later, Kim Chul-soo asked if she had really taken the item outside simply because she thought someone might steal it. Did she actually expect him to believe that story? Already holding the mask, High Danger explained that she hadn't known unique items couldn't be traded. She had only wanted to give it to him. Kim Chul-soo replied that she was making a fool of him and said he would take her to court. Once the goblin returned to normal, it would be called as a witness. At that moment, the old man approached carrying all the money they had saved. He said they had only taken such a risk because of Ok Ray, and he made her apologize as well. Even so, Kim Chul-soo stated that money alone wouldn't erase her mistake. After thinking for a moment, he admitted that he might forgive her, depending on the amount. High Danger objected, saying that wasn't right. It was their entire life savings. But the old man explained that they planned to quit the game anyway. They were going to leave that dangerous game, which had nearly cost them their lives, and even get rid of the machine. From now on, they intended to spend more time together in real life. Because of that, they no longer needed any gold inside the game. Kim Chul-soo immediately agreed. He said it could be considered payment for saving their lives. After all, the money would only have value if it were sold. The old man then asked whether it was really possible to convert that gold into real-world money. High Danger confirmed that it was and told the couple to simply leave. They had already apologized. That was when Kim Chul-soo suddenly asked what the hell they were doing. In the very next second, the three of them logged out of the game and escaped without a second thought. To make matters worse, the goblin had already returned to normal quite some time ago. Later, Kim Chul-soo visited the NPC god, who remarked that he had finally reached level 40. Apparently, he wasn't as mediocre an adventurer as he looked. It was even possible to see in his eyes how much stronger he had become. Although he was still far below him, Kim Chul-soo was still irritated. Ignoring that, God said the time had come to reveal the secret and summoned him for the main quest. The problem was that the player had to listen to the entire mandatory dialogue sequence before receiving the quest, which only made him more annoyed. The NPC asked whether he knew the story of the 1,000-year war between humans and demons. The humans had won, of course, and the defeated monsters had been driven into dungeons. For a time, the human world enjoyed peace, but that peace did not last forever. Without a common enemy, humans eventually began fighting among themselves. As they walked through a dark chamber, Kim Chul-soo replied that he didn't care. Nevertheless, Nevertheless, God continued his explanation. According to him, humans needed something to focus their hatred on. Over time, they realized they needed monsters in order to maintain peace among themselves. When a torch was lit, it revealed a gigantic creature imprisoned beneath the heart of the capital. The message was simple. Throughout history, humans had only managed to unite when facing monsters as a common enemy. To preserve peace among mankind, monsters needed to exist. Otherwise, another human war would inevitably break out. To prevent such a conflict, a choice had to be made. Even if many people died in the process, it would supposedly save even more lives in the future. At least, that was the justification. Kim Chul-soo commented that the dialogue was so serious it couldn't even be skipped. Then God revealed his plan, to recreate the war between humans and demons. The player couldn't have cared less. When the option to cooperate or refuse appeared, he assumed the next quest would depend on choosing to cooperate. But then he had an idea. What if he selected do not cooperate? Upon clicking that option, the NPC simply asked him to reconsider, saying they needed him. He clicked it again and received exactly the same response. He kept choosing it repeatedly just for fun until, after several attempts, God drew his sword and declared that he would have to force him. Amused by the situation, Kim Chul-soo was already about to accept and say he would cooperate. However, when the level 70 NPC attacked him, something unexpected happened. He took absolutely no damage. In reality, this was a scripted defeat event. The requirement to begin the quest was reaching level 40, and a player of that level would never stand a chance against a level 70 NPC. It was exactly like the previous encounter with the golem. After losing, the option to cooperate would appear again. Realizing this, Kim Chul-soo told the goblin not to kill the NPC. They only needed to fight for a little while. The problem was that the goblin completely ignored the order and hurled a rock that dealt 99 million damage. In a panic, Kim Chul-soo shouted at him not to kill the NPC, but it was already too late. When he looked again, God was on the verge of death with a massive hole in his chest. Even in that condition, he still remarked that Kim Chul-soo had truly become much stronger. At that moment, the player's only concern was something else entirely. How was he supposed to get the quest now? Afterward, he headed to the desert to hunt some creatures and gain experience. However, when he arrived, he found a mage dominating the entire area as if it belonged to him. With his lightning spells, he was slaughtering monsters non-stop. It was Super Wizard, a level 41 mage. Kim Chul-soo thought the whole thing was ridiculous. The guy was fighting over territory filled with weak monsters in an open field. It didn't even make sense to act like he owned the place. Meanwhile, his quest system was still broken, and there were only a few days left before the bug would be fixed. The time he had to exploit the goblin's absurd power was running out. When Super Wizard tried to kill another scorpion with a lightning spell, the monster was struck first by a rock, dealing 99 million damage. Outraged, the mage demanded to know who dared invade his territory. The moment he turned toward Kim Chul-soo, he immediately activated PvP mode and declared that the area now belonged to him. The response came swiftly. While hunting in that desert, Kim Chul-soo advanced from level 41 to level 44 with almost no effort. He spent hours destroying everything in the region, yet even so, he couldn't earn $1,000. That bothered him deeply. Such a small amount wouldn't change his situation. He still had debts to pay, and the goblin, the being that was supposed to transform his life, seemed incapable of solving his real problems. Then he remembered what Seungirl had said about difficult dungeons and the special conditions required to find them. Thinking it over, he realized he possessed a monster capable of killing practically anything. There was no point wasting time in such a mediocre area. He needed to find something bigger before the bug was fixed. It felt as though the entire world was conspiring against him. That was when someone silently appeared behind him, activated PvP mode, and smashed a brick into the back of his head. Sometime later, Kim Chul-soo woke up sitting by the city's fountain next to Seungirl. Still dazed, he asked if it was him again. Seungirl replied that he had healed his injuries and saved his life, and yet that was the reaction he got. Kim Chul-soo should be grateful for the luck of having him nearby. He also remarked that someone would only collapse like that after a serious fight. Hearing that, Kim Chul-soo began putting the pieces together. Someone had activated PvP mode. Someone had tried to kill him. He told the goblin that it was time for revenge. Now that was more like it. The goblin was lying in the fountain, but Seungirl asked how he intended to find the culprit. He didn't even know who had attacked him. Over the course of his journey, he had probably made a few enemies. Besides, it wasn't as if anyone could steal money or items in that game, so nobody had anything to gain from attacking Kim Chul-soo. Kim Chul-soo admitted that made sense. Maybe it was just a grudge. Perhaps even Han Gemun Dor-young. But Seungirl said that a man of such status wouldn't go around beating people up for fun. It definitely wasn't him. There was no way to identify the culprit, so the best option was to forget about revenge. Sometimes people simply bump into each other by accident. Some days, life just goes against you. But those words only made Kim Chul-soo even more frustrated with life and everything around him. It felt like the entire world wanted to screw him over. Even so, Seungirl told him to think about what he truly needed to do. There wasn't much time left before the bug was fixed. Hearing that, Kim Chul-soo realized that the goblin would not remain by his side forever. Maybe revenge really could wait. What he needed right now was money, and to get that money he needed a quest. So he told Seungirl Sungyul that he had ended up killing the NPC god. In response, Sungyul pointed out that it was only an NPC and would respawn in the same place as usual. Even so, Kim Chol-soo replied that he needed $2 million. Maybe he could earn that much before the bug was fixed. Sehungrul then explained that Kim Chol-soo's summon was clearly the strongest entity in existence, but there were situations inside dungeons that couldn't be solved through brute force alone. He might enter a dungeon believing he could clear everything in a single day, but sometimes it could take an entire week. Because of that, nobody could say for certain how much progress he would be able to make within the remaining time. Kim Chol-soo lowered his head and said he had been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet all he had done was waste it. Once the bug was fixed, he would be finished. He had thought he could take advantage of the situation before that happened, but he hadn't gotten very far. Without the goblin, he felt like he was nothing. That was when Seung-grul activated PvP mode and punched him square in the face. Then he told him to pull himself together. If he fell apart so easily, what would become of the Afton Guild? At that very moment, the guild was doing everything it could to avoid defeat. They were fighting to prove that clearing the dungeon was possible even without him, and precisely to show that they didn't need Kim Chol-soo, everyone was giving their absolute best to win. Seung-grul continued by saying that he was someone people constantly compared themselves to. Everyone wanted to surpass Kim Chol-soo. That was what they called a rival. Not the goblin, but Kim Chol-soo himself. He was the guild's true rival. And after all that, he still had the nerve to say he was useless. Another punch to the face followed immediately afterward. This time, Kim Chol-soo simply thanked him. Sun-girl then helped him to his feet and told him not to regret any of it. Meanwhile, Catherine Lee entered the Gate of Paradise once again. She was attempting a challenge that required her not to be hit by a single monster inside the dungeon. In truth, it did not seem difficult at all. She was a mage. Not even assassins could hit her easily. However, noticing that she was live on stream, she quickly corrected herself. Catherine Lee never used foul language during her broadcasts. She headed into the desert to complete the challenge, but she did not encounter a single monster along the way. The entire area was completely peaceful. That irritated her, because she had received a donation specifically to complete that mission. That was when a mage approached her and said that if she wanted to hunt monsters, she had come to the wrong place. Super Wizard explained that the area was known as the Land of Death. There were no monsters or players there for a reason. In the past, it had been a peaceful hunting ground where many players gathered to cooperate and defeat monsters together. Those had been happy days. But then one day, a certain bastard showed up and killed every monster in the region. The monsters still respawned normally, but they were instantly wiped out by a thrown stone that dealt 99 million damage. Super Wizard pointed toward the area and asked if she could see it. The moment monsters respawned, they turned to dust. He then added that if she did not like the situation, she should complain directly to the person responsible. After all, he neither hid nor ran away from anyone. That was when Catherine Lee realized he was talking about Kim Chol-soo, and at that exact moment, Kim Chol-soo got hit in the head with a brick thrown by Sungrul himself. Seeing that, Catherine Lee realized she had seen that old man before. After thinking for a few seconds, she finally remembered. He was the man who had sold them the secret information about the hidden dungeon. She began wondering why he was attacking Kim Chol-soo. Were the two of them working together now? Without wasting any time, Sungrul picked up Kim Chol-soo and shot off into the distance. Catherine Lee tried to follow them, but he was far too fast. Just then, the butler called her and asked what was going on. The stream had gone offline. She replied that she was going to contact the special forces. Then she added that everything was fine, but she needed a favor from him. What she needed was a private investigator. She did not care about the price. She only wanted someone truly competent. Later, Sungrul told him to gather some money, but Kim Chol-soo asked if he thought that was because he did not want to. The problem was that he had no idea how he was supposed to come up with $2 million. The bug would be fixed in only 3 days. Sungyul tried threatening him with another slap, but ended up getting a sharp response instead. Kim Chol-soo told him not to even start with that nonsense, but Sungyul replied that he had not even finished speaking. Earning $2 million within that time frame was impossible. Maybe he could make $2,000. Kim Chol-soo then asked what exactly anyone was supposed to do with only $2,000. Have a barbecue? The other man explained that the money would serve as startup capital for preparation. He needed money, but he did not have time. Because of that, he decided to bet everything he had. He went to the center of Al-Bazaar, carrying a sign that read, "I can clear any dungeon for 1,000 gold coins." It did not take long before someone stopped and looked at the sign, saying that they wanted to meet the person who had written it. Kim Chol-soo replied that it was him. He said that all they had to do was try a dungeon alongside him, and if he failed to clear it, he would refund the money. A cleric asked whether he truly believed he could conquer the Count's Grand Library. Kim Chol-soo replied without hesitation that he would win. He even went so far as to declare himself the noblest being under heaven and earth. The reaction was immediate. Everyone started laughing at him, saying that a level 44 player would not even be able to enter that place. Even so, the cleric said he had a dungeon in mind. He only wanted to confirm that there would be a refund in case of failure. Kim Chol-soo told them to hurry up because time was money. After accepting the proposal and taking the gold, he heard from the cleric that the recommended level for that dungeon was 46, an extremely high requirement. The man wanted to level up quickly and thought that a level level 44 player could never solo such a dungeon. In the end, the player would only lose experience and the money would be refunded anyway. In his mind, that was how you tricked a fool. However, at that very moment, Kim Chol-soo simply logged out of the game. Later, he commented that there were nothing but idiots in that place. Who in their right mind would hand money to a complete stranger just because he claimed he could solo a dungeon? Despite the criticism, he admitted that Senyural had come up with a useful idea. In fact, the original plan had been for him to actually clear dungeons in exchange for money, but Kim Chol-soo had no intention of doing that. In just 2 days, he managed to gather 34,000 gold coins. The Goblin was fascinated by his talent for deceiving others and awarded him a special point. Kim Chol-soo had almost forgotten about the Elder's existence and remarked that the point would soon become useless. He had no intention of doing anything with it. However, after closing a system window, he suddenly came face to face with an extremely ugly goblin. Later, a player was leaving a bar when he spotted Kim Chol-soo wearing a highly suspicious expression. There was a reason for that. He had just entered the establishment and wagered all of his money at Beniro's gacha shop. Beniro commented that he had never seen him before and explained the rules. Each attempt cost 100 gold coins. He then introduced the prizes of the day. First place was Vega's legendary weapon, the Lion King's Gauntlet. Second place was Falling Star, a pair of boots capable of performing short-range teleports. Third place was the Guardian's Ring, which granted an iron body. Kim Chol-soo replied that it was exactly what he had been looking for. Since he had plenty of gold, he would spend all 34,000 coins on attempts. The people around him thought it would be entertaining to watch. One spectator remarked that he was going all in. Beniro accepted the wager, shuffled the cards, and placed 10 of them on the table. Then he struck an overly dramatic pose. The system informed him that he needed to choose 10 cards. Before he could begin, one of the men interrupted and told him to take it easy. Everyone was watching and cheering for him, so he should not ruin the fun by flipping them all at once. The man also revealed a secret. Beniro maintained that narcissistic pose to hide his reactions. Since he already knew what each card contained, he would always show some involuntary movement whenever he saw a better prize. The more valuable the item, the stronger the reaction. Encouraged by the tip, Kim Chol-soo picked a card. Everyone waited for the big moment, but the result was nothing more than a broken branch, an item even more useless than he was. Irritated, he asked what had happened to that supposed strategy. The man replied that it was merely for entertainment. Even so, they urged him to keep going. After all, it was only the beginning. With 34,000 gold coins available, he still had plenty of attempts left. In the first round, he got 2 broken branches, 2 blanks, 1 steel bar, 2 grapes, 1 strawberry, and 2 pieces of trash. He tried 10 more times and received 3 additional pieces of junk. Then he continued rolling without stopping. At one point, people had to hold him back because he was about to beat up Beniro. Furious, he demanded to know whether that garbage machine actually worked or if he was being made a fool of. That was when the man who had given him the advice remembered something important. Sometimes it was worth believing in superstitions. When someone was suffering from terrible luck, they could simply pass the responsibility to someone else. Kim Chol-soo shoved the man aside, but then considered that he might have a point, so he decided to let the goblin choose the cards. The goblin began shuffling everything in a completely random manner. During the process, one of the cards fell onto the floor, and everyone noticed that Beniro had looked directly at it. Immediately, Kim Chol-soo asked whether he had hit the jackpot. Beniro seemed to panic and tried to hide his reaction. One of the spectators declared that God was on his side, and that it was only the 3rd time he had ever seen Beniro make that expression. Kim Chol-soo told him to shut up and thought about what Senyural had said. If he managed to obtain the Lion King's Gauntlet, he could sell it for more money than his entire debt. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he slowly knelt down and picked up the card. He needed it to be the grand prize. When he finally turned it over, everyone was stunned. At first glance, it really looked like the Lion King's Gauntlet, but it wasn't. It was the King Leoncio's Gauntlet, a purely decorative item. No one there had ever seen it before. Some even commented that it might be rarer than the actual first place prize. Irritated, Kim Chol-soo asked whether a useless decorative item was worth anything. One of the men replied that he clearly knew nothing about the game. In worlds like that, even a small pouch with no abilities whatsoever could be sold for thousands of dollars, simply because it looked good. Kim Chol-soo asked what kind of idiot would spend that much money on an item that did absolutely nothing. The people around him explained that humans had always spent fortunes on appearance, fashion, cosmetics, and even plastic surgery. Beautifying oneself was part of human nature, and many people were willing to pay absurd amounts just to have style. Still skeptical, Kim Chol-soo asked whether the item was really worth that much, and told Beniro to say something. The shop owner admitted that he had never expected Kim Chol-soo to pull the special prize. He explained that the item was practically on the same level as the first place reward in terms of rarity. The difference was that it was a non-transferable item. It was so rare that someone could spend up to 4 million gold coins and still never obtain it. For that reason, he should consider himself lucky. The answer only made Kim Chol-soo even more annoyed. To him, it was a complete ripoff. Even so, he kept gambling and spent another 9,000 gold coins without getting anything significant. At that point, he began to believe it was impossible for someone to be that unlucky. As he watched his money disappear, all he could think think about was how many buckets of fried chicken he could have bought with those thousands of dollars. When desperation finally set in, he decided to sell his armor. He removed the blue steel light armor and announced that he wanted to get rid of it as quickly as possible. The people around him commented that it certainly looked valuable and asked how much he wanted for it. Kim Chol-soo replied that he was open to offers. That was when a man sitting in the back of the bar spoke up. He offered 1 million gold coins. The amount was so absurd that Kim Chol-soo began to question his own armor. If someone was willing to pay that much for an item he was trying to sell in a hurry, maybe it was worth far more than he had imagined. The buyer, known as Juhu, said that it probably wasn't worth that much. He simply wanted to buy it quickly, and therefore made a high offer. However, when they initiated the trade, he placed something in the trade window that wasn't money. Confused, Kim Chol-soo asked if he was joking. He didn't have time for games. Juhu replied that he was completely ignorant. The item he had placed in the trade window was an extremely rare material, the still beating heart of a dragon. The reaction from the people around them was immediate. Everyone agreed that it was incredibly valuable. Seeing everyone's astonishment, Kim Chol-soo began to believe that he was truly looking at something special. Juhu explained that, in reality, he would be taking a loss by trading the heart for the armor. However, time also had value. He preferred to see it as the price of avoiding the hassle of selling the item later. After hearing the explanation, Kim Chol-soo agreed to accept the trade, but suddenly, the transaction was cancelled. Juhu explained that he had pressed the wrong button and started the process again. However, the moment the item appeared in the trade window, Kim Chol-soo confirmed the trade without even checking properly. Shortly afterward, Juhu logged out of the game. Only then did everyone realize the disaster. Kim Chol-soo had not traded the armor for the dragon's heart. He had sold it for a simple strawberry. The people around him shook their heads. They commented that the place was full of emotionally broken people, and that, precisely because of that, it was the perfect environment for scammers. That was why one should always check a trade before pressing the confirmation button. Besides, that armor was never worth 1 million gold coins. One of the men decided to tell Kim Chol-soo the truth. He said that, including himself, there was no one in that bar rooting for anyone else's success. All of those people had ruined their own lives and found comfort in watching others fail as well. When it looked like Kim Chol-soo had obtained a valuable item, everyone thought exactly the same thing. They hoped it wasn't anything special, and when they discovered that the King Leoncio's gauntlet was a non-transferable item, they felt relieved. No one wanted to see him win the grand prize. The man then told him to treat it as a lesson. It would be better if he never came back to that place. Furious, Kim Chol-soo immediately logged out of the game. As he opened the capsule in the cafe, he swore that he would kill every last one of those bastards. But he barely had time to stand up before he was surrounded by 2 loan sharks. The men told him that he couldn't just go around killing people. If he ended up in prison, he would never be able to repay his debts. Kim Chol-soo replied that he had already paid one installment, but one of them pulled him out of the capsule and explained that it changed nothing. There were still many more payments left to make. Without any ceremony, they immediately started beating him. Even though he promised he would pay everything back, he received a brutal punch to the stomach. One of the men said he didn't believe that promise for even a second. In fact, they had only shown up because it had been a long time since he had received the beating he deserved. Just when it seemed like the situation was about to get even worse, Singirl appeared in the real world and stepped in front of him. He declared that they would pay for messing with his friend. The heroic moment, however, was short-lived. The old man ended up getting kicked as well. Even so, something caught the loan shark's attention. On the ground was a thick stack of cash. Surprised, they asked if he had really come to pay off that guy's debt. Sungirl replied that this was exactly why people should let others finish talking before acting like idiots. Confused, Kim Chol-soo asked what he was doing. Was he really paying his debt? Seungirl explained that he had enough money for that. Besides, he knew the loan sharks weren't expecting to receive the full $2 million immediately. They were only there for the overdue interest. All he had to do was hand over that amount and send them on their way. The loan shark handed the money to his assistant for verification and asked who exactly the old man was. Was he Kim Chol-soo's friend? After all, they had known that guy for years and had never once seen a friend by his side. Sungirl replied that he had no obligation to answer. The loan shark agreed. As long as the money was correct, he didn't care about anything else. Shortly afterward, the assistant confirmed that everything was in order. Satisfied, the loan shark advised Kim Chol-soo to treat that friend better, and then left with his group. Later, the two were sitting together drinking beer. During their conversation, Sengkyo remarked that it was incredible how a $100,000 loan taken out 10 years earlier had turned into a $2 million debt. The interest rate was completely absurd. Then he remembered something. Hadn't Kim Chol-soo said that this was a debt left behind by his parents? After a few seconds of silence, Kim Chol-soo admitted that he had lied. He felt too ashamed to admit that he had dug his own grave by getting involved with with loan sharks. Seung asked why he had never asked his parents for help. The answer came sharply. He told the topic to go to hell and revealed that he was actually an orphan. Throughout his life, he had been the target of prejudice and humiliation because of it. To him, carrying that burden was a far greater debt than any amount written on a bank statement. Seung understood. After all, Kim Chul-soo had accumulated an enormous debt just to survive. Then he asked what had happened to the $100,000. What had he done with the money? The answer was simple. He had gambled all of it away. In his mind, the only thing he could truly count on was his own body to work. At that moment, Seung finally understood why he had been so obsessed with high-level dungeons. When he asked what Kim Chul-soo planned to do from then on, Kim Chul-soo replied that he still needed money. He said he would do manual labor or anything else. It didn't matter. He had always lived with very little, surviving one day at a time. His life had been nothing but cleaning up messes and taking miserable jobs. Summoner of the Goblin? What a joke. The real Goblin is me. Even so, Seung said it was still far too early to give up. He was strong enough to keep going. Kim Chul-soo thanked him, saying that if it hadn't been for him, he would have been beaten to death. He swore that he would recover everything he had lost, no matter the cost. Seung then told him to honor that promise. On the day of the game's major update, Kim Chul-soo found himself thinking that maybe Seung was right. He had already reached level 44 and had grown tremendously since the days when he was just a minor. It was far too early to quit simply because he had lost the Goblin. After all, he was much stronger now. When he logged back into the game, he saw that the Goblin looked exactly the same as always, smiling normally. However, when he noticed that everyone around him was laughing, he realized why. It wasn't just the Goblin being stared at. He himself was wearing nothing but underwear. He quickly put his terrible armor back on, the one that still gave him -1 defense. At least he hadn't sold that piece of junk. Afterward, he went to distribute his attribute points. Previously, the Goblin handled every battle on his own, but now Kim Chul-soo had to think about the damage he would personally take. His health was extremely low, so he decided to increase that stat first. He also put a few points into strength. In the end, his build looked more like that of an assassin than anything else. The next problem was obtaining a weapon. Unfortunately, he had already spent all of his money and couldn't even afford a stick. It was all that cursed Gotcha's fault. Then he had an idea. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, Roy the Mage was impressed to finally meet Revenant. According to the rumors, he really was as silent as people said. He was the man who had reached level 47 using nothing but basic attacks without ever choosing a class. Roy explained that the group was looking for one more member. That was when Kim Chul-soo showed up wearing his supposedly incredible gauntlets. He claimed to possess the gauntlets of Vega's Lion King. Convinced, Roy said there was no longer any need to waste time searching for another person, and allowed him to join the team. Later, in Red Canyon, Roy noticed that Kim Chul-soo was nervous and told him to relax. He explained that the level gap between them and the monsters was enormous. The creatures in that area only reached level 33 and did not attack first. However, Kim Chul-soo remained on edge. The reason was simple. His weapon was nothing more than a cosmetic item with no attributes. He had only pretended it was useful in order to get into the party. Ever since his days as a minor, he had never entered a dungeon without relying on the Goblin's power. On top of that, his equipment was practically level 3 trash. During their walk, Roy mentioned that he had also noticed Kim Chul-soo still had not completed his class selection. Confused, Kim Chul-soo asked whether it did not appear beneath his name. The mage replied that it did not. The only thing visible was his level. That was when Kim Chul-soo realized something important. Hidden classes were literally hidden. No one could see them. Roy was identified as a mage, but Revenant had nothing written beneath his name. The man had reached level 47 without a visible class. Kim Chul-soo began explaining that he actually did have a class. Before he could finish, however, a spear flew past him. Startled, he asked what had happened. The monsters were not supposed to attack first. He quickly realized the truth. The culprit was the idiot Goblin, who had started attacking everyone. Left with no choice, he called the Goblin back and explained that his hidden class was Goblin Summoner. Revenant handed a sandwich to the Goblin and watched as he ate it. Kim Chul-soo then commented that the Goblin was ridiculously strong, but that it was all just a bug that had supposedly been fixed in the latest update. As far as he was concerned, the good old days were over. Roy, however, asked where he had heard such a story. Kim Chul-soo replied that a good friend had explained it to him. At that moment, several salamanders hurled their spears. As the projectiles flew through the air, Roy stated that the update had not affected any summoner classes. A second later, every spear struck the Goblin directly. The result was 0 damage. Later, Kim Chul-soo was literally torturing the old man, dangling him over the edge of a cliff. Meanwhile, Seung begged for forgiveness, saying he had made a mistake. Kim Chul-soo replied that there was no need to apologize like that, because he was going to die either way. Desperate, Seung explained that he had probably misread the update notes. Apparently everything was fine. The Goblin was exactly the same as before. Kim Chul-soo asked whether that meant it would be fine to simply let him fall off the cliff, without considering all the time he had wasted because of him. He said that not even throwing him 100 times would be enough compensation. Even so, he pulled Seung back up and admitted that he knew it had not been done out of malice. His friend was apologizing sincerely, so he would do nothing more than accept it. Surprised, Seung Sungirl asked whether Kim Chol-soo really considered him a friend. After all, they had only been traveling together for a while. The truth was that he simply could not ignore Kim Chol-soo constantly making one foolish mistake after another. Later, while drinking his coffee, Sungirl watched Kim Chol-soo from a distance. He thought that the boy now trusted him completely. It was the perfect moment to begin his plans. He intended to use the goblin's power to accomplish the Karyota's objective. But at that exact moment, something completely unexpected happened. Kim Chol-soo got hit by a car. The impact was so absurd that even Sangreal was left speechless. After everything Kim Chol-soo had survived inside the game, ending up being run over by a car was hard to believe. What kind of protagonist got hit like that without even being transported to another world afterward? Later, at the hospital, Sungreal introduced himself as Kim Chol-soo's guardian. The doctor explained that Kim Chol-soo had been incredibly lucky. Despite being struck by a car, he had suffered only a few scratches. However, it seemed he had hit his head. The test showed nothing abnormal, so he would probably be discharged as soon as he woke up. Relieved, Seung-jul let out a sigh. He thought he should have paid more attention to him. Inside the game, Kim Chol-soo might have been strong, but outside of it, he was just an ordinary person. When Kim Chol-soo finally woke up, he opened his eyes, stared at the old man standing before him, and asked who he was. Later, inside the Gate of Paradise, he listened to Sungril's explanations and tried to make sense of the situation. He asked whether they were close friends and pointed at the goblin, wanting to know whether that cute little monster was his minion. He said he could not remember anything, but thanked him for helping. Seung-gril thought the whole situation was a complete mess. Losing his memory was already troublesome, but the most irritating part was the personality change. The old Kim Chol-soo would never have spoken like that. Meanwhile, the goblin was squirming and screaming in pain because he was being petted. That scene made it clear that this was not merely memory loss. The change ran deep. When Kim Chol-soo accidentally bumped into another player, he immediately apologized. He was far gentler than before. Sometime later, during a hunt in the desert against the enormous super speeds, Sungyeoler told Kim Chol-soo to order the goblin to attack one of the monsters. However, Kim Chol-soo asked how he could possibly tell such a cute little guy to fight a creature that huge. Seung-girl told him not to worry. Even if he could not remember it, the goblin had already defeated countless powerful enemies. Convinced, Kim Chol-soo gave the order. The goblin attacked with absolutely no enthusiasm and dealt only 99 damage. Seeing that, Sungirl reflected on what had happened. Kim Chol-soo, the mighty goblin summoner, the man destined to fulfill the Karyota's dreams, had become weaker along with the loss of his memories. A short while later, when the goblin was about to take a direct hit from the monster, Kim Chol-soo ran in front of him and took the attack himself to protect his little friend. The goblin's reaction was immediate. He vomited out of sheer disgust. Goblins were simply not kind creatures. Having no patience left to watch this any longer, Seung-kyul charged forward and finished the creature off with a single powerful strike. Impressed, Kim Chol-soo asked if he was really that strong. Sungirl explained that super speeds were fast and tall, but their defense was extremely low. Kim Chol-soo then commented that it would be nice if everyone could just get along. Upon hearing that, Super Wizard appeared and said he never expected to hear those words coming from him of all people. After all, Kim Chol-soo used to dominate that entire region. Confused, Kim Chol-soo looked at him and said he felt like he knew him from somewhere. A vague memory surfaced in his mind, and he asked whether that man was the super dwarf. Annoyed, Super Wizard asked if he could not read the name floating above his head. As he watched the scene unfold, Sungryul thought that Super Dwarf had been one of the idiots involved in that previous mess. Despite the amnesia, Kim Chol-soo's memories still seemed to be hidden somewhere deep inside. Perhaps recovering them would be easier than he had imagined. If he could bring him to another hidden dungeon and recreate a situation similar to the one where his life had been in danger, perhaps the memories would resurface. With that in mind, Sungkryul said he had an urgent matter to take care of and would meet Kim Chol-soo later in the city. Before he could leave, however, Kim Chol-soo grabbed his arm and insisted that they go together. He said Sengirl was always too gloomy and lost in thought. The two of them could simply relax for a while. After all, Sengirl had saved his life, and he wanted to return the favor. Seungir replied that the idea was ridiculous. There was no way Kim Chol-soo could help him when he did not even know what he needed. Even so, Kim Chol-soo continued insisting. The problem was that Sungirl needed to contact the Karyotis. He had discovered information about more hidden dungeons, and needed to act quickly to restore Kim Chol-soo's memories before it was too late. Then, all of a sudden, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Yoonhyuk, now at level 56. He asked why Sungirl had not been replying to his messages. Sungirl merely replied that he had not expected to run into him there. Yoonhyuk then commented that Sungirl's level was far too low, especially for someone who spent so much time playing and so little time responding. Unfazed, Sungirl answered that he preferred using his head rather than his body. He then asked the Shadow Assassin whether he had completed his second-class advancement yet. After all, the experience in that hidden dungeon must have left its mark. Yoonhyuk replied that he was poking at an old wound, but there was no time to celebrate their reunion. Patton and Jihoon's lives were in danger. Upon hearing those names, Kim Chol-soo commented that he had heard them somewhere before and that they sounded familiar. At the same time, he could not help thinking that this Yoonhyuk guy seemed incredibly strong. Sungirl asked why the two of them were in danger. Were they not almost as strong as Yoonhyuk himself? Yoonhyuk confirmed that they were, but explained that the two had accidentally entered a hidden dungeon. He did not know many details about the place. All he had received were 3 messages before completely losing contact with them. Because of that, they would need to gather the entire Everton Guild, including the guild master. She probably would not be able to make it there herself, but the other members were already on their way. On top of that, there was a level 100 monster inside the dungeon, so everyone would need to exercise extreme caution. Upon hearing that, Seung-girl was stunned. Level 100? Those idiots had really gotten themselves into serious trouble. He then asked what the last message had said. Yoonhyuk replied that the message instructed them to bring along the idiot standing behind them. According to Ji-hyun, bringing Kim Chol-soo was the highest priority above everything else, although she herself could not explain what use such a weakling would be. Seung-girl thought she had made the most logical choice possible. After all, she had witnessed the goblin's power with her own eyes. He knew Yoonhyuk tended to be extremely strict about everything, but the truth was that Kim Chol-soo had been the main reason everyone had become stronger during that period. The problem was that, in his current state, he seemed completely useless. Meanwhile, Patton and Ji-hyun were still struggling to survive. The two were hiding from the level 100 cursed living armor. When the creature passed by without noticing them, Ji-hyun let out a sigh of relief. Patton, however, did not seem nearly as optimistic. He reminded her that they had already been trapped there for 2 days, and admitted that he no longer believed they would make it out alive, especially after seeing all the corpses scattered around them. He also complained that she should not have revealed all the information. According to him, the moment she announced the existence of a level 100 monster, nobody would come to rescue them. Ji-hyun replied that it would have been much worse if people had arrived unprepared and ended up dying. Besides, Yoonhyuk was not the type of person to act without thinking things through. Patton agreed, but said this situation was different. He then grabbed his sword and declared that, rather than waiting to die of starvation, he would rather face the monster. Maybe, if luck was on their side, one of them would manage to escape. Ji-hyun immediately argued back, pointing out that this meant one of them would die. She could not accept that. It was far too early to give up. She was certain that if he came, they would survive. Back with the group, Kim Chol-soo asked whether he really had to go with them. After all, Yoonhyuk did not even seem to recognize him as the same person he used to be. Seung-girl approached him and quietly explained that they had once been friends. Because of that, acting so distant would seem strange. The best approach was to talk to Yoonhyuk the way a normal friend would. Convinced, Kim Chol-soo walked over and casually said, "Hey, you son of a bitch." Seung-girl nearly had a breakdown, but to his surprise, it worked. Yoonhyuk replied that now he finally seemed like the real Kim Chol-soo. However, a moment later, his eyes landed on a familiar figure. The Goblin. At once, Seung-girl realized he had completely forgotten that the Goblin was still standing there. Under no circumstances could Yoonhyuk learn the truth about him. So when Yoonhyuk asked whether that was not the same Goblin from before, the answer came immediately. They told him no, that Goblin was far weaker. Compared to the previous one, he looked like he was on the verge of death. In any case, they could not afford to lose to that damned big-headed Goblin. Yoonhyuk agreed and admitted that perhaps he was simply too nervous. Later, the Everton Guild gathered once again, this time without their guildmaster present. Yoonhyuk informed everyone that he had managed to contact her, but asked them not to get their hopes up. They would handle this situation on their own. He then explained what had happened. Ji-hyun, the Deathbearer, and Patton, the Annihilator, had fallen into a trap while returning from a dungeon and were now trapped underground. It was most likely Patton's fault. Given the abilities of the two of them, they should have escaped something like that with ease. The real problem was that a level 100 monster was blocking the exit. The mission would be extremely dangerous. Some people might genuinely die. Although this was a game, the circumstances were different. Anyone who wished to back out still had the chance to leave. Even so, the members of the Everton Guild made it clear that they wanted to help and rescue their companions. Seung-girl, however, issued a warning. No matter how strong they were, the enemy was level 100, and the fight was already heavily stacked against them. The important thing was to remember that their objective was not to defeat the monster, but to save their guild members. Even so, some people could still be useful as distractions. He then added that he was certain of one thing. If Kim Chol-soo ended up being chased by that level 100 monster, he would probably recover all of his memories. Upon hearing that, Kim Chol-soo asked why he specifically had to go down there. Both Seung-gil and the Goblin were startled. For a moment, it felt as though the old bastard had returned. Kim Chol-soo stated that there was absolutely no reason for him to risk his life over guild business. Just because 2 people were waiting down there, was that really enough reason to throw himself into certain death? For a brief moment, Seung-gil thought the Demon King had returned. But then Kim Chol-soo finished his sentence by saying that he was ready to go in and help. The Goblin and the old man were immediately disappointed. Yoonhyuk thanked everyone for refusing to give up. Then he declared that it was time for the Everton Guild to save their allies. Meanwhile, Catherine Lee's butler also received information about the group's movements. He ordered his people to continue monitoring Kim Chol-soo, since his behavior had been strange. In truth, he had always been strange, but the butler still chose not to tell Catherine Lee anything. In his opinion, the young lady tended to overreact whenever she heard this kind of news. Inside the dungeon, Yoon-hyuk advanced with remarkable ease, cutting down enemies one after another. Watching him, Kim Chul-soo was deeply impressed. Yoon-hyuk alone was extraordinary, but the entire guild operated like a perfectly tuned machine. Not a single member left an opening. They trusted one another completely to cover their weaknesses. It was at that moment that a zombie appeared behind Kim Chul-soo. Before he could react, Singyul crushed the creature with his hammer. He then remarked that those monsters died easily because their defenses were intentionally low to compensate for their overwhelming numbers. Grateful, Kim Chul-soo simply threw his arms around the old man. The goblin panicked at the sight. While Soon-girl asked why he was clinging to him so tightly, Kim Chul-soo replied that it was moving to discover that there were two people who considered him so important. Maybe that meant he had truly lived an honest life. Young-girl answered that it obviously did, though inwardly he thought the boy had completely lost it. Maybe he needed to be tossed in front of a high-level monster to snap back to normal. Shortly afterward, he suggested to Yoon-hyuk that they split up. The monsters were too weak, and there was no need to maintain formation from the start. It would be more efficient to divide into groups, search for traps, and speed up their exploration. Yoon-hyuk agreed. They could not afford to waste time out of fear of some minor monster. The guild would split into 3 groups to search for Jihoon and Patton. If anyone found anything suspicious, they were to inform the others immediately. Above all, no one was to venture deeper into the dungeon until everyone had regrouped. The super wizard had claimed he would not need to do much, but when a zombie charged at him, he demonstrated his thundershock. The attack ricocheted off a trap and activated a magic circle around everyone standing at its center. As Sung-ryul examined the ground cracking beneath them, he concluded that they had likely triggered the trap themselves. And of course, everyone fell. Only the super wizard remained above, and immediately realized he had made a terrible mistake. At that moment, someone appeared, saying he had arrived late. It was the beloved Yoon-hyuk, but now he was in serious trouble. The level 100 monster was down below, and at this rate, everyone was going to die. This was Lammy, the level 83 trickster and guildmaster of the Evaton Guild. Once, in the ultimate difficulty dungeon known as the Great Library of Konde, located at the end of the Gate of Paradise, a group of extraordinarily powerful players had finally managed to challenge it. King of Knights Gimoon, Empress Lammy, and the Berserker Mad Dog were praised as the trio who cleared the Great Library for the first time. What went unnoticed by the public was that every other player who entered the dungeon with them had died. That was why Lammy declared that everyone below was going to die. Yoon-hyuk questioned why the trap had activated out of nowhere, but he had little time to think. Almost immediately, he sensed intense heat approaching and barely dodged an attack from a level 100 living armor. He nearly soiled himself when he realized that this was the monster everyone had been talking about. He stood absolutely no chance against it, and needed to get his allies out of there immediately. Looking around, he saw that one of the assassins had already been cut in half. The living armor attacked again, but buffed Suzy managed to block the strike and told him to save the others. Sangirl replied that she needed to hold the monster off for a while longer. She prepared to counterattack, but he grabbed Yoon-hyuk and pulled him away. This was not an enemy they could fight head-on. Not long afterward, Sungirl realized that Suzy had already been defeated. In truth, she had never stood a chance. He asked Yoon-hyuk whether he was really thinking of fighting that thing. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Before they could even react, almost everyone had already died. Running away was their only option. The living armor raised its blood-stained sword for another attack. Sungirl thought bitterly that he had never expected a situation like this. If they had encountered the creature from a distance, they might have been able to devise a plan. He had prepared for a stealth mission to rescue Jihoon and Patton. Even if everything went wrong, Kim Chul-soo regaining his memories would have been enough to solve the situation. But out of all possible outcomes, the worst one had happened. They had fallen directly on top of the enemy. He knew there was no chance of victory. Fortunately, just before they were cut down by the living armor's sword, the goblin was launched using the goblin bomb skill and exploded directly against the creature. Then Kim Chul-soo shouted for everyone to run, yelling that this was their chance. Seung-girl was relieved to see that Kim Chul-soo was still alive. Without wasting a second, he ordered Sung-krul and Kim Chul-soo to run as well. Using the smoke from the explosion as cover, he dodged the next attack and escaped together with the others. Even so, the living armor did not seem willing to give up the chase so easily. Later, while reviewing his skill tree, Kim Chul-soo realized he still had a few unspent skill points. He purchased whatever he could, including the skill Goblin Bomb. The description was simple. The goblin self-destructs, dies, and cannot be summoned again for 10 minutes. Kim Chul-soo felt that was a little cruel to the goblin, but it was still better than watching 2 people die. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyuk was completely devastated. He kept saying that everything was over, that Jihoon and Patton were probably already dead. Calling himself an idiot for bringing everyone there, he insisted that he should have died long ago. Seung-girl knew the situation was truly terrible. The assassin squad was practically Yoon-hyuk's family, and the Evaton Guild had begun with them. Watching friends die in such a manner was not something anyone could endure easily. Even so, he told him that he could not remain depressed for long. They had no idea when the creature would return, and they needed to keep moving. At that point, one of the assassins asked whether he knew why the guildmaster had become the way she was. One day, she had confessed that nearly everyone who entered dungeons alongside inside her had died, and that only 3 people had ever made it out alive. At first, he had not believed her. He thought all those stories about dying in real life after dying in the game were nothing more than rumors. Because of that, he had never been afraid of entering a dungeon. To him, it was only a game. Pain was an interesting experience, proof of how far technology had advanced. He had even enjoyed it. But everything changed during the raid against the previous boss. For the first time, he felt fear. The pain had gone far beyond the limits of entertainment, and he realized that if he encountered an even stronger monster, he might truly die. After that, he did everything he could to level up. He wanted to reduce the gap between himself and the monsters to avoid any fatal blows. Yet the more he grew stronger, the more he felt as though he was only digging himself into a deeper hole. He had decided that he would quit as soon as he rescued Ji-hyun and Patton. He wanted to abandon that stupid game once and for all. He should not keep risking himself like that. On the surface, he pretended to be brave, but the truth was that he had been terrified of coming there alone. That was why he had dragged everyone else along with him. Sungryul replied that there was no way he could have predicted what would happen. They had a plan, and there had been a good chance that it would succeed. It was not his fault. Even so, Yoon-hyuk continued repeating that he had killed everyone. Hearing that, Sungryul actually considered slapping him, but Kim Chol-soo was faster. He launched a flying kick straight into Yoon-hyuk and demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was talking about by claiming everyone was dead. He told him to stop being so negative and asked whether he was a doctor to be so certain. He also said that he regretted ever considering such a pathetic idiot his friend. Upon hearing that, Sungryul found himself wondering since when Kim Chol-soo considered In-hyuk a friend. The last time the two had met, things had seemed very different. Kim Chol-soo admitted that, in truth, he would rather stay as far away from Yoon-hyuk as possible, but for the moment, he had decided to motivate him. He said that it was still only a game, and that people did not die from playing games. Maybe the entire story about the Doom was a lie. Until he saw it with his own eyes, he had no intention of believing it. Therefore, Yoon-hyuk needed to focus on what actually mattered, and think about everything else only after they escaped. Hearing that, Yoon-hyuk dropped to his knees and asked Sungryul what he thought. He wanted to know whether he also believed the Doom was a lie. Deep down, Sungryul knew that the Doom was real. There was no way all those people could still be healthy after what had happened. Even at that very moment, someone was probably dying in the real world after dying inside the game. But he could not say that. For Yoon-hyuk's sake, he replied that he had only heard rumors and had never personally confirmed anything. He said that the important thing was to do everything possible to avoid falling victim to the Doom, but that nobody knew the full truth. As Kim Chol-soo had pointed out, it was still far too early to declare everyone dead. That seemed to help. Yoon-hyuk understood the message and apologized for showing such a pathetic side of himself. He said he was feeling better now and got back to his feet. He promised that he would repay that debt somehow. Watching the scene unfold, Sungryul thought that Kim Chol-soo had genuinely managed to get Yoon-hyuk back on his feet. Even so, he still had no idea whether Kim Chol-soo's memories had returned or not. Regardless, Yoon-hyuk regained his focus and returned to thinking about the Everton Guild's rescue mission. Meanwhile, up above, the super wizard discovered that the guild master had absolutely no intention of helping those trapped below. She did not even respond when questioned, and made it clear that she had only come to watch Yoon-hyuk get beaten up, not to help or rescue anyone. The super wizard was outraged. To him, it looked as though she had come solely to watch everyone fall into the trap and die. But she replied that there were many crazy people in that game, and asked whether he knew what the Doom was. That dungeon was extremely dangerous. At that moment, the super wizard began to understand what she meant about the trap. Down below, Ji-hyun had reached the same conclusion. Everything seemed to have been nothing more than a test. Patton could no longer contact anyone outside, so Ji-hyun asked whether he remembered what had happened when they first fell into the trap. The crystal embedded in the wall had reflected her magic, created a magic circle, and teleported everyone to that location. Patton confirmed it, but immediately started complaining. He said that whenever something went wrong, people always blamed him, but he wasn't that stupid. In his opinion, this time it was entirely her fault. Ji-hyun replied that traps usually only worked on careless people like him. However, this one was different. She had been careful throughout the entire dungeon. Ordinary traps were designed to catch reckless adventurers, but this one had been specifically designed to activate when a skill directly struck the crystal. Then she asked what kind of person would create such a ridiculous trap, one so absurd that even someone like Patton wouldn't accidentally trigger it. Patton was outraged and asked if she was joking. Ignoring him, Ji-hyun explained that the dungeon had been designed for players around level 50. A level 100 monster should never have appeared there. Most people would die from a single hit, but Patton insisted that it changed nothing. They were still trapped, and they were still going to die. Ji-hyun tried to explain that this wasn't an ordinary trap, but she stopped mid-sentence when she noticed something. She had found another crystal identical to the previous one. Without wasting any time, she summoned her magical bow and fired an arrow. Patton, already desperate, thought she had gone insane and was shooting at him, but the crystal was her true target. The moment the arrow struck it, another magic circle appeared before them. Ji-hyun believed she had finally found a way out. However, as soon as the system activated, a message appeared stating that 3 3 people were required to pass through the altar of light. 2 would not be enough. Patan panicked again. According to him, there was no one else alive down there besides the 2 of them. At that moment, they heard footsteps approaching. Both of them froze. The first thing that came to mind was the living armor. Then they saw something emerging in the distance. It was Yoonhyuk's head. For a brief moment, Patton believed Yoonhyuk had actually come to save them. But when the figure fully emerged, they realized the truth. It was the living armor carrying Yoonhyuk's severed head. Naturally, both of them started running. Patton completely lost his composure, but Jihoon barely reacted. Just as the creature's attack was about to hit her, someone appeared at the last second and blocked an attack worth 2 million damage. It was the real Yoonhyuk. Using the goblin as a shield, he managed to parry the living armor's strike. Even he admitted that using a summoned monster to parry attacks was unexpected, but it seemed like a great idea. Patton immediately cheered when he realized it really was Yoonhyuk, and that he had come to save them. Jihoon, on the other hand, was shocked. She couldn't understand how someone had just parried a level 100 monster. Shortly afterward, the others arrived as well. Sunggirl and Kim Chol-soo appeared right behind him. Seeing Jihoon unharmed, Kim Chol-soo remarked that she seemed to be doing fine and let out a satisfied chuckle. She then asked what had happened to him. Before he could answer, Seungirl told her not to even ask, because he was still annoyed by the entire situation. At that moment, as Seungirl stepped into the altar of light, he automatically activated the mechanism. Since there were now 3 people present, the system finally recognized that the requirements had been met. Confused, Jihoon asked if there was anyone else alive down there. Sunggirl replied that, for the moment, it was only them. Then Jihoon realized what needed to be done. She said that someone would have to save the 2 people left behind, and directly asked Kim Chol-soo to rescue Inhyuk. In response, he simply raised his thumb with a confident thumbs up. Shortly afterward, Jihoon, Patton, and Sunggirl were teleported to safety. As soon as they disappeared, Yoonhyuk stared at the living armor and concluded that there was no other way out except defeating that thing. Kim Chol-soo agreed. From what he could see, it really did seem like their only option. The living armor roared in front of them, causing the entire area to tremble. Even so, neither of them backed down. For the first time since the creature had appeared, they stood their ground and faced it head on. Kim Chol-soo commented that the monster sure made a lot of noise, and that it would be dead soon enough anyway. But Yoonhyuk told him not to celebrate too early because that kind of thing brought bad luck, and then told him to keep up with his pace. In response, Kim Chol-soo simply summoned his goblin. Meanwhile, the assassin charged at the creature with both blades in hand, declaring that he would leave that place alive. Earlier, Kim Chol-soo had mentioned that something was bothering him. Normally, they would receive a warning before encountering a monster far above their level. Seungirl asked how he knew that and whether he had recovered any memories. Kim Chol-soo replied that he didn't know exactly where that information came from, but he remembered a red system window warning about high difficulty areas. Seungirl then wanted to know whether he had fled from the monster he encountered earlier, what level it was, and whether he remembered anything else. Kim Chol-soo answered that he couldn't recall, but that a warning should have appeared back then as well. The gap between them and a level 100 monster was enormous. A system alert should have appeared. Perhaps that monster wasn't actually level 100. After all monsters in the dungeon were around level 50. It would be strange for a level 60, 70, or even 100 creature to suddenly appear. Maybe it was some kind of trick. In that case, the death penalty might not even apply to those killed by it. There was still hope. Yoonhyuk admitted that it made sense, but reminded him that it was still a gamble. Then he asked whether Kim Chol-soo was willing to take that risk. He replied that honestly, he didn't even know what he wanted anymore, and asked what Yoonhyuk thought he would do. The answer came without hesitation. The Kim Chol-soo he knew would never give up, and Yoonhyuk truly didn't give up. His attack caused no damage at all, but the moment he was about to be struck, he used the Assassin of Shadows skill, Guillotine, to escape. Emerging from the creature's shadow, he struck at its neck, but didn't even manage to scratch it. The creature turned to attack again, but the blow was absorbed by the goblin. Yoonhyuk commented that that bastard Kim Chol-soo was still the same as always. After all, the goblin had just been thrown against a pillar, so it must have hurt at least a little. While using his goblin bomb strategy, Kim Chol-soo noticed something important. There was no cooldown for resummoning the goblin, even after its death, so he apologized for making it die so many times, but said he would do it again. Without wasting time, he resummoned the creature and declared that it would take all attacks instead of Yoonhyuk. The assassin, however, thought it was easy to say that. He was the one standing in front of the monster. Even while absorbing the blows, their attacks still had no effect. He wanted to believe Kim Chol-soo was right, but he was certain it was a level 100 monster. Because of that, he concluded that he needed to escape. While running, Yoonhyuk remembered when they asked whether he was fleeing because of the death mechanism. People dying in real life because of a game was something hard to accept. He didn't want to believe his friends had died that way. He didn't know whether all of this was truly worth it, but he needed to find out what he could still do while alive. He needed to keep moving forward. At that moment, however, he was running from the creature. He passed by Kim Chol-soo, who also saw the monster approaching them. Kim Chol-soo asked why he was running, since he had said he would protect him, but Yoonhyuk replied that it didn't matter. This was doomed from the start. The creature's next strike was blocked blocked again by the goblin's body, which even seemed slightly happier. Kim Chol-soo ended up cornered against the back wall and realized they were in a dead end. He considered using the goblin again to block the next attack, but then noticed something strange. The goblin was still alive. Even after taking 2 million damage, it hadn't died. When the next blow came, the goblin blocked it again. This time, it only took 79 damage. That's when Kim Chol-soo realized the truth. It was impossible for a goblin to be strong enough to withstand attacks from a level 100 monster. That could only mean one thing: the enemy was weak. Instantly, he lost his fear. Yoon-hyuk, on the other hand, thought that was impossible. Were their attacks really not dealing damage? Or was there another explanation? He realized that out of fear, he had never attacked with his full strength. So he stood up, saying he had only been defeated all this time because he was afraid. He told Kim Chol-soo not to interfere anymore. That fight was his now. Kim Chol-soo thought he had only made that decision after realizing the monster was weak. When the living armor sword came toward him, he commented that it shouldn't be so hard to parry a strike that couldn't even kill a goblin. But he quickly discovered it was a bit more complicated than he thought. The attack hit him, dealing 4,970 damage and throwing him to the ground. Kim Chol-soo offered help, but Yoon-hyuk refused. He realized the creature wasn't strong. What was weak was his own heart. Whether it was a level 100 monster or a level 1001, he would continue to be defeated as long as he was controlled by fear. What he needed wasn't more power, but courage. He needed to open everything with his own hands. That would be his penance. Then he deflected his blade against the living armor sword while thinking he never imagined living in such a violent world. That world had treated them all like fools, and in the end, he was more of a coward than anyone else. That was why he needed to open that door and apologize. Kim Chol-soo noticed that the monster's level was decreasing. After a few of Yoon-hyuk's attacks, it dropped to level 81. With more strikes, it fell to 73. Soon after, it was already at level 61, while its armor began to crack. When it reached level 53, the living armor let out a scream and started to flee. Yoon-hyuk couldn't believe what he was seeing. After chasing it the entire time, now the monster was the one running away. Kim Chol-soo cheered and told him to finish it quickly. Without wasting the opportunity, Yoon-hyuk used the standard assassin skill, backstab, and finished off the living armor. After the battle, Yoon-hyuk leveled up from 56 to 59, while Kim Chol-soo went from 44 to 50. Excited, he jumped onto Yoon-hyuk to celebrate the victory. The assassin, however, told him to stop being disgusting. The living armor dropped 2 legendary items as rewards: the cursed heavy armor and the cursed heavy helmet. Yoon-hyuk commented that he had never seen a golden item before, but admitted that he had lost that competition. Because of that, he told Kim Chol-soo he could take the loot. It was fair. Without him, neither of them would have won. But Kim Chol-soo picked up both items and asked if he was joking. After all, he wouldn't have been able to win without Yoon-hyuk's help either, so he split the equipment. He kept the helmet and gave the chest armor to his companion. Yoon-hyuk replied that he didn't even know what had gotten into him. Now he understood why Ji-hyun didn't want Kim Chol-soo to come. Then he apologized for calling him weak, for saying he was the most subhuman creature he had ever seen, and even for claiming he was the son of a cross-eyed curse. Kim Chol-soo simply listened in silence. Shortly afterward, the magical door opened once again. Yoon-hyuk asked if the monster really hadn't been level 100. Kim Chol-soo explained that not exactly. It had started losing levels during the fight, and in truth, it seemed more like an illusion. It was as if the creature absorbed the fear of those around it. He also mentioned that he knew Yoon-hyuk was worried about his friends and the possibility that they had been victims of the death penalty, but he believed it was all just a way to scare them. The creature wasn't a powerful monster of that kind. When they returned, everyone would be fine. Soon after, they began floating back to the first floor of the dungeon. However, at the last moment, Yoon-hyuk spotted his master down below. Judging by her expression, she seemed extremely angry about everything that had happened. Once they safely returned, Ji-hyun was the first to hug them. She said she was happy to see them alive, and thanked Kim Chol-soo for protecting Yoon-hyuk. The assassin then realized that his entire group was also alive, and apparently unharmed. Ji-hyun explained that when she arrived, she had found everyone there. The group members said they had been ejected from the dungeon at the moment they died. Hearing this, Kim Chol-soo concluded that they had been automatically expelled. That meant the bodies that died inside the dungeon were fake. If they had known that earlier, they might have simply allowed themselves to die to escape. One of the assassins commented that Ji-hyun had seen his head being cut off, and it had been terrifying. Everyone had tried to warn the others about what was happening, but the dungeon had apparently blocked all communication between them. Yoon-hyuk told everyone not to worry anymore. The important thing was that they were alive. But there was an even more important question. He asked if the guildmaster was there. Soon-yeol found the question strange. The others replied that she hadn't appeared at all, even though her own guild members were in danger. That was when Kim Chol-soo mentioned that he wasn't sure if she was really their leader, but he had seen a girl named Lammy at the exit. The reaction was immediate. Everyone was shocked. It really was her. Had she left her room to save them? Later, Singdril explained the whole story to Kim Chol-soo. That's how he learned that Lammy was known for never leaving her room, and that she had finally entered the game she feared so much just to rescue her friends. Even so, Sengirl commented that he wasn't sure whether she had truly appeared to save anyone, since she vanished without even revealing herself. Each person had their own reasons. Then he asked how Kim Chul-soo's memories were. The young man replied that he still couldn't remember anything else. The only thing he knew was that he apparently didn't have any family. Not even when he was hospitalized after being hit by a car did anyone come to visit him. At least he still had Sungirl to help him. Then he asked whether he really needed to recover his memories. Maybe it would be better to leave everything as it was. That way, he wouldn't have to hate anyone again. But Sungirl replied that there were definitely important memories in his life. That was why he would do everything he could to help him recover them. Later, the two said goodbye to their friends and went on their way. However, during the trip, Sungirl noticed something important and asked whether Kim Chul-soo at least remembered where his house was. Sometime later, the old man took him to a decaying building. When they started going up the stairs, they passed the same two loan sharks from before. This time, however, Sungirl pretended he didn't know them, and Kim Chul-soo didn't recognize them either. Sungirl left some money on the counter and told him to stay there until he recovered his memory. He also explained that there was a bathhouse next door, so he could take a shower whenever he wanted. However, Kim Chul-soo replied that he didn't need that, and that it wasn't necessary to give him money, since he could manage on his own. Even so, Sungirl made it clear that he wasn't simply giving him the money, it would be a debt to be repaid later. For now, he just wanted him to have a good night's sleep. That night, Kim Chul-soo lay in the room, thinking about what he had said earlier. Why had he said he didn't need to recover his memory? He shouldn't have said something like that. To repay that man's kindness, and ensure he wasn't causing trouble for anyone, he really did need to recover his memories. While reflecting on this, he heard a noise in the hallway. The sound kept getting louder and louder and louder, until it suddenly stopped. Frightened, he muttered to himself that it had been scary. For a moment, he thought it was those damn loan sharks. The memory of them came back to his mind, and that night he had nightmares. When he woke up in the morning, he had the feeling that those people seemed familiar. It was a very strange dream. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyuk was meeting with his guild to share something important. He explained that he had discovered that perdition was real. Before, he believed they could keep playing as they always had, but now he wasn't so sure anymore. The dungeons were getting harder, the monsters stronger, and the rewards increasingly greater. The more they played, the more their desires grew. All of this while their lives constantly hung by a thread. Because of that, he said each of them could decide on their own whether they wanted to stop or continue with him. He wouldn't force anyone to choose. However, he admitted that if any of them ended up suffering in the future, he would carry the regret until the last day of his life for not having stopped them. The guild members began to respond. They said no one could deny that Yoon-hyuk was the one who had tried the hardest among them all. After the incident with the steel giant, he had evolved so quickly that no one could keep up with him, and all of it was to protect his team. They also said he was already doing more than enough, and that they were tired of seeing him carry everything alone. Suzy said that now he could rest, because she would accompany him. Another member said he felt the same way. Ever since they started seeing monsters appearing out of nowhere, it had become hard to enjoy the game the same way. Even so, not everyone intended to stop. One of the members said he wasn't afraid of this so-called perdition. Patton declared that he would keep playing because he simply didn't know any other way to live. Without the Heaven's Gate, his life would have no meaning. Ji-hyun also said she planned to stop, but before that there was someone she wanted to meet again. She said Yoon-hyuk had asked her to send his regards to that person, as well as his gratitude. After that, Yoon-hyuk told them he would bring everything to an end once and for all. Before anything else, he needed to at least talk to the guildmaster. One of those present replied that she had never appeared to save them, and that he didn't believe she would really help them. Yoon-hyuk admitted it was sad to see that no one believed in the same truth he saw anymore, but he said he no longer had doubts about the guildmaster. Then a figure shrouded in shadows suddenly appeared and asked if they were Kim Chul-soo's friends. Yoon-hyuk saw no reason to respond. The person then said she was merely an acquaintance of his. Then she began counting slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people he knew. Then she asked whether he would be shocked if all of them suddenly died. Irritated, Yoon-hyuk asked who she was to appear out of nowhere, saying something like that. The woman simply replied that all of them would die. Just like that. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo was seeing the sea for the first time, at least apparently, and was extremely happy. Sang-yeol watched his reaction and wondered whether he was innocent or simply naive. The young man also found the local rule strange, which prohibited entering the beach without swimwear. To him, that would make sense on an ordinary beach, but Sang-yeol explained that this was no ordinary beach. It was a sacred place where players performed the second-class advancement. Not understanding, Kim Chul-soo asked what exactly that meant. The old man explained that he had already reached level 50, which meant he could evolve his class into a superior version. As a warrior, for example, he could become a blacksmith warrior and gain the ability to craft his own equipment. He could also choose the guardian class, specialized in defense to protect the group, or become a magic swordsman. There was also the knight class. In fact, the famous Night King, Gi-moon, was an example of that class. Like it or not, from level 50 onward he would no longer be able to gain experience until he completed his class change. So they weren't there to take a bath. Now he understood, right? Kim Chul-soo replied to the goblin that they really hadn't come there to have fun. Then Singdral explained that, among the countless islands scattered across the region, there was one that housed the sacred site. The problem was that its location changed every day. In the past, it was necessary to cross the entire ocean searching for it. Fortunately, Fortunately, since many people visited the area for vacations, there was always someone who had found the location that same day. They just had to ask. The two decided to split up to gather information. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo asked if he needed to talk to women as well. Not understanding the question, Sang-yeol asked if he intended to exclude them from the conversation for some reason. Then he immediately pushed the young man toward one of the female beachgoers. Full of nervousness, Kim Chol-soo approached a girl and tried to start a conversation, but he froze, repeatedly saying, several times. In the end, he only managed to say she seemed like a nice person. The woman simply ignored him completely, thinking he was too strange. In the end, he was dismissed before even managing to ask what he wanted. Sung-rul, watching from afar, assumed he would get angry. To his surprise, the opposite happened. Kim Chol-soo became excited. This made Sung-rul wonder what kind of masochist that boy was. Shortly after, Kim Chol-soo spotted a blonde woman near the sea. Gathering courage, he approached and began explaining that she didn't need to be afraid because he wasn't a strange person. He assured her he was a nice guy, that he wasn't hitting on her, and that he just wanted to know where the class advancement location was. However, as he got closer, he tripped on the sand and fell right on top of her. The woman was Ji-hyun. Seeing him, she commented that she had expected he would show up there, since he had reached level 50. In truth, she had only come to the place to say goodbye to him. She also complained about the swimsuit, saying she didn't feel comfortable wearing it and hated crowded places. Right in the one place she hated most, Kim Chol-soo suddenly showed up and even seemed to be confessing in the most idiotic way possible. Quickly, Kim Chol-soo explained that they were just friends. He said he felt nothing for her and that they could even sleep in the same room without it meaning anything. Ji-hyun's response was to activate PvP and hit him right where it hurt most, dealing 12,000 critical damage. Then she called him an asshole. At that moment, Seung-girl approached and asked if she really was Ji-hyun. Taking the opportunity, she asked him for a favor. She asked whether Kim Chol-soo was there to undergo the class change, and when he confirmed it, she asked to take him with her. Then he questioned why she was alone, and why she specifically wanted to be alone with him. Ji-hyun replied that Seung-girl wouldn't be able to accompany them anyway, since he was still only level 37. The old man admitted she was right, and joked that he had his small and precious level. Kim Chol-soo, in turn, replied that he also used to have something small and precious, but now he didn't anymore. Ignoring the comment completely, Ji-hyun promised to take the boy with her. Meanwhile, Grandpa would have to keep training to gain levels. After thinking about it, Sung-girl concluded that she wasn't wrong. With such a large level gap, it would be difficult to protect and watch over the boy all the time. Perhaps it would be safe to leave him with her for a while. Meanwhile, Super Wizard was also at the beach, watching everything from a distance. At the moment Catherine Lee asked for a private investigator, Super Wizard volunteered for the job, saying that if he wasn't mistaken, she was Catherine Lee, the daughter of the president of Amundo. He introduced himself, claiming he had also donated during her live stream, and that he was exactly the kind of person she needed. She replied that it was a private investigation, and that he couldn't do that and work at the same time, but he countered by saying he was unemployed and fast, insisting he could help. Because of that, he ended up being sent to the Everton Guild Rescue to monitor everything that was happening, but he triggered a trap and almost killed Kim Chol-soo without reporting any of it to Catherine Lee. After that, he met Lamy, who asked him to cast a spell on a crystal, and when he complied, she told him it would be better for them to leave quickly, since the mechanism couldn't be activated without a magical attack, something none of her team members could do. In the end, it was Super Wizard himself who led everyone into a dangerous situation. In the process, he ended up sending the group to hell, according to the mission's own logic, while Lamy said they wouldn't actually die but wanted to observe how they would react upon seeing him again. After that, Super Wizard decided to leave and later was on a beach, monitoring Kim Chol-soo, noticing that the Everton Guild was not around and that the protagonist had separated from his old companion, realizing it was time to get back to work. Meanwhile, the pair of perverted knights were taking Ji-hyun and Kim Chol-soo to the next island, but Ji-hyun did not feel comfortable with their help, even though they didn't seem that bad. Kim Chol-soo still believed they were like angels sent from heaven, and even asked if one of them had met him before, which irritated the knight, who said he wouldn't remember a man like that. They rode to the second island, but found nothing, and began to panic, until Ji-hyun said it was only the second island, and there was no need to panic so soon. Kim Chol-soo tried to keep things light by saying that at least they were exploring the island, and even observing a seemingly happy goblin, while in reality, everything indicated he just wanted to escape. Then one of the knights received a call and, strangely and disconnected from the situation, said it was his mother calling him for dinner, deciding to abandon the two in the middle of the sea. With no other option, Ji-hyun and Kim Chol-soo discussed what to do, until he suggested simply swimming to the next island, while she warned that it was already getting cold and dangerous at night, proposing they spend the night on the island and light a fire. During this moment, there was a misunderstanding when Ji-hyun noticed something strange about Kim Chol-soo, but it quickly became clear it was just his nose, and afterward they began exploring the island. Ji-hyun suggested using dry coconut shells as firewood, and shot down coconuts with magical arrows, but one of them revealed a coconut spider, which terrified her since she was afraid of insects. Kim Chol-soo, unaware of her panic, treated the creature like a normal mob, and even joked about the situation with the goblin, which made Ji-hoon cry in desperation. When he noticed her reaction, he told the goblin to deal with the spider, which was eliminated with an extremely powerful blow. After that, Kim Chol-soo tried to calm her down, saying it was just a joke, but Ji-hoon vented that she hated that kind of behavior, and that he treated everything like a joke, thinking he hadn't changed at all. He then explained that he had never spoken to a girl before, and was just acting the way he always had, with no intention of hurting her, saying they could talk properly from then on. Surprisingly, Ji-hoon realized he could apologize, and he responded that not apologizing was like running away, something he no longer did. After that, they began arranging coconuts to make a fire, and when Ji-hoon asked if he had a fire skill, he replied that he had a skill called Goblin Bomb, which resulted in an explosion that sent them flying. In the end, while they were recovering, they noticed a strange structure in the distance, a class advancement sanctuary. Ji-hoon explained that it hadn't been there before, but since it was already past midnight, they had been teleported to that island, which had a very low chance of appearing, indicating that something unusual was happening. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo commented that coming there hadn't been a waste of time and even thanked Ji-hoon for going with him. The two ended up getting closer, but she quickly said he looked ridiculous with his face all burned, and he replied in the same tone, saying she looked the same, which made the atmosphere between them lighter despite the situation. Meanwhile, Catherine Lee was not at all satisfied with how things were going. Wearing a suspicious outfit and using an equally strange whip, she pressured the butler, even stepping on him while demanding information about the old man who was with Kim Chol-soo. She wanted the location immediately, but before he could answer, she whipped him again, showing impatience and coldness. The butler tried to comply but made it clear it wasn't that simple to locate someone, while Catherine insisted she wanted the old man back and even ordered his kidnapping. The butler, still confused and under pressure, reminded her that it was a crime, but Catherine coldly replied that she wouldn't be committing any crime because she could simply blame him. He was completely stunned by her twisted logic. Meanwhile, a conversation was taking place between Seunggrul and another figure linked to the organization known as Iscarioti. On the other end of the line, someone stated that they needed to kill everyone involved in order to make Kim Chol-soo return to being an evil person and regain the power of G67. Seunggrul expressed doubt, saying he wasn't sure that method would work and that there were many victims involved. The person on the other side, identified as number 1, responded coldly and strategically, saying that Seunggrul needed to control his anger and that he already knew G67 had lost his memories and grown weaker. He also made it clear that this was just a patience test, since the problem still hadn't been solved, and that Seunggrul was too stuck to act properly. He then threatened to eliminate Seunggrul himself if there was no progress within a week, making it clear that innocent people were still dying while they waited for results. After the call ended, Seunggrul, as number 3, was mentally shaken. He reflected on Kim Chol-soo, thinking he was the kind of strong and altruistic person who would sacrifice himself for others without hesitation, but who would also suffer deeply upon realizing what he had caused. He considered that people like him were too pure to die meaninglessly, and concluded that he needed to act quickly, only to be surprised when he realized that he himself was being kidnapped by someone. Back on the island, Kim Chol-soo continued trying to manage with his goblin while facing a level 39 monster chicken. He attacked with a quick strike, but the goblin failed to react properly, and ended up seriously injured. To resolve the situation, Kim Chol-soo used the life-sharing ability to heal the goblin, restoring its physical condition, which made him realize he had never truly understood the value of that skill before. The goblin managed to stand up, but then collapsed again shortly after, forcing Kim Chol-soo to use another summoner skill that allowed him to fight in the goblin's place. With that, he began to engage the battle more directly, saying he felt less guilty about participating in the fight now. He had also sold a cursed heavy helmet and acquired new equipment, including a rare platinum short sword. With his class advancement, he had unlocked the passive skill Goblin Warlord, which increased his stats by 1% for each nearby goblin, something he thought was small but still useful. During the fight, the chicken monster, with its strange and aggressive appearance, charged forward with full force, but Kim Chol-soo managed to block the attack using the goblin as a shield, which made him question what he had just done. The goblin, upon realizing this, stood up completely enraged, ready to retaliate. However, Kim Chol-soo once again tried to protect the goblin and charged at the creature, but the goblin completely lost its will to fight. It didn't want a kind master, it wanted someone harsher, more ruthless, and became confused by such care. Even so, in the end, Kim Chol-soo managed to defeat the monster and commented that he hadn't expected killing a creature of that level to be so difficult. He then thought he couldn't be like more experienced players such as Ryuki, but at the same time wondered how Jiranu was doing. He remembered the day she advanced classes with him, when she even called her friends and later logged out of the game, saying she didn't know when she would return. He assumed she was probably fine, but then noticed the goblin beside him acting strangely. The goblin looked extremely exhausted and sad, until it suddenly began vomiting blood and collapsed completely powerless. powerless. Desperate, Kim Chul-soo ran to the nearest town asking for help, explaining that his goblin was sick, but the people didn't care, saying it was just a common monster, that nobody cared about goblins, and that he should simply get another one. Some even remembered a recent goblin attack in the region and reacted with contempt, saying no one would help such a creature. Confused, Kim Chul-soo asked why everyone hated goblins and what his little green one had done wrong. At that moment, a hooded man caught his attention. The man was Cha Hak-soo, level 68, and Kim Chul-soo noticed that beneath his name there was no visible class, indicating he had a hidden class. Cha Hak-soo confirmed that the goblin was his servant and realized it was weak, saying he didn't know it was sick since he had forced it to fight. He then stated that if the goblin recovered, Kim Chul-soo should apologize, and that he would even be willing to give his own life to see it restored. Cha Hak-soo, however, told him not to exaggerate, reminding him there was no reason to risk one's life for a summon. Still, he mentioned that he knew a summoning specialist, but she was currently on an expedition in a high-difficulty dungeon, making it hard to reach her quickly. Even so, it was the best option available. He also suggested another alternative, a goblin village, where there might be a way to understand what was happening to Kim Chul-soo's goblin. Even though it was dangerous, it could help. Without hesitation, Kim Chul-soo decided to go immediately and left after thanking him. Meanwhile, Cha Hak-soo watched and thought to himself that he hadn't expected to see someone so sensitive coming from a construction site idiot, wondering what he was trying to do, and sarcastically noting that he didn't even seem to have a fan club. Later, Kim Chul-soo was being transported by the same coachman as before, whose carriage was now pulled by an alligator, heading toward the goblin village. During the journey, one of the local goblins recognized Kim Chul-soo from a distance, and reacted immediately, as if it already knew him, drawing attention to the carriage which suddenly came to a stop on the road. Kim Chul-soo asked if he needed to continue on foot from there, but the coachman replied that he had only stopped the transport, that he got off because he wanted to, and that was it. Kim Chul-soo continued on alone. Even so, upon hearing that, he felt a strange memory returning from that place, as if the cave was too familiar, and upon entering he noticed markings on the wall that seemed known, as if he had already been there before, although he could not clearly remember why. He then proceeded to the center of the goblin village, and asked if anyone was there, but only a few goblins appeared at the windows and quickly closed the curtains, hiding from him in fear. One of them, armed, asked how many goblins had died because of him, and how he had the courage to come back there, while Kim Chul-soo replied that he didn't know anything, and asked if he had done something wrong on his last visit. Still not understanding their reaction, the goblins then rushed forward to attack him, but none of them managed to deal damage, because Kim Chul-soo received a massive attribute boost whenever he was near goblins, reaching absurd levels, and becoming practically untouchable. The goblins realized he was far too strong, and became frightened, until the goblin elder appeared and ordered them to open a path, allowing Kim Chul-soo to slowly pass through them. Even so, the elder insulted him and analyzed his condition, saying his problem was severe, and that even being burned alive would be less painful than what he was carrying. Kim Chul-soo asked if there was a cure, and the elder replied that there might be, but only temporarily, and ordered him to be taken to his room, which caused outrage among other goblins, who reminded him that he was an enemy. The elder explained that none of them could defeat him, and that at that moment they were only trying to survive, even if that meant bowing to an enemy, then invited Kim Chul-soo into his home, leaving the others dissatisfied. Later, the elder explained that there was indeed a way to cure it, but only temporarily, and if the cause was not removed, the problem would continue spreading. Kim Chul-soo then asked what the source of the disease was, and the elder answered that it was him. He explained that goblins were naturally greedy and evil, and that good people emitted an aura that corrupted them, making them rot from the inside, admitting that even being near Kim Chul-soo made him feel repulsed, as if it made him sick. He added that the goblin would not die, but that staying near him would be worse than death, while Kim Chul-soo asked if it happened because he was too good, and whether he needed to become evil to cure them, and the elder confirmed that yes, he would have to change completely. Kim Chul-soo then said he would do it if necessary, that he could even become something like a demon if required, and the elder demanded real proof of that. He removed his cloak, revealing an extremely muscular body, and said that from then on, he would beat a goblin almost to death, while Kim Chul-soo would have to endure it without reacting to the goblin's suffering as part of the treatment. At the cave entrance, others watched the situation, while Roy commented that it was bad luck and that Kim Chul-soo was truly monstrous, also saying that watching someone all day could confuse feelings. Nearby, Cha Hak-soo emerged from the shadows, saying they were not the same kind of people and questioning Roy's presence, while the two exchanged provocations and suspicion, with Roy trying to find out if he knew Kim Chul-soo, since it might matter if something happened. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the elder continued the goblin treatment, feeding him as if it were something affectionate, while explaining that it was a form of kindness and beginning to tell an old story about a goblin and a human, trying to justify his method. Kim Chul-soo perceived it as torture and tried to understand it, until the situation escalated, and he attacked, striking the goblin hard and throwing it against the cave wall, but the goblin stood back up even stronger and smiling, as if it had worked. Kim Chul-soo then advanced again, even more aggressively, saying he needed to beat it for its own good. While the elder insisted the treatment was partially working, something, though still insufficient, even if it was preventing the goblin from weakening again. Kim Chul-soo replied that it was very good and thought that the goblin had no choice but to spend its life being mistreated, unable to be loved by anyone. At that moment, a goblin arrived with urgent news and another commented that they should not have helped that human, saying he was with someone. Kim Chul-soo denied it and said he had come alone, while the elder stated he would check whether that was true or if they were being deceived. When they reached the entrance of the goblin village, they found Roy badly injured, and Kim Chul-soo said he had never seen that man before, or maybe he had, but he couldn't remember why he was there. The elder then ordered him to leave, saying they would take care of the adventurer, since his presence made the village uncomfortable, and some goblins even said he smelled like lavender disinfectant. Kim Chul-soo simply thanked them for helping his goblin, and the elder commented that it was hard for him to be so evil, suggesting he should simply pretend to be more cruel. Kim Chul-soo thought that might be a good idea, and decided it was time to leave, calling the goblin ugly before going. Meanwhile, Sungirl was being kidnapped by Catherine Lee, her butler, and Super Wizard, who said they had some questions for him. He replied sarcastically, saying she looked familiar, and asking if she was the one chasing him, while Super Wizard said not to take it personally, since everyone had their reasons. Catherine Lee responded aggressively, saying he was brave for someone who had been kidnapped, and then slapped him, stating she had been raised that way and would only stop hitting him when she calmed down. Sungirl tried to ask to talk first, but she replied that he could discover his mistakes while being beaten. The situation worsened when Catherine Lee began brutally beating him, revealing that she was the daughter of Han Ji-moon from the Semi-Hong group, and that she had publicly denounced her father, becoming a well-known independent streamer. Sungirl was confused about why all this was happening, while the butler asked if she had learned martial arts, and she replied that she was simply repeating what her father used to do to her. During the chaos, the topic shifted to the hidden dungeon in the mines, and information that had been passed through Sungirl, including the existence of a level 80 monster, something he claimed he had no idea how he knew. Catherine Lee then questioned how he knew Kim Chul-soo, since he always seemed to be involved in everything he did. At this point, Sungirl's past came to light, revealing that he was a loan shark who lent money to practically anyone without discrimination, charging high interest rates and always believing he would get it back. He then remembered that about 10 years earlier, Kim Chul-soo had taken out a loan of 100 million when he was living on the streets, and although he seemed like someone with no means, he had a firm gaze and didn't look like someone who would waste money. Even without family or guarantees, the loan was approved, and over time the debt grew into something much larger, turning Kim Chul-soo into one of his most important clients. Still trapped by that debt to this day, Sungirl stated that none of those crimes scared him, and explained that he was the one who had lent money to Kim Chul-soo, questioning what the problem was, since at that time he had no job or family support, and wouldn't have been able to get money any other way. He also said that without him, the young man would be nothing, he would be dead. Catherine Lee replied coldly that she didn't care and accused him of ruining Kim Chul-soo's life, demanding that all debts be forgiven immediately, otherwise he would die right there in that room. Sungirl said it wasn't that simple, but before anything else he warned that Kim Chul-soo might be in danger at that moment. Catherine Lee shot back, saying he was the source of all the young man's problems. Sungirl denied it and said they needed to take Kim Chul-soo out of the game and bring him to a safe place, because in a week he would be dead. When Catherine Lee asked how that would be possible and whether he had sent someone to kill him, he replied that he didn't have time to explain, which made her press him further and demand a more direct explanation. Faced with that, he eventually gave in, saying she was starting to resemble someone problematic, and mentioned a group called the Cariotas as part of the situation. Later, Catherine Lee entered the game and logged in with the goal of speaking directly with Kim Chul-soo. She confirmed his identity by mentioning their school past, recalling that they had studied together in the 3rd grade of elementary school, and asked if he still played. He confirmed and also recognized her, vaguely remembering that time, while making provocative comments about the past, which made her deny that they had been that close. At the same time, she asked him to greet her followers, since she was live streaming inside the game, and the chat quickly recognized him, remembering the case involving the accusation against Jimin. The situation drew attention, and she commented that the timing was perfect, saying he would be part of the broadcast, while he insisted he needed to find someone and couldn't stay there. She, however, insisted that he remain, saying she wouldn't let him leave, and that even if he tried, they would end up contacting him anyway. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Catherine Lee's presence attracted everyone's attention because she was a very famous and admired streamer, which made Kim Chul-soo realize how well known she was there. Some adventurers asked who the man beside her was while he was being treated with hostility, without her noticing because she had her back turned. A knight then approached and invited Catherine Lee to join a party that would tackle a high-difficulty dungeon, but she refused. refused, saying she wasn't at such a high level and didn't want to get hurt, preferring simpler missions. The group insisted, saying they would take care of everything and that she just needed to follow along, as among them were 3 notable players, such as Busan Chick, a level 63 priestess, Biganes, a level 63 dwarf tank, and Hyun, a level 65 blacksmith. Hyun commented that she had probably come there just to see him in person because he was very popular, while another member suggested she could simply stream the mission on her live broadcast in exchange for promotion and rewards, which caught her attention as it seemed financially advantageous. Catherine Lee agreed, realizing it didn't differ much from her plans, since it also involved money and exposure. The moment she turned to call Kim Chul-soo, she discovered that he had already been severely injured, beaten, and hung from the guild ceiling. Earlier, Sung-ryul had explained that in the so-called Gate of Paradise, whoever loses does not recover what they lost, and that even deaths inside the game leave no record or news, something that seemed absurd but was treated as reality. The butler also commented that many players knew the risks of retirement, although there were no official records of it, leading some to believe it was just a myth, until he himself claimed to have seen it with his own eyes, leaving Catherine Lee completely in shock. Sung-ryul explained that the death of people while playing the Gate of Paradise would be an absurd headline, and that any major journalism outlet would fight for such a story, since the press has a lot of freedom, though in practice almost no one can control it except governments. He also said that even so, there are situations where countries themselves end up protecting serious information, such as in the case of the Gate of Paradise, where people can die inside the game without it becoming a scandal. According to him, countries are made of citizens, but citizens cannot confront their own country, and therefore an organization called Sicariat was created to prevent deaths within the game. Within this structure, there would exist hidden classes, people chosen to face monsters and extreme situations, trained to rescue players in danger. Among these classes was the Goblin Summoner, Kim Chul-soo, who was selected for that role. However, before anything else, he was hit by a car and lost his memory, which weakened his goblin and led to an internal order to discard him. Catherine Lee questioned whether that meant treating him like a useless test subject, while the super wizard replied that he did not intend to take his side, explaining that hidden classes are unique and that 2 people cannot exist in the same role in the game, like the Goblin Summoner, who can only be replaced when the player retires or deletes their account. Even so, he criticized the waste of a rare class on someone considered useless, even going so far as to imply it made him want to eliminate the player. Catherine Lee asked whether Sung-ryul agreed with that, and he replied that it would be hard to believe, but he did not want the boy's death, since he treated him as a friend, even if he was difficult. She reacted angrily and told him to shut up, accusing both the system and the group of being responsible for everything, since it was the Scarlet organization that had selected players for hidden classes and placed Kim Chul-soo in that dungeon from the very beginning. She pointed out that he had been placed there, received the crystal, was revived, and pushed back into the game without real choice, questioning who had authorized all of that, and noting that none of those involved seemed to care about what was happening to him. After that, she left the place, leaving Sung-ryul imprisoned. Later, the group was already gathered in a high-difficulty dungeon, in a hostile environment surrounded by lava. Kim Chul-soo showed fear, while Catherine Lee commented on the expectation of a large reward if they completed the mission, already treating it as something almost guaranteed. The group leader explained that dungeons of this type require teamwork, with clearly defined roles such as healer, tank, and DPS for damage, since it would be practically impossible to win alone. He also added that an extremely strong player might be able to clear it solo, but someone like that would not appear there. While the team organized itself, Busan Chick warned that enemies were approaching, and shortly after, a high-level draconic knight descended from the sky, causing a red area to expand the moment it touched the ground, followed by a violent explosion. Kim Chul-soo pulled Catherine Lee at the last second to save her, narrowly escaping the blast. He was in shock, unable to understand what had happened, while the rest of the group remained steady, protected by Bigona's shield, who stated that as long as he stood, nothing would reach them. Next, Hyun charged forward with his sword and delivered a powerful slash against the draconic knight, which responded with a fast and brutal attack, a multi-hit punch that would have put him in danger if not for the priestess intervening with a powerful healing skill, keeping him alive and ensuring the battle continued. The enemy then deliberately focused on her, knowing she was the main source of healing for the allies, and tried to use its dragon breath. However, the mage Kim froze it instantly, stating that everything had already been predicted up to that point. Then another warrior and the archer attacked at the same time against the ice, striking the creature together, but even so, it remained standing, resisting the damage. The draconic knight moved again toward the priestess, but the rank 1 tanker, the group's leader and level 61 guardian, used his war cry to provoke the attack and draw its attention, forcing the enemy to change targets at the last moment. The priestess commented that it had been too close and told him he needed to be faster next time. However, for some reason, the enemy managed to break free from the taunt and still attacked her directly. But at that moment, Hyun used his blacksmith ability and summoned his giant dual swords, finally managing to cut off the draconic knight's head. Busan Chick commented that it seemed like the enemy was still focused on her, finding it strange, while Catherine Lee's livestream reacted, saying the group group was extremely strong. Kim Chol-soo questioned how they could fight so well, and the rank 1 tanker explained that the monster they had just faced was the Guardian, the Draconic Knight, warning that they could now move on to the next monster. Excited, Kim Chol-soo rushed forward, but Catherine Lee noticed that the Goblin was also excited, but had stayed behind, and asked why he wasn't taking care of it. Kim Chol-soo replied that the Goblin could take care of itself, leaving the streamer confused by the situation, while at the same time raising the question of whether he might have recovered his memories. Later, Hen tries to draw the camera's attention and appears on Catherine Lee's livestream, introducing himself as the group's main DPS, but she questions what they've been doing for so long. He explains that as a DPS, he basically only deals damage and can't do much else, since they still can't cross the dangerous bridge ahead. The group is then faced with a bridge over lava, with several knight statues along the path. Hyun himself comments that the smarter members of the group are trying to solve the situation, so everyone else is just waiting. Kim then states that his calculations are complete, and explains that the statues themselves are not the real issue. The floor is filled with pressure plates, forming a massive trap. He says there are likely safe routes, but stepping in the wrong place triggers the guards immediately, making progression extremely dangerous. He suggests using clones to test the paths, but since they don't have an illusionist, the idea can't be used. Catherine Lee even asks what an illusionist is, and it is explained as an advanced evolution of the mage class. Kim then proposes that the tanks move first, with Busan Chick healing them immediately if they take damage. The group organizes itself and notes that beyond the bridge lies the dungeon boss. They begin carefully crossing the pressure plates, where safe tiles glow blue and dangerous ones red. Even when stepping on the first trap, the Lancer barely takes damage, as Bigons easily absorbs the impact with his shield, allowing the group to advance in a line behind him. Busan Chick heals the tanks as they are hit, while the archer complains about the pace and the group's confidence, being scolded by Soul Warrior, who tells him to stop complaining and focus. The group then approaches the final statue. The archer continues complaining after stepping on 3 traps in a row, while Catherine Lee observes that despite the arguments, the group works well together. Kim Chol-soo suggests using the Goblin to break the path, but he is ignored. The rank 1 tanker notices that the final statue has a much larger spear than the others and warns the group, but the archer yells for everyone to run, leaving only 5 tiles to the exit. The tanker tries to stay composed since everything is being streamed, but on the first step someone triggers a trap. The archer immediately calls him an idiot, but the one hit is not the tank, it is Soul Warrior, who is pierced through the chest and dies instantly, saying he had become too confident. The tanker then realizes the final statue does not target only the trap activator. Kim orders everyone to stop, explaining that the attack likely chooses a random target. He concludes that if the priestess is hit, the dungeon fails, so they must reduce variables and wait for other groups to pass. The archer questions the strategy, while Catherine Lee says that even if some die, they can still continue, but without the healer no one can beat the boss. The group agrees to proceed carefully, though the path remains extremely difficult. Big Ones tries to advance by choosing only blue tiles, but makes a mistake and triggers another trap, killing the archer again, who complains about always being the one who dies. Kim tries to stay calm and says only 4 tiles remain, but on the next trap the rank 1 tanker is killed and returns to the sanctuary to be revived. Near the end, on the final tiles, Bigona steps on another trap, and Busan Chick is also about to be hit. Kim throws himself in front of the attack at the last moment, saying they need to finish this once and for all. Hyun then says it's time to go after the boss, but the group rushes ahead without waiting, leaving Catherine Lee and Kim Chol-soo behind. She gets angry and asks whether they really don't care about them, while Kim Chol-soo asks what they should do. Catherine Lee firmly replies that she will take half the boss loot and storms into the cave. When Kim Chol-soo finally catches up, he asks what happened and whether the boss has already been defeated, but Catherine Lee continues streaming, while explaining they are not done yet. Before them stands Larmus, a level 57 creature, and the live stream chat comments that the level seems too low for a boss in such a dungeon. Hyun, wielding dual swords, taunts the enemy, saying the feared wingless dragon looks like a normal level 57 mob, suggesting the first guardian they fought seemed more dangerous. Larmus smiles and rushes forward at high speed with a kick aimed at Hyun, who dodges and counterattacks using forged boots called Falling Star, landing a strike from behind that deals heavy damage, but the boss still resists and responds with a heavy punch that drives Hyun into the ground. When Busan Chick tries to heal him, Larmus instantly appears behind her, preventing the action. Bigons attempts to use a war cry to taunt the enemy, but the boss resists and counters with a kick to the priestess's face. Big Ones is confused that his taunt failed, while Kim Chol-soo comments that the situation is dangerous and suggests helping, but Catherine Lee refuses, saying that if those 3 cannot handle it, no one there can, and it's better to simply observe. At that moment, unexpectedly, a stone thrown by the Goblin tears off Larmus's head, shocking everyone, since no one understands how he was defeated so easily. The boss's head falls to the ground, and the group is stunned, but Busan Chick warns them not to lower their guard, saying it might be pretending to be dead. Hyun approaches, but the enemy's head transforms, revealing its true form, the real boss, Sabaramus, level 67. The livestream chat panics at the transformation, while Kim Chul-soo reacts with excitement, saying that now the fight has finally become interesting. Catherine Lee questions how the Goblin managed to do that, and Kim Chul-soo casually explains that the Goblin had been weakened, but returned to normal after a treatment, becoming much stronger and capable of dealing with ordinary enemies in a single strike. The chat begins to suspect a bug, since goblins are not supposed to be that strong, while Catherine Lee recalls that the old man had said it had lost power and was at risk of becoming useless, raising the suspicion that he might have lied. At that moment, Kim Chul-soo treats the Goblin aggressively, stating that this works better than pampering it, since it always reacts when struck, even if the damage makes it cough blood. Catherine Lee notices that it is suffering from internal bleeding, and identifies the item used against it as a cursed whip, the same one she had previously given him. She explains that it should have been purified, although it is still worth a lot of money, even in its current state. Meanwhile, the main group begins to face serious problems with Sabarumas, who proves to be far more dangerous than expected. Kim Chul-soo decides to intervene, stating that he cannot let everyone die down there, and that he will now act as well, asking Catherine Lee to watch. He says that although the group has done all the hard work up to this point, it is time for the Goblin to truly help. The livestream chat reacts in shock, unable to understand who he is or where he came from, while Catherine Lee observes that he is finally breaking free from control and starting to act on his own. She encourages him to keep going like that, to stop holding back and simply live and fight in his own way, as he moves toward the edge of the cliff facing the dragon's lair, preparing to act while already grabbing his club with determination. Kim Chul-soo tells the group to show the world that they are capable, flashing his strange confident smile, but Catherine Lee reacts by asking whether that can really be called a smile. Without wasting time, the Goblin charges straight at Sabarumas, while the dragon prepares its fire breath. Everyone watches in shock as the insignificant Goblin faces the attack head-on and, with a single brutal strike, destroys the boss, ending the battle in an absurd and unexpected way. The system then confirms the completion of the high-difficulty dungeon Fire Mountain, recording Kim Chul-soo's achievement as he levels up from 50 to 54. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Adventurers Guild watches the footage and reacts in shock at a wingless dragon being defeated with a single blow, something considered insane and unprecedented. Professor Jaimini shows the Flame Knight that the one who defeated the dragon was not just the boy, but mainly the Goblin, which makes the knight recall an old goblin known as Horace Philiver, while also receiving more information about the incident. The fallout spreads quickly, and Kim Chul-soo's name begins circulating everywhere. Irene realizes that he is gaining fame at an extremely fast pace, and understands that sooner or later everyone will recognize his power. While this also causes outrage in some people, such as when he appears on Catherine Lee's livestream and becomes the center of attention, the situation explodes in popularity, turning the Goblin Summoner into a legendary figure known for defeating enemies in a single strike. Fans begin to gather, forming lines to see him and even ask for autographs, while Catherine Lee and her butler manage public interactions, controlling the chaos of sudden fame. During this moment, a fan approaches Kim Chul-soo and expresses admiration, saying she likes his evil style, while he reacts confused and asks why. Catherine Lee encourages him to show his smile, and he ends up making an exaggerated grin, which only increases his strange popularity. Meanwhile, the Goblin continues acting chaotically, signing things without understanding anything, and the narrative reinforces that it is responsible for impossible feats, further solidifying the summoner's fame. Kim Chul-soo's influence grows so much that internal meetings begin to discuss the impact. A group known as Scarlet assesses the situation and expresses concern that the Goblin has regained power, making it difficult to control, while the disappearance of an important member further increases tension. Number 1, identified as Senator Kim Ducky, states that the higher someone rises, the greater the fall, suggesting that influential people become vulnerable once they gain too much exposure. Meanwhile, Catherine Lee, already established as one of the biggest streamers, follows Kim Chul-soo, who is now becoming a rising star. He begins to be treated like a celebrity, stopped in the streets, photographed, and surrounded by fans, even denying rumors of a relationship with her, saying they are just friends and that she acts as his manager. He then goes with her to a real estate agency to look for a house in Gangnam, and despite the broker's initial skepticism, the butler arrives carrying a large amount of money, confirming they truly have purchasing power. Later, inside the game, a group of players faces a giant octopus at level 72, while Kim Chul-soo, now level 67 and well-equipped, decides to intervene again and orders the Goblin to eliminate the enemies, asking whether his line sounded good. Catherine Lee approves and joins the action, and the Goblin performs an explosive attack, destroying the threat and saving the players. From that point on, Kim Chul-soo's popularity grows even further, and he is increasingly sent into dungeons alone, while Catherine Lee's livestream becomes even more famous, making her the main person responsible for managing his public image. Meanwhile, in another line of events, a group connected to Senator Kim Duchi discusses darker matters involving control, power, and extreme decisions. The senator himself states that he is giving someone a new chance to prove their worth and regain control over Goblin G67, while another member questions the methods being used, pointing out the sacrifice of innocence and raising doubts about whether it can truly be be considered right or justifiable. The senator pushed his plate aside, saying that yes, they were doing the right job of dealing with monsters, and that to do so, they needed to become monsters. He also called them disgusting people, while Sungu felt weak, lacking the same determination as before, wondering if he had developed some kind of attachment after spending time with the boy. Suddenly, he felt something like friendship, love, and even regret. But at the same time, he knew he had to keep being a monster as he always had been, since only then could he deal with other monsters. However, Sungril also remembered the people from the Evaton Guild, the allies he had made along the way, all the time he spent with Ryuki and the others, and especially with Kim Chul-soo, and for the first time in his life he realized that he had made friends. He then bowed to the senator, saying he didn't want to die, that he had made a mistake, and that he would take not only G67 but also everyone around him, begging to be spared. The senator told him to stand up, placed a piece of food in his mouth, and said they were welcoming the prodigal son back, declaring that he was now the number 3 they knew, and that they would complete the Discariote plan. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo and Catherine Lee were walking toward another city when he suddenly kicked a goblin, sending it rolling in the mud along with a piece of feces. Catherine Lee told him to be careful because someone might see that, but he replied that it didn't matter. If he didn't kick it now, he would keep doing it even in front of anyone. She insisted that he at least warn her next time. At that moment, the Flame Knight appeared behind him, trying to attack with his sword, but Kim Chul-soo reacted quickly and managed to block the strike. The Flame Knight asked where the goblin was, saying he wasn't interested in him, and Kim Chul-soo replied ironically, questioning how he could say that after trying to attack him. Catherine Lee ended up stopping the fight by freezing the Flame Knight, saying she was glad it worked, but also wondering where someone so fast and dangerous had come from. She recalled the day the monk from her group had attacked Kim Chul-soo, but this time he managed to counterattack, showing he had improved significantly. Soon after, Jae-minnie arrived running, apologizing for what had happened, and saying it was good to have an ice mage there, since the leader of his guild was very weak against that type of magic. Catherine Lee asked why, as a guildmaster, he had attacked Kim Chul-soo like that, and Jae-minnie explained he had been coming precisely to warn them. Kim Chul-soo told him to explain quickly because they were in a hurry. The professor asked whether it had been that goblin who attacked Phoenix and the bazaar, and Kim Chul-soo said he didn't even remember that, and that his goblin would never do something so vile. Jae-minnie explained that during the battle there had been a problem because the level measurement system failed, so they assumed the goblin wasn't a monster but a summon, and therefore the guild master started searching for anyone with a name similar to Shu or Su to eliminate. He then suggested they let the guild master fight once against the strongest goblin. He almost agreed, but Catherine Lee refused, saying he wouldn't be allowed to do that. She also commented that Kim Chul-soo was already famous, and his time was too valuable, while the guild master first attacked and then asked for favors, showing unbelievable shamelessness. Kim Chul-soo was then dragged away by Catherine, but said that when the guild master woke up, they should take him straight to the arena because he would be waiting. Catherine Lee asked if he wasn't angry, and he replied that he wasn't. If they wanted to fight, then fine. Later, in the arena, there was a large crowd and a narrator announcing the special duel of the day, presenting the event Catch the Golden Goblin. Kim Chul-soo appeared making flashy movements, and Catherine Lee noticed he was very good at it, even though he claimed not to want attention, since the audience clearly liked him. On the microphone, Kim Chul-soo said that many comments had been appearing about his goblin strength, saying it was bugged, edited, or manipulated, and if that were the case, they should come deal with it in person. He then announced a prize. The narrator explained that the rules were simple, since it was practically impossible to defeat the goblin. Whoever lasted the longest in the fight would win a 1 billion won item, a premium weapon enhancement protection. The crowd reacted in shock, saying it was something extremely powerful. At that moment, High Danger called out to Kim Chul-soo from the audience, saying she remembered him and that he had grown a lot. He simply replied, calling her a fan. Her group reacted, saying he had recognized her, while she said she wanted to see if he would keep ignoring her when she got into the arena. A level 70 cyborg warrior then entered to challenge the goblin and expose the supposed manipulation, but was defeated in seconds. Another fighter spoke dismissively, but the narrator interrupted, saying it was against the rules to fight in pairs. They tried to justify it as a hidden class and attacked together, but the goblin quickly responded and defeated both with a single strike to the head. Kim Chul-soo commented that they weren't centaurs, and the pair was disqualified. The fight continued, with other participants lasting less and less time, some not even reaching 10 seconds, then 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 second, while the audience watched in shock, saying no one could last against the goblin. Kim Chul-soo then asked if there were no strong users in the Heaven Gates, mockingly saying he might even take a nap, which made Catherine Lee think he was really provoking everyone effectively. The goblin's expression also seemed better than expected, as it was clearly enjoying itself. The next challenger was Hyun the blacksmith, who said Kim Chul-soo had become the star of the battle while he had been forgotten and robbed of the stage where he would shine the most, claiming he was normally the protagonist by appearance or destiny, and promising to cast him down as a demon king. Kim Chul-soo simply replied that he was only trying to help, but Hyun said that was cruel, and that he would be cruel as well, charging in with dual swords. Kim Chul-soo remarked that it was smarter to attack the summoner, but Hen already knew that and used a strategy to throw the goblin out of the arena, causing it to land in Irene's lap. She greeted it, saying it had been a while the goblin seemed comfortable. At that moment, Kim Chol-soo realized that if he couldn't summon the goblin, he would be in trouble. But when he tried, he discovered the skill had a cooldown, something he didn't even know existed, and ended up taking several punches to the face from Hyun, who wasn't even using his swords anymore, while telling the audience that this was more exciting than an easy victory. The crowd began chanting Kim Chol-soo's name, and he said it was beautiful, but immediately took another direct hit, coughed blood and counterattacked, summoning the goblin again and bringing forth the Lord Goblin to finish the fight. Hyun was crushed in about 1 minute and 28 seconds, a time considered long in that setting, while the audience was already preparing for the next match, with High Danger entering. High Danger questioned Kim Chol-soo, recalling that she had just seen him from the stands and asking if he would continue pretending not to recognize her. He reacted confused and called her a fan, which only made her angrier, as she said he didn't need to act ignorant. She then advanced with a demon mask, a summoning item that lasted 5 minutes and, when activated, possessed the nearest user. The item immediately drew everyone's attention, as it was extremely rare, powerful, and difficult to obtain. The mask took control of her body, altering her form and greatly enhancing her physical abilities, especially her legs, which became far stronger and more defined. She began attacking with fast, aggressive kicks, putting Kim Chol-soo under pressure. Irene quickly recognized the opponent's high level and noticed that her physical abilities were broadly amplified, not just her strength. Meanwhile, Kim Chol-soo started using the goblin as a shield, which confused and angered the audience, who saw it as him sacrificing his summon. Irene and others watched in confusion, while the crowd judged his behavior as cruel, but he didn't seem to care. Catherine Lee insisted he finish the fight quickly, and he replied bluntly that he wasn't joking. He then stretched the goblin out and threw it forcefully toward High Danger. She tried to resist, but was struck directly and knocked out of the arena. The announcer declared Kim Chol-soo the winner, though the crowd booed heavily at his actions. Catherine Lee called him an idiot for using the goblin as a shield, but he asked what the problem was, while she realized he was starting to behave like before again, cold and indifferent. At that moment, the demon mask that had been on High Danger was drawn toward Kim Chol-soo's face, since it always bonded to the nearest person. The announcer declared that the item had latched onto him, describing him as the most subhuman man in existence. Catherine Lee broke his microphone and told him to watch his mouth, but it was clear she didn't fully understand what was happening. Meanwhile, High Danger woke up beside her allies. They told her she had regained consciousness 1 minute after being hit by the goblin, and she immediately asked what that noise was. Minchul explained that it was Kim Chol-soo up above and that the demon mask had caused a major incident with him. She replied without surprise, saying she wasn't shocked and that the Kim Chol-soo everyone admired had probably turned into an ugly goblin as punishment for what he had done to her. Minchul insisted that wasn't the case and asked if she was still half asleep, while Zeros told her to see for herself. She looked up at the ring and initially thought he had turned into a goblin again. Instead, he had transformed into an angel with massive radiant wings. The entire crowd began crying in emotion, calling him an angel and begging for forgiveness, completely enchanted by his aura. The audience was stunned by his beauty and presence, while Irene realized that the demon mask projected the deepest desire of those who looked at it, remembering that humans are inherently flawed and always try to fill what is missing. She reflected that a normal human only wants to feel meaningful to themselves, but here there was no space for anything beyond self-perception. Meanwhile, Minchul and Zeros wondered if this was really the same person who had beaten them earlier, admitting they might have deserved it and even asking forgiveness from the angel. High Danger became furious at their lack of dignity and said it was ridiculous, insisting she wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. She argued that last time he had become a goblin, but now he appeared as an angel, which could not be his true form, only a trick. She insisted she knew Kim Chol-soo personally and that he could never be an angel. Kim Chol-soo himself, still under the mask and appearing angelic, spoke incomprehensible words while she tried to understand him, even thinking he might be apologizing and wondering if she should forgive him, though she wasn't sure, yet still feeling strangely comforted. Soon after, the demon mask reached its limit and deactivated. He descended into the arena apologizing to everyone, leaving the audience shocked, but it quickly turned into celebration and cheers for him, calling him an angel sent to the world. Catherine Lee commented that the goblin had become strange and was erased by the angelic power, and some people rushed in to help. In the audience, Roy, who had been watching, stood up alongside Cha Hak-soo, while backstage Kim Chol-soo asked what had happened to the goblin, saying it looked like a piece of burnt bacon. Catherine Lee replied that goblins cannot withstand a pure heart, and despite everything, his popularity only increased, becoming even greater. It was clear that fame and money would grow significantly if he finished the event without issues. Later, Roy was taking photos with a camera, while Cha Hak-soo punched him on the way back. Kim Chol-soo heard the noise and asked what it was, but when he opened the door, there was no one there. The goblin then regenerated from the ashes, and he commented that he was sleepy and wanted to end things quickly. However, he became paralyzed and kept yawning, unable to move or speak, and Catherine Lee realized he had forgotten the negative effect of the curse. The next challenger was the Flame Knight, who said he would finish punish the goblin, but became irritated when he saw him yawning and was easily defeated, while Kim Chul-soo, still paralyzed, only made nonsensical sounds. Even so, he was declared the winner, although the Flame Knight insulted him, and the prize was awarded despite the hatred. Afterward, the Flame Knight realized the item could save someone's life and became desperate for money to pay medical expenses. Second place went to High Danger, who received an autographed photo of Kim Chul-soo, and third place, Hyun, received a holy elixir worth around $500,000. High Danger complained about the reward, and the announcer declared the event over, sending everyone home. Kim Chul-soo returned to normal and thanked the audience with a smile, while later Roy woke up in a landfill without teeth, broken and furious, believing they were still trying to stop him, and determined to spread the photos anyway. Kim Chul-soo looked at the enormous building, imagining what it would be like to live in a place like that on the 100th floor. He thought it might be nice to live there just so he wouldn't waste so much time going to a convenience store, but he quickly corrected himself, saying that was a lie, and that he wasn't jealous because his own house was much better. After all, he was rich now and could eat as many Dubai chocolates as he wanted, even though each one cost $8. He could choose clothes that other people would be afraid to wear without even checking the label, and drink as many $1,000 bottles of alcohol as he pleased. Yet even with all that wealth, he felt that the peak of everything was his own mansion with more than 30 rooms, where he sometimes even got lost as if it were a dungeon. It sometimes took him a while just to find the room where the game capsule was located. Even with money, fame, and everything he wanted, he still felt a strange emptiness, like nothing was missing, and yet something was. At that moment, he was inside the capsule with Catherine Lee, while on the other side was Irene, who had appeared after the event, and was waiting for him at the exit. Catherine Lee asked what Irene was doing there, and Irene replied that it was good to see him again. That made Kim Chul-soo think she was just someone he had met before, but since he had already been through complicated situations, he decided to pretend he remembered her to avoid trouble. So he casually said she was a level 77 summoner, and commented that she was still as beautiful as ever. She replied teasingly that she thought he wouldn't be able to remember with that worm brain, while Catherine Lee asked if he really knew that person. He awkwardly answered yes. Of course they had studied together, trying to sustain the lie, but the situation only became more confusing when Catherine Lee mentioned that Irene was a former singer who had only been active for a short time and was now more famous than before because of her ability in the Gate of Heaven. The conversation became even stranger when Catherine Lee tried to understand their relationship, while Kim Chul-soo kept pretending he knew everything, but Catherine said it was impossible for them to be friends, the way he described it, calling him an idiot. She then revealed that she had always wanted to meet Irene properly, recalling how she had been a fan of her in the past, especially of her dog, which she found extremely cute. She even suggested that Irene should create a profile just for the dog, which Irene accepted calmly, while Catherine Lee grew suspicious, thinking she was trying to get too close to Kim Chul-soo now that he had become famous. The situation became even more chaotic when Catherine Lee tried to explain that she lived with him only for work and management purposes, saying she needed to watch him 24 hours a day as his manager, with nothing romantic involved. Kim Chul-soo simply said that if space was the issue, Irene could also live in his house, since there were plenty of rooms. Catherine Lee couldn't believe what she was hearing, while at the same time the Flame Knight appeared elsewhere, taking care of his comatose mother and saying he had finally managed to pay for the surgery. Everything that had happened, he said, was thanks to Kim Chul-soo, and he promised himself he would repay that debt one day. Later, Catherine Lee became even more irritated when she found out that Irene was actually going to move into Kim Chul-soo's house. She tried to make it clear that this did not mean freedom for marriage or anything like that, while Irene responded with irony. The two began a direct rivalry inside the house, while Kim Chul-soo, as if he understood nothing, simply showed them the enormous rooms, calling them just 80 square meters, making everything even more absurd. Catherine Lee watched Irene like she was a rival spirit in the house, suspicious of everything she did. The tension increased as Irene used the bathroom and did skincare as if she already owned the place. Catherine Lee became paranoid, thinking she might steal anything in the house, even makeup, while Irene calmly replied that she didn't use just any products and hadn't brought heavy luggage for nothing. In this atmosphere of competition, the topic of a dog named Michelle came up, which made Catherine Lee even more irritated. Kim Chul-soo then realized he had heard that name before. The story revealed that Michelle was a pet adopted by Irene, very similar to her, whom she had raised with affection and photographed. But over time, after her career and lack of time at home, she realized that having a pet didn't always bring only benefits, even though it had been something she deeply wanted at first. She had thought the dog would be properly trained, but it kept making mistakes and getting itself dirty. The cute white puppy gradually began to look dirtier and stranger. Since they normally weren't allowed to raise dogs, she was very careful, but no matter how much she tried to train it, the animal only barked when she came home, as if it had been waiting. Even so, Irene didn't give the dog the attention it deserved. One day, the dog ran away from the apartment, and after that, it's known what happened. Irene said that in the end she had achieved her dream, but she could never forget what happened, which was why she was unable to continue singing. She eventually gave up her career. As she grew older, she realized how immature and cruel she had been toward what she had done. At another moment, Catherine Lee made a tea teasing comment, which made the situation even more tense, and Kim Chul-soo entered the conversation, leading to an argument with her. He said he had disliked her from the beginning and saw no reason for her to stay there. Irene tried to apologize and said she would leave, taking the blame, but Kim Chul-soo didn't allow it, saying the house was his, and he decided who stayed, telling Catherine Lee not to interfere. She left angrily, while Irene remained confused by everything that had happened. Later, at a game event, Kim Chul-soo tried to cheer up Catherine Lee, who was still upset with him. He asked how long she planned to stay angry, and she replied that he hadn't even properly apologized, and that she would no longer get involved in the matter. He tried to lighten the mood, saying he also had his own thoughts, but the tension remained. After that, a dungeon distress request appeared in the Everfrost region, a high-level area with many incidents. Irene explained that she had been there before, and that the expedition was extremely difficult, taking about a month round trip. Even so, Kim Chul-soo considered the mission profitable, since materials, monster donations, and viewer quests could bring in at least 20 million won, although he questioned why they were still helping people. In the end, he decided to accept the trip to the region. Meanwhile, Irene reflected on the relationship between Kim Chul-soo and Catherine Lee, realizing she was feeling jealousy for no real reason. Catherine Lee also made it clear that she didn't see any point in Irene accompanying Kim Chul-soo in the game, since they already lived together in real life. However, Irene said she wanted to observe him and learn from him, almost like she was on vacation. She believed she needed to better understand the concept of love, recalling something he had said about the Goblin being his life, and that she wanted to learn that in order to one day reunite with Michelle and earn its forgiveness. Catherine Lee became suspicious and thought Irene was interpreting everything the wrong way. Later, they met an NPC named God, who explained the existence of the Phoenix Castle and King Ignis, known as the Wise King, who was nevertheless under threat of assassination. Because of this, entry for certain adventurers had previously been blocked. Now, however, God was allowing Kim Chul-soo to enter, since the king was interfering with his plans, and the mission was clear: kill the king. Kim Chul-soo accepts the quest and tells Irene to leave quickly, trying to skip the rest of the dialogue, but Catherine stops him immediately. Outraged, she questions God, reminding him that he used to call himself a benevolent king, and she cannot understand why he wants to kill the man just because he is getting in the way of his plans, calling him crazy. Kim Chul-soo fires back, asking what the big deal is and why they can't just kill him, prompting Irene to explain. In simple terms, he can understand that the target is actually a very good king. Kim Chul-soo insists that there is no such thing as a good king, and challenges the two of them to name a single good president. Although he admits that presidents are not kings, he makes it clear that he doesn't care. After all, quests are meant to be completed, and they need to clear this to move on to the next area. Right after, he asks why Catherine has been so annoying over the past few days. Irene agrees with him, saying that the situation is uncomfortable, but reminds them that it is just a game. Annoyed, Catherine asks if the two of them are getting along that well now, and Irene replies ironically, saying they get along beautifully, and that she should even become his manager. Sensing the awkward tension, Kim Chul-soo tries to smooth things over by saying it's just a joke and that he is Catherine's best friend, announcing that it is time to complete the quest and kill the king. Seeing his attitude, Catherine thinks to herself that she has given the boy too much freedom and that he keeps crossing the line. Their plan, however, crashes into reality when Kim Chul-soo is stopped at the entrance by the castle guard. He tries to use his status, claiming to be super famous, but the guard snaps back, saying that whether he is Kim Chul-soo or anyone else, he isn't getting in. Catherine sneers, commenting that obviously an NPC wouldn't know who he is, and that the gates wouldn't just open because of fame. The very next second, the doors swing open, leaving Kim Chul-soo convinced that his tactic worked. In reality, the person opening the gates is Alphonse, the vice captain of the knights. The guard instantly changes his stance and recites the newcomer's entire profile, announcing him as the vice captain of the kingdom's knights, born on July 20th, 175 centimeters tall, an ISTJ personality type, and a master of the heart sword, begging forgiveness for not recognizing him sooner. While Kim Chul-soo thinks to himself that not even the knight's own mother knows him that well, Catherine recognizes the name, and Irene explains that this is the contact God had mentioned. The gates didn't open because of Kim Chul-soo, but because God had contacted Alphonse in advance. Catherine concludes that they are all in the same boat, and finds it unbelievable that the vice captain of the Royal Knights is helping with a treason plot. Alphonse grants them entry, and Kim Chul-soo agrees, complaining that he only ran into trouble because the idiot guard didn't recognize him. The guard then announces to the king that adventurers from distant lands have arrived to bear gifts, and the king orders them to be let in. Kim Chul-soo is impressed since it is his first time inside a castle, and Catherine comments that the place is formidable, mentioning that she once lived in a house as big as a palace but never a real one. Their walk is interrupted by Ragnar, the Grand General, who appears like a literal wall, and demands to search them before they get anywhere near the king. Irene explains that he is the most powerful man in Elbasar, the kingdom's greatest shield, and the final boss of that quest, revealing that her team needed 18 attempts to beat him in the past. Catherine worries about how they will defeat such a monster, but Irene shows confidence, saying she is much stronger now, and that they have Kim Chul-soo's support. She stresses that the challenge is mandatory, because because if they don't win, they won't be able to reach Everfrost, where even a common monster is at least as strong as the general, which makes a discouraged Catherine suggest they just give up. During the search, the guard grows suspicious of Kim Chol-soo and orders him to stay still, ultimately finding a pouch of super speed poison. This item had been given to him by God, who had previously explained that the poison could kill a human in 10 seconds. Since the king has magical healers nearby who would instantly nullify the effect, the plan required the poison to be mixed into the castle's fountain water to become lethal and incurable, ensuring a terrible death for the king for the greater good. God had also warned that carrying the poison pouch would cause the guards to discover it, but since Kim Chol-soo skipped the NPC's cutscene, he knew nothing about it and ended up arrested. In the cell, Kim Chol-soo screams that he wants to speak to the manager, and the guard mocks him, asking if he is going to call the king to try and poison him again. The young man tries to deflect the blame, claiming he did nothing, and pointing out that he is just Catherine's puppet. Irritated, she tells the idiot to shut up because he is already giving her a headache, and asks Irene why she doesn't do something, since she had cleared the quest before. Irene sighs and explains that back then, her team had an illusionist, but now all they have is Kim Chol-soo, who doesn't even know how to hide a pouch of poison. Kim Chol-soo continues throwing a tantrum, shouting for them to open the doors and asking if they don't know who he is, while Catherine confesses that her only wish is for them to be executed once and for all. Just then, Kim Chol-soo spots the goblin outside the cell, laughing at their situation. Realizing the creature wasn't locked up, Catherine sees an opportunity and suggests asking him to get the keys. Kim Chol-soo orders the goblin to fetch the key, and the little monster runs off, but ends up returning holding a sword. Kim Chol-soo reacts immediately, saying no, that he wants a key, spelling the word out slowly so the little monster can understand. The goblin runs off again, but returns bringing Kim Chol-soo's own leg, making him lose his temper and scream that it is his leg, cursing at the creature. On the third attempt, the goblin decides to go get the castle guard. Laughing at the situation, the guard approaches and asks what they are plotting with that monster, but before he can finish his sentence, he is stabbed in the back. The one delivering the fatal blow is Vice Captain Alphonse. He feigns regret, saying it is uncomfortable to end the life of such a precious subordinate, and immediately turns to Kim Chol-soo, calling him an idiot for failing to smuggle a simple poison. Alphonse hands over the cell key and warns them that the original poison pouch has been discarded, so they will have to retrieve a new item and go through the search all over again. Worried, Catherine questions if he really thinks the guards will let them through again, but the vice captain assures her that he will handle that part, demanding only that they deliver a bottle of wine to the king. When she asks why Alphonse doesn't just do it himself if it seems so simple, he explains that the king does not trust him that much. Irene steps in and confesses that she doesn't know these dialogues because she has never gone down this route before, but suggests that the best thing to do is follow the knight's orders. Catherine loses her patience, grumbling that she can't believe she will have to take orders from that villainous bastard too. While opening the cell, Kim Chol-soo gets philosophical and says that it doesn't matter because depending on the point of view, they are also the villains to some people. He states that they aren't doing anything wrong and that others only hate them out of envy. For the young man, at the end of the day, everyone in the world is a villain one way or another, since both sides hate each other and want to insult one another without knowing anything. He concludes that the situation here is even easier because it's just a game, and criticizes Catherine for making things worse, saying that the secret is just to turn off your brain and line your pockets with money, no matter who asks you to kill whom. As soon as he walks away, Catherine comments that she previously thought he just didn't want to deal with the situation, but now she is truly speechless. Irene agrees, pointing out that Kim Chol-soo remains his usual self, reckless and full of surprises. Catherine counters by saying that he barely became human after losing his memory, which sparks Irene's curiosity, who asks if he really lost his memory and why she wasn't informed about it. Catherine explains that it's a long story, but assures her that he is clearly a different person. Intrigued, Irene questions if she is sure, since he acts exactly like the old Kim Chol-soo. Lost in thought, Catherine reflects that this should be impossible after everything she did, starting to wonder if that old man's plans are still working out, and if the boy truly remains unchanged. Later, the group walks escorted by the guards until they stand before the throne. The soldiers question how those sinners were allowed to escape, but General Ragnar firmly steps in front of them. The general says that although they fled from prison and earned a chance to save their lives, he recognizes the tenacity required to walk right back toward their own deaths. The group tries to argue that they didn't escape from prison, but Ragnar ignores them and states that, to commend such audacity, he will rip them into 17 pieces, prompting Kim Chol-soo to genuinely ask what the normal amount of pieces is for an execution. Before the worst happens, Alphonse interferes and says that everything is just a misunderstanding. He claims that he checked the situation himself, and that the boy was only carrying a common monster material, something perfectly normal for adventurers to have in their bags. The vice captain argues that with the strongest shield, General Ragnar, and himself right there with their eyes wide open, no one would dare harm the king. He adds that he was merely worried that those young people, who came with pure hearts to offer a local specialty to the monarch, might get hurt. Upon hearing this, the king himself intervenes, and says that Ragnar's concerns are a bit excessive. Impressed Impressed by the acting, Kim Chul-soo whispers that the knight is very good at lying, and Catherine agrees that he has a massive nerve. Left with no choice, Ragnar yields to the monarch's will and orders the adventurers to bow their heads in the presence of the king. On the throne sits the NPC, King Ignis, who thanks them for the visit and says it is an honor that they traveled from so far away to see an insignificant king like him. The monarch coughs heavily and begs for forgiveness, explaining that his illness has worsened and that he has little time left to live, which makes Catherine think about how cruel that crazy brain-dead god is for wanting to kill a man in such a condition. Ignis continues his speech, saying that he dedicated his entire life to the peace and prosperity of Phoenix and Elbasar, but confesses that his heart is still full of worries and that he won't be able to close his eyes in peace this way. He coughs once more, and it is at this moment that Kim Chul-soo approaches with the poisoned wine, announcing that he brought an offering. They leave the bottle in front of the monarch and try to beat a hasty retreat immediately. However, King Ignis stops them, saying that he should drink the wine right then and there in front of them to put everyone's mind at ease after the misunderstanding with the guard. The group panics in their thoughts, wondering if he is really going to drink the poison now. Catherine desperately asks what is happening, and Kim Chul-soo replies that since he didn't beat the game through this route, he doesn't know what to expect either. She emphasizes that if the king drinks it and dies on the spot, it will be obvious to the entire castle that they are to blame. That is when the knight Vivian steps forward and warns that the drink might be poisoned, offering to taste the wine first. King Ignis intervenes immediately, stating that such suspicions are an insult to the adventurer's good intentions. He declares that he does not recall living such a shameful life as to be threatened by poisoning, and argues that even if a monarch cannot bless warriors about to embark on a long journey, he must never distrust them. Watching the scene, Catherine is moved by the king's kindness and thinks that she can't stomach this betrayal quest any longer. King Ignis adds that he has never touched a drop of alcohol in his entire life, and that, upon receiving gifts like this, he sometimes thinks he should have learned to drink with his father when he was young. Relieved, Catherine imagines that he will turn down the offer and mentally wishes for the good man to have a long life. However, the monarch concludes by saying that it is never too late to learn and downs the glass of wine all at once, dropping dead immediately after. Shocked by the abrupt twist, Catherine rages at the game's script, realizing that no matter what they did, the NPC's fate was to die either way. Kim Chul-soo mocks her reaction, commenting that his companion is acting just like a K-drama fan. Chaos breaks out in the hall as all the guards shout at once and surround the group. Irene warns that from that moment on, every NPC in the castle will target them, but Kim Chul-soo downplays the danger, claiming that the soldiers are all garbage and that nothing will change. The situation takes a turn when the true raid boss of the royal castle awakens. Ragnar, the shield of Phoenix Elbasar. The general charges forward and decrees that none of them will leave there alive. Noting that the boss is a powerful level 62 monster, Kim Chul-soo remains confident and guarantees that 5 seconds are more than enough to settle the fight, beginning to prepare the summoning of his goblin. Catherine, however, interrupts him and warns that they have an audience, suggesting that he go easy on the creature for a while and stop calling it a bastard or hitting it. Confused, the young man questions the reason for the concern and points out that Irene is going to follow him anyway, so there's no need to walk on eggshells around her. He explains that the goblin only performs well and gets strong if it is beaten and cursed at. Catherine acknowledges that this is its mechanic, but brings up what Irene herself had said earlier about wanting to learn the meaning of love alongside Kim Chul-soo, referring to affection for summonings. She argues that if the little monster weakens from a lack of mistreatment, they can leave the combat in Irene's hands, since outside of the summoned creature, she is the strongest in the group. Kim Chul-soo fires back, saying he doesn't need anyone's help, and questions what they will do in the next area if he can't use his primary combat tool. Catherine insists that she also feels uncomfortable watching that violence, labeling the act as abuse of a vulnerable being. Annoyed by the moralizing, Kim Chul-soo asks if she ate something spoiled or if she is just messing with him, while Ragnar continues to march right toward them. Ignoring the protests, the summoner tries to rally the goblin for the attack, but Catherine acts fast and starts a live stream, announcing to her viewers that today they are doing a special quest with Kim Chul-soo. The young man is infuriated by the virtual ambush and asks why she opened a live stream right now. Catherine replies that this is the only way to make him listen, reminding him that he learned very well in the arena what happens when the public sees him mistreating his helper. People won't hesitate to throw stones and cancel him. She decrees that from now on she will broadcast for 4 hours a day, challenging him to do whatever he wants in front of the cameras if he has the guts. In the live chat, the audience notices Irene's presence on the team and comments that the trio is crazy for trying to clear a royal castle raid with only 3 members. Pressed by the camera, Kim Chul-soo completely changes his posture and, feigning affection, tells the goblin that they are going to put on a very beautiful performance and will probably win with a single blow, asking the little monster in a soft voice to be careful. Irene watches the scene and mistakenly thinks that she knew all along he cared about the creature. However, the lack of aggression affects the helper's performance. The goblin attacks with total hesitation and deals a measly 99,000 damage to the boss. Realizing that the situation has turned terrible. Catherine casts a spell and hits Ragnar right in the face with a fireball, quickly covering it up and pretending to the live stream that the explosion was caused by the Goblin's punch. Kim Chol-soo charges at the general, knowing the plan failed because the lack of harshness weakened the little monster, which would now be annihilated by the boss's next counterattack. Since the unsummon skill was on cooldown, the young man is forced to use his class technique to fight in his partner's place, taking the full force of the devastating impact and dying instantly. Seeing the sacrifice, Irene recalls the summoner's words and reflects on how she had acted in the exact opposite way in the past, sacrificing the life of her summoning, Michelle, to save herself. In the chat, the viewers are incredulous and ask if he really died from a single blow, concluding that the duo's strong suit was always the Goblin, not the summoner. Catherine asks if he really kicked the bucket, and Kim Chol-soo sends a message through the group chat warning that he won't get mad, demanding only that she resurrect him immediately. Amused by the situation, she refuses to help, but Irene takes responsibility and says to leave the rescue to her. Catherine analyzes the situation and comments that even though he was caught off guard, it is impressive how a level 67 player like Kim Chol-soo fell from a single attack, deducing that his visible level does not reflect his true power. Irene explains the boss's mechanics, revealing that Ragnar becomes extremely powerful due to a passive trait that increases all of his stats based on the number of soldiers around him. She teaches that the standard strategy for this raid consists of dodging the general's attacks and focusing first on eliminating all subordinates. The warrior confesses that she only needed 18 attempts in the past because her old team couldn't find all the soldiers who were hidden throughout the map. Catherine proposes that they fight together to clear the area while she revives their companion, but Irene declines the help and tells the influencer to rest. With a subtly sharp tone, Irene comments that it wouldn't be right to ask such a favor from someone who is just living like a parasite in someone else's house. While Catherine processes the impact of that dig, the castle guards charge full force at Irene. Demonstrating her true power, she summons her gigantic saber-toothed tiger, which lunges violently and flings the enemies away. Impressed by the colossal size of the creature, Catherine questions the power of the summoning, while the stream chat goes wild over the display of strength, solidifying that Irene is in fact an extremely powerful player. Ragnar charged up another electric attack, but before he could release all that power, he ended up thrown far away by the mountain on the back of the earth spirit, Gigas. Meanwhile, Irene was summoning all her Michelles at the same time. First came the first, then the second, the third, and soon she had already summoned Gigas Romeo, the boar summoning, and the Leviathan. She was summoning the Michelles on autopilot, knowing that these creatures would never be lonely, didn't cause trouble, and even if they died, they could come back to life. Spending time with these fake Michelles inside the game, for a period even longer than in reality itself, was the way she found to ease the burden on her own heart, acting as if she had forgiven everything. But deep down, she felt that this was pathetic, and that someone like her didn't deserve forgiveness. Watching all of this, Catherine pulled up Kim Chol-soo's background history and turned her head to observe the scene. Irene, instead of trying to get closer to the real Michelle who was already gone, ran with all her might with her eyes closed. She finally admitted that she was wrong and that she could never be like Kim Chol-soo, because a game is just a game, and those summonings would never be the real Michelle. Overcome by this reality check, she used the fusion skill, uniting all her monsters into a single massive beast that roared loudly at the enemy. In the live chat, the audience commented in surprise, since Irene never used fusion because she felt that the monsters suffered during the process. Determined, she ordered the creature to kill them all. On the other side, 973 soldiers remained in the castle, which increased the Grand General's stats by 973%. Ragnar prepared his celestial thunder to turn everything to ash, but the fused summoning lunged forward, breathing fire and destroying everything in its sight. When the dust settled, absolutely nothing was left but a massive hole in the castle and in the mountain behind it, leaving Irene with the thought that if she ever met Michelle again, she hoped to earn her forgiveness. With the battle over, the royal castle's boss raid was successfully completed. Catherine commented, impressed, that Irene had actually taken down the boss all by herself, which made the girl jump straight from level 65 to 67. Irene then asked if Kim Chol-soo had seen that, but he was dead and ended up not leveling up. Annoyed, he cursed at her right after. After all, she had completely forgotten to revive him. Irene tried to play it cool and told everyone to grab his body so they could get out of there quickly. Catherine found it strange and asked if the situation wasn't already over, since the soldiers had lost their king in general, but Irene explained that the real problem was coming now, as Prince Alfonsi had turned against them. The questline predicted that he would take the throne after the deaths of the king and Ragnar, so the group decided to get the hell out of there. Irene reinforced that it was a mandatory quest, and that she hadn't mentioned this detail before, because she already found Alphonse incredibly unpleasant. Catherine complained, asking if they had no choice but to dance to that bastard's tune. But just then, the NPC god appeared riding his winged steed. God mocked the situation, telling them not to make that face, and that they would make great subordinates, announcing the arrival of the prince on the white horse. Irene agreed that they needed to get on the steed right away to finish the quest, and so so the group set off with God, fleeing from Phoenix and Albazar toward the next area, which concluded the Omen of Annihilation quest. Sometime later, in a completely snowy environment, a Tulsamog appeared, an incredibly cute creature that had been exiled by its people. The little monster ended up getting crushed by a headbutt from Kim Chul-soo, taking 1 million damage. As it turned out, right after they fell off the winged steed, God complained that it was too cold down there, and simply threw the three of them off the top before leaving, since he hates the cold with a passion. Catherine was furious with the NPC's attitude. Meanwhile, Kim Chul-soo was automatically revived, as the game revives fallen characters upon completing a raid. Irene confessed that she only dragged his body all the way there to save a resurrection stone. As soon as he stood up, Kim Chul-soo started cursing at Catherine, who told him not to get worked up, but before he could complain any further, the Tulsamog scratched his face, calling him a goblin, and dealing only 9 damage. Outraged, Kim Chul-soo threw caution to the wind and summoned his whip, leaving Catherine in despair. Irene watched with wide eyes as he whipped the little goblin. Later, the group took shelter from the cold in a small cabin. Irene commented that she didn't care at all about what she had seen, but Catherine questioned how she could ignore his ugly, hideous nature. Irene explained that she agreed abusing the goblin was wrong, but if that was what the creature wanted, there was no reason to disappoint it, concluding that Kim Chul-soo was doing it for the little monster's own good. Catherine found the logic unbelievable, and Irene hit back, saying she wasn't one to judge others either, since at least Kim Chul-soo was doing what the goblin wanted, something even she couldn't do. She added that he didn't need to hide that side of him from her anymore, which made Kim Chul-soo turn to the corner thinking he was screwed, convinced that Irene was hitting on him. Suddenly, Catherine received a real-world call from Super Wizard and stepped out of the cabin to answer. On the screen, the young man appeared all beaten up and apologized for the delay, explaining that he had passed out. He said that someone had broken into his house by surprise, beat him until he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, the room was turned upside down, and old man Sung-ryul was gone. Terrified, Catherine asked if Sung-ryul had really vanished and ran back into the cabin, warning that a major emergency had come up. She announced that she would have to step away, and that the commission's business would be postponed for a while. Kim Chul-soo asked if she was upset with the group, but she replied that it was something much more important. Before logging out, Catherine warned Kim Chul-soo that he better watch what he said around Irene while she was gone, and he, grumbling, told her to stop nagging him because she wasn't his mother. Catherine thought to herself that the Iscariot Guild is definitely still after Kim Chul-soo. Although he has recovered his power, he still can't control it with the same intensity as before. She deduced that if they took the old man, it meant finding the two of them there would be a piece of cake for the enemies. Ever since that incident with Jimmu, she hasn't been able to turn off her livestream even to sleep, feeling that Fame can't fully protect him, and that Kim Chul-soo's safety is not guaranteed. Before leaving, she urged Irene to take very good care of him, and not take her eyes off the guy if possible. Irene jokingly replied that she could just pretend she was taking care of a goblin, and Catherine fired back, saying it would be easier if she imagined it were 100 goblins. She then logged out of the game, but in her haste, she ended up leaving the door open. It was freezing as hell. Kim Chul-soo went to close the door, realizing he was now completely alone with Irene. To break the ice, he mentioned he knew a beautiful place, while Irene suggested they could go hunting together. In sync, the two agreed they should just do both. Meanwhile, at another point in the game, Horace was preparing to face Duke's Grand Archive dungeon. He pretended to tremble with fear, commenting on how terrifying the place was, but Charlotte told him to at least make it look believable, since he didn't look like a scared player at all. Horace insisted he was indeed afraid, because unlike before, their lives were also on the line now. Charlotte pondered that, although it is a notorious dungeon, there isn't a single report of anyone actually dying there, reinforcing that at most it's just a game, which is why everyone could smile like that. Horace replied that if it were a truly dangerous place, he would never have brought his guild, and signaled to Armstrong that it was time to enter. Suddenly, a hooded man approached the group, warning them that, unfortunately, he couldn't let them pass, because if they went forward, they would die. Annoyed, Horace questioned who he thought he was to act so powerful, and the stranger simply replied that, for now, they could call him a ghost. Later, on a frozen lake, Kim Chul-soo wondered why on earth he had suggested this activity. Someone had told him it was fun, but he had already been fishing for an hour and hadn't caught a thing. Complaining about how boring it was, he commented that even the fish must have frozen down there, but Irene explained that it is usually men who enjoy fishing, not women. He admitted he didn't really understand what women liked, and she confessed it was her first time fishing as well. Irene added that regardless of the activity, what she truly enjoyed was just being by his side. Right at that moment, Kim Chul-soo's bait, which was the goblin itself, hooked something heavy. The line pulled taut, and he began to reel it in with all his might. Irene cheered him on, saying things had finally gotten exciting, urging him to pull. With one final tug, a gigantic level 97 spinefish emerged from the water. Wasting no time, Kim Chul-soo ordered the goblin to kill the creature using the goblin bomb skill. The poor goblin went straight into the fish's mouth and blew everything up from the inside. Just for defeating that monster, Kim Chul-soo leveled up straight from 67 to 70. Impressed, he questioned how a single common mob could be level 97. Irene clarified that it was definitely not a normal monster, given that the recommended hunting level for that lake was 75. She explained that even if the probability was low, a creature like that should never appear to players who were unaware of the danger. When the giant fish collapsed onto the ground, the force of the impact splattered all the water out of the lake, revealing a macabre scene. The bottom was lined with countless bodies of dead players. Irene felt sick at the sight of those fallen people, but Kim Chol-soo tried to calm her down, saying that dying in a game isn't real, and that if all those people had actually died in reality, there would be a massive uproar in the news. It was then that Irene decided to reveal the truth she had been keeping. She explained that death here is real. She reminded him that while he was trying to progress, her level barely went up, because from that point forward, there was a massive insurmountable wall. She warned him that, except for Kim Chol-soo, anyone who advanced just a bit further would surely die for real. To illustrate the danger, she recalled the time when the three great legends faced the great archive of the Duke, the warrior Lammy, the player Gaemoon, and the famous crazy dog. At the start of that ancient raid, the warriors were tense because it was the highest difficulty dungeon in the game, but they soon began to think it wasn't that big of a deal, and that they didn't even need 20 people to clear it. Suddenly, a shot echoed through the main corridor. Crazy Dog managed to dodge just in time, but another player took a direct hit and had his head blown off. Gaemoon criticized the fallen ally, asking what kind of shameful behavior that was, after boasting so much, while the rest of the party mocked him, saying he should have dodged better. Someone used a resurrection stone on the fallen player, but he remained slumped on the ground, thinking he was just fooling around or away from his keyboard AFK. His companions told him to get up already. However, the player who used the item warned them, terrified, that he was certain the spell had worked, but the body wouldn't move, raising the suspicion that he had died for real. At that moment, the creature responsible for the shot revealed itself, a disgusting monster made of a sponge of flesh and bones, identified as the Cursed Librarian, level 148. Gaemoon panicked upon seeing the monster's level, as no one had warned them about its presence there. The librarian turned and fired a rain of spikes, killing almost every player instantly. Terrified, Lammy ran to save her own life, using her other companions as human shields. In the end, only she and Gaemoon managed to escape, wounded and bloodied. Irene finished explaining the story of the Great Archive of the Duke, revealing that out of the 20 original members of that raid, 17 died permanently. Only her friend Lammy, the guild president Gaemoon, and Crazy Dog himself survived. She concluded by saying that although the public version is that the three of them managed to clear the Great Archive of the Duke, the hidden reality was entirely different, as that was a special dungeon from which no one could escape until the final boss was completely defeated. Lammy and Gaemoon ran desperately for their lives, and had to dodge relentless attacks for a long 8 hours. Meanwhile, Crazy Dog fought the librarian completely alone until he managed to kill it. By some miracle, the two were still alive when the monster was finally brought down. Crazy Dog then walked over to them and threw the eternal spiky flesh, the legendary item dropped by the librarian, right at Lammy's feet. Irene explained that this was exactly why, even without actually participating in the fight, the two of them obtained materials of immense value. Crazy Dog took with him the librarian's horrendous arm, which was also a legendary item, and the Core of Eternity, a mythic grade item. The shock of that entire experience was too much for Lammy, who ended up becoming a recluse and completely stopped leaving her house. It also became very difficult to see Gaemoon inside the game after that fateful day. After all, the president of a large, socially successful conglomerate wouldn't need to keep playing and risking his own life. Irene looked seriously at Kim Chol-soo and warned him that he needed to know this too. Dying in the game is real. Those people fallen at the bottom of the lake hadn't just died in a virtual environment. Stunned, Kim Chol-soo questioned if people were really dying because of a game, concluding that this was definitely not the time for them to be sitting there fishing. He pointed out that if those people died without doing anything wrong, they were victims, and wondered who in their right mind would play something knowing they could die. He complained that he had never heard of deaths in this game, and wanted to know how no one knew about such a thing. Irene replied that she usually assumes there is some very powerful force blocking the press and rumors, because otherwise, there would be no other explanation. She confessed that even though she had been playing for a long time, she was only able to believe it after seeing it with her own eyes, and lamented that it would have been much better if she had known the truth sooner. Outraged, Kim Chol-soo wanted to know who the psychopathic maniac was that was preventing others from knowing the truth, worried that some of his own fans might be among the dead. He apologized to Irene, saying he would have to postpone their date, but she shyly replied that it wasn't exactly a date. Kim Chol-soo insisted that finding out the truth was the priority now, and that as soon as Catherine returned, they would livestream the whole thing. Meanwhile, in the real world, Super Wizard met up with Catherine and begged for forgiveness, regretting that he had thought of the intruder as a common opponent and assumed his martial arts wouldn't work. Catherine shot back, saying she knew perfectly well he didn't even know martial arts to begin with. She ventured lamented that if she had known their hideout would be attacked, she would never have put someone like him on watch duty, since only the three of them were supposed to know the place existed. She questioned how they had managed to find the old man and take him away. The butler replied that it was most likely the Iscariot Guild behind it, or perhaps the very thugs the elderly man usually employed. He asked what they should do about it, and whether the man would actually have the courage to file a formal complaint with the police, given how things stood. Catherine told him not to worry about that, as the old man would never disgracefully report that he had been kidnapped by a woman like her. Right at that moment, however, old man Singrul appeared, accompanied by the authorities, ordering everyone's arrest. He pointed at Catherine, claiming that it was that bitch who had locked him up and beaten him, a poor old man who could barely walk. Outraged, Catherine told him to have some shame. The old man smiled and revealed he had just been waiting for her to return so he could catch them all at once. Catherine cursed him as a dirty old bastard, and ironically suggested he change his name to Singrul the Petty. He replied that the name certainly brought back memories, but Catherine tried to argue that he was getting it all wrong, since he was a boss and a loan shark, and claiming he was kidnapped by a fragile woman like her would just be a waste of time. It was then that the old man pulled out a small remote, driving Catherine into a panic. When Sungirl activated the device, it revealed itself to be a voice recorder that had captured everything she had done to him, including how badly he had been beaten. The old man commented that nowadays people say you can do everything with a cell phone, but he kept the old habit of using a hidden voice recorder with his clients. Thanks to that, he had recorded the entire situation even after his phone was taken. He scoffed, saying that her first kidnapping was flawed in many aspects, and that he used to make mistakes in the beginning too, but assured her she would have plenty of time to think about it in prison. Furious, Catherine screamed that if he laid a single finger on Kim Chol-soo while she was away, she wouldn't let it slide. Seung-girl merely sneered, saying she would be the first to see and know everything, or rather, she wouldn't see anything at all, since she would be locked up behind bars. Later, back in the game, Kim Chol-soo paced back and forth, deeply worried. Irene finally returned to the cabin, but she brought terrible news. She told him that Catherine wasn't home and wasn't answering her phone either, asking if he didn't think something serious had happened. Kim Chol-soo commented that she had said she would be right back, but the entire night had already passed. To make matters worse, her butler wasn't answering calls either. Thinking of an alternative, Kim Chol-soo remembered that he was quite famous now, and asked if people wouldn't watch a live stream done directly by him. He wondered why he hadn't thought of it sooner, realizing that if he did the live stream alone, he wouldn't have to split the money with Catherine. Irene asked him to wait a moment, and suggested he should get her permission first. He questioned why, and she explained that it wasn't out of malice, but simply because Catherine was his manager. Kim Chol-soo countered that the matter was far too urgent, and there was no time to wait, because while they were hesitating, real people were dying in the game. As soon as he started the live stream, barely any viewers showed up at first. Kim Chol-soo was already getting pissed off by the lack of an audience, until a few people finally entered the chat. However, the comments quickly turned harsh. The people in the chat were saying that Catherine had definitely cut ties with him, and that she had realized his true colors right away. Others commented that he already looked like a fraud, saying they were disappointed and that he had probably been cancelled once and for all. As he grew more and more irritated by the insults, Irene stepped in and abruptly ended the stream. Incensed, Kim Chol-soo asked what was wrong with those people and why they were trash-talking him out of nowhere when he hadn't done anything wrong. Irene replied that the situation outside seemed truly serious. She warned him that precisely because Catherine wasn't around right now, she would need to return to the main village to see firsthand what was going on. She asked if he could handle being alone for a bit, but Kim Chol-soo gripped her hand tightly and insisted on going along. Irene, however, looked at him with concern and replied that they simply didn't know what was waiting for them out there. Kim Chol-soo was tense and questioned what would happen if she disappeared too. His anxiety was evident, but Irene knew full well that anything she said at that moment wouldn't do much to reassure him. Faced with her silence, they decided to head out together to Everfrost, the only village located in the harsh Everfrost region. The place might not look like much at first glance, but it usually attracted many visitors, especially high-level players. Since an unforgiving blizzard struck the area every few hours, the streets would become completely deserted, forcing everyone to seek shelter. Looking around at the emptiness, Kim Chol-soo commented that the lack of people must be due to the terrible weather. Irene explained that since this was an endgame area, access was restricted and only elite warriors could reach it, which naturally reduced the foot traffic. She pointed out that he might not realize how severe the location was, because he had been extremely strong from the very beginning, but the simple fact of stepping into Everfrost meant he was already in the top 5% of the entire game. Determined to find the other players, they headed to the local tavern, figuring everyone would be gathered inside. As a precaution, Irene preferred to go in alone first, to scout the area. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she was recognized by Bomi's mother, a respected level 78 blacksmith. The woman commented in surprise that it hadn't been long since Irene's last expedition, and wanted to know if she was back already. Irene warmly confirmed, saying she was also happy to see her again, but quickly changed the subject to feel things out. She asked if the blacksmith knew a player named Kim Chol-soo, the famous Goblin summoner. Bomi's mother reacted instantly with pure pure contempt, asking her not to even mention that bastard's name, as the entire city was in an uproar because of him. Curious, Irene wanted to know what had happened. With her blood boiling with anger, the blacksmith explained that someone had published a shocking video that morning. The footage showed the summoner whipping and cursing at his own goblin, a pathetic scene to watch that sparked widespread outrage over his complete lack of mercy toward a summoned monster. Right at that moment, the atmosphere grew even heavier when Kim Chol-soo was thrown into the tavern by some thugs who were entering the establishment. The aggressors shouted that he was going to catch a beating right then and there. Slipped onto the floor, the summoner demanded to know the reason for the violence and asked if they didn't know who they were messing with. The men mocked his reaction, stating that the guy was getting cancelled and was just pretending not to understand the gravity of the situation. Irene walked over and apologized for the delay, revealing that she had finally discovered the reason behind all the hostility. She explained that the video of him mistreating the goblin during the event had been posted on the internet and had gone so viral that everyone in both the real world and the game had already watched it. Confused and furious, he wanted to know who was responsible for the post. Irene admitted she didn't know who did it, but warned him that the public's fury was real and that the safest thing would be to log out immediately, as the environment had become far too dangerous for him. While processing the information, Kim Chol-soo began to connect the dots and remembered that the only time he had hit the goblin was during the event match, and the only witness besides himself had been Catherine. He recalled her recent behavior and her weird remarks about an urgent matter that had popped up out of nowhere, concluding that she was undoubtedly the one behind the betrayal. Irene urged him to find a safe spot to quickly log out of the game, but before the command could execute, the surrounding players began to insult him, calling him a liar and a fraud. The crowd roared that his strength was a complete sham, as it made no sense for a mere goblin to be so powerful on its own. Irene tried to calm him down, telling him to ignore the insults, but Kim Chol-soo canceled the logout window on the spot. Consumed by his pride, he walked up to the first man and asked, with genuine and ironic curiosity, if he had actually committed some crime against them to be treated that way. The knight responded arrogantly, calling him trash and accusing him of doing nothing but cursing at his own fans. The summoner shot back furiously, questioning why others could attack him while he was forbidden from fighting back. He told them to stop with the hypocrisy of calling themselves fans, pointing out that those people had never even watched his channel before, and challenged anyone there to show real proof of loyalty. Decreeing the end of his influencer phase, Kim Chol-soo moved in to strike a warrior who still tried to scoff, asking what he could possibly do without his summoned monster. The mockery was short-lived, as the summoner's punch unleashed a jaw-dropping 100 million points of damage. He warned everyone that since they had thrown stones and threatened his life, they now had to be prepared to face the consequences. This overwhelming strength came from his special skill, Enhanced Fight for the Goblin, which allowed the summoner to possess all of his monster's combat stats while fighting in its place. After tearing apart every opponent in the tavern with his bare hands, Kim Chol-soo finally returned to the real world, ripping off his VR goggles all at once. Irene disconnected as well and lectured him severely, asking why he had acted so impulsively when he should have just ignored the provocation, since that violent reaction was exactly what the haters wanted. Ignoring the scolding, he asked where that damn Catherine could have run off to, vanishing like a ghost and cutting off all contact. To him, it was clear she had planned the virtual attack down to the smallest detail. Irene questioned if he was absolutely sure she was to blame, and the young man shot back bitterly, asking why the person he needed most wasn't by his side at such a critical moment. Out of patience, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Later on, the weight of the situation took its toll, and Kim Chol-soo was already completely wasted from drinking so much beer. He ranted to himself that the wretched woman had stabbed the guild in the back, recalling that he had started the live stream in a rush just to try and save people, and now the public's reward was this uncalled for hatred. In his moment of fury, he wished everyone would just die in that cursed game. Irene approached cautiously, lamenting his deplorable state and begging him to stop the self-destruction. Even though she knew he was going through an extremely difficult time, she felt a strong need to do something to help him understand that he wasn't alone in the world. Bitterly, Kim Chol-soo questioned her about the true motives behind such dedication, asking why she insisted on clinging to him like that, and if she somehow owed him something. In a cynical tone, he accused her of just trying to exploit his popularity, and suggested she probably planned to abandon him just like Catherine did, concluding that all that feigned affection was completely useless. Hurt, Irene assured him that she truly cared about him. Hearing this, the summoner lunged in for a forced kiss, but she immediately dodged, refusing his touch. In shock, Irene asked if that objectifying view was really all he saw in her. She confessed that she did harbor good feelings for him, but made it clear that this didn't give him the right to do whatever he pleased. With tears in her eyes, she vented, saying she had always considered herself a bad person, but believed he was different from everyone else. The young woman questioned how he, the very very person she defended the most, could make the heart that loved him feel so miserable, concluding she had been completely wrong about his character. Faced with her declaration, Kim Chol-soo laughed with disdain and shot back that he had never known what love was, as he had never received affection from anyone in his entire life. Deeply hurt and lacking the strength to continue the argument, Irene apologized but warned him that she could no longer stay by his side. She gathered her belongings to leave for good, while the young man shouted that she could vanish for all he cared, since he had never asked anyone to stay. Sometime later in the real world, investigator Sung-yeol arrived at the young man's apartment accompanied by his team. They broke down the door, but found the place completely empty. Sung-yeol looked around, impressed, commenting that the kid had really moved up in the world during the time he was away, turning the place into a residence as grand as a palace. Complaining about his old age fatigue from walking so much, the old man listened to the report from the Iscariot Corporation employees, who confirmed that no one was hiding after searching every single corner. One of the agents pointed out that despite the property being massive, the furniture was scarce, which drastically reduced the options for hiding spots. They also reported finding some belongings belonging to a woman on the premises, but reinforced their certainty that the house was totally unoccupied at the moment. Intrigued, Sung-yeol questioned the logic of the situation, finding it unbelievable that someone being targeted by the entire world would decide to abandon his safest fortress to wander aimlessly through the streets. Knowing the summoner's track record, the investigator asserted that Kim Chol-soo was a genuine coward and that it would be impossible for him to expose himself like that, meaning he was certainly hiding in some strategic location they had not yet mapped out. While the search in the real world continued without clues, the situation inside the game was reaching alarming levels. In the Goblin village, a literal carnage was underway. Motivated by an official extermination quest given by the NPC god, dozens of players were mercilessly attacking the area, decimating the local monsters in a matter of minutes. An archer from the elite group took down the last creature in his zone and sheathed his weapon, commenting to his allies that his part in the massacre was finished. He looked around the destroyed scenery and asked where the other survivors were to finish off the goblin race once and for all. A warrior scouring the area found the remaining goblins hiding under a table and, without hesitation, blasted them all using an explosive smash skill. Despite the damage, the attackers noticed that there was still one last monster left to die. Right at that moment, the archer heard footsteps approaching and, wondering if it was someone else wanting to cash in on the carnage, asked if the person had come there to complete the NPC god's quest. It was then that Kim Chol-soo emerged from the shadows, catching the archer off guard by his sudden appearance. In a mocking tone, the marksman commented that they should take a picture of this moment, but the warrior quickly countered, questioning what that cancelled loser was doing there, and warning that if they posted a photo with him on the internet, they would end up getting trashed by the public too. Not wanting to waste any more time, the warrior brought down his sword to finish off the last surviving goblin, but to everyone's surprise, the creature took 0 damage. Before the invaders could process what was happening, the monster retaliated with monstrous strength, crushing the warrior into the ground. The archer, still trying to maintain his arrogant stance, commented that he didn't expect to see the summoner in this place, calling him absolute trash and stating he was exactly the type of guy who needed to be exposed to everyone. Kim Chol-soo simply ignored the insult, toggled PvP mode on, and with a single devastating punch, obliterated the archer right then and there. Such brutality had an explanation, as he had his passive skill Goblin Warlord activated. This power increased all of his attributes by 1% for every existing goblin, and since the colony was immense, his stats were receiving an absurd real-time buff of 10,933%. With the threat eliminated, he walked among the remaining goblins alongside his main summon, and every creature there knew exactly who he was. Looking at him with deep reverence, the summoner went straight to the goblin elder, who welcomed him, noting that the young man's aura had changed drastically since the last time they met. Kim Chol-soo looked around and said that continuing to hide in the real or virtual world had become pointless. He explained to the leader that those players had gone to the village for the sole purpose of massacring them due to a system quest, which meant that by the rules of that universe, the goblins were condemned to die periodically at the hands of users, and even those who survived would have to carry the pain of seeing their families and friends killed repeatedly. Consumed by bitterness and rage over being abandoned by everyone, he decreed that he would kill every single one of the motherfuckers who dared invade this territory from now on, and finally, asked the elder for permission to take shelter and live in the village for a while.